In the world of Do Pa Xiong, the protagonist, Hun Tian, traverses through realms and is born into the Soul Clan, armed with an extraordinary advantage and profound knowledge of the original narrative. He swiftly advances on his path of cultivation, quickly becoming the center of attention. Witness how Hun Tian flourishes in the land of Do Chi. Chapter 1. The Transcendence of Hun Tian. On an ordinary evening, as the clamor of the city gradually subsided into tranquility, a meteor streaked across the sky. Yet, this was no ordinary meteor. It bore the essence of a soul from another realm, hurtling towards Earth. Within a modest rental apartment, a young man named Hun Tian was captivated by the fervent battles of the game The King of Fighters 97, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as he focused intently on the screen where the character Iori Yagami executed an exquisite finishing move. Suddenly, a strange luminescence flashed, enveloping the apartment in a radiant glow, and in an instant, Hun Tian lost consciousness. When Hun Tian awoke once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld an ancient forest, with towering trees and sunlight cascading through the foliage, creating dappled patterns of light upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrant scent of grass and trees. Where am I? Han Tian's heart swelled with confusion and trepidation. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he hoped to awaken from a dream, yet the vividness of his surroundings was undeniable. Have I transcended? This thought flickered through his mind. Taking a deep breath, Han Tian endeavored to calm himself. He began to scrutinize his surroundings. Soft grass beneath his feet, robust trees encircling him, and unfamiliar birds chirping joyfully in the branches above. Cautiously, Han Tian took a step forward, embarking on an exploration of this strange environment. After a while, he was startled by a deep, rumbling growl. Alarmed, he halted and swiftly concealed himself behind a sturdy tree. Before him approached a colossal beast, towering over him at least twice his height, its body adorned with sharp, glistening spines that reflected the light ominously. The creature's eyes blazed like raging flames, exuding an aura of ferocity. Han Tian dared not breathe, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Pressed tightly against the tree trunk, his hands trembled involuntarily as he silently prayed that the beast would overlook his presence. Fortunately, the creature seemed oblivious to him, lumbering past with heavy steps. Only when its figure had completely vanished did Han Tian exhale a long sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat and his legs trembling slightly. Regaining his composure, Han Tian continued onward. Before long, he stumbled upon a small stream. The water was crystal clear, revealing the stones beneath and the darting fish within. He crouched down, gazing into the water at his unfamiliar reflection, filled with bewilderment. The image before him bore striking features, yet was tinged with fatigue and confusion. What should I do? How can I survive in this world? Han Tian murmured to himself. At that moment, he felt a mysterious force surging within him, warm and potent, causing his body to quiver slightly. He closed his eyes, striving to attune himself to this newfound power. Gradually, peculiar images and information began to emerge in his mind. He realized that he had traversed into a realm governed by the power of combat, a world where he found himself amidst the territory of the Soul Clan in this universe. Individuals cultivated their combat energy to enhance their prowess, with ranks ascending from combat chi, combatant, master combat, all the way to combat emperor. The higher the tier, the greater the strength. A surge of joy welled up within Hun Tian, for understanding his predicament provided him with a clear purpose. He resolved to first locate the habitation of the Soul Clan to glean more insights about this world. Thus, Hun Tian continued along the course of a babbling brook, proceeding with caution to evade any lurking dangers, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. Uncertain of how long he had journeyed, the sun began its descent, casting a splendid twilight glow across the horizon. Hun Tian's steps grew increasingly burdensome, yet he pressed on undeterred. At last, within a valley, he beheld wisps of smoke curling gracefully into the sky in the distance. That must be the dwelling place of the Soul Clan. Hope surged within Hun Tian as he quickened his pace towards the rising smoke, yearning to immerse himself in this entirely new world. Chapter 2. Entering the Soul Clan with a heart full of anticipation, Hun Tian walked towards the direction of the rising smoke. As he drew nearer, a grand village gradually revealed itself to his sight. At the entrance stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with the two characters of the Soul Clan, their robust strokes exuding an air of authority. Upon entering the village, Hun Tian discovered an architectural style that was both ancient and unique, with houses primarily constructed of wood and stone, arranged in an orderly manner along the sides of the road. The villagers, clad in traditional garments, hurried by, their faces adorned with solemn expressions. An elder, gazing with a hint of skepticism, nodded and said, "If that is the case, follow me." Hun Tian trailed behind the elder until they arrived at a modest dwelling. "You may rest here for the time being, but do not wander about," the elder instructed before departing. Inside the simple room, furnished only with a bed and a table, Hun Tian sat on the bed, contemplating how to establish himself in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, a cacophony from outside drew his attention. Stepping out, he observed a group of children playing in the open space. Just then, a burly middle-aged man approached, and the children fell silent upon his arrival. The man regarded Hun Tian and said, "You are the newcomer, correct? Come with me." Following him to the village square, Hun Tian saw a gathering of many villagers. The middle-aged man stood elevated and proclaimed, "Today, we welcome a new member among us." The crowd offered a sparse applause. He continued, "The Soul Clan has its own customs. Newcomers must pass a trial to truly become one of us." Hun Tian inwardly lamented, as he was utterly ignorant of the cultivation of fighting energy, yet he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. Grasping a manual on fighting energy cultivation, he began to study it earnestly. The text was convoluted and difficult to comprehend, yet through his intelligence and perseverance, Hun Tian gradually discerned some insights. On the first day, following the manual's instructions, Hun Tian attempted to channel the energy within his body, but to no avail. Frustration welled within him, yet he did not relent. On the second day, he persisted in his training and finally sensed a faint ripple of fighting energy. This ignited a surge of confidence within him, propelling him to train even harder. Exhilarated, Hun Tian rushed out of the training room to share his good fortune with the middle-aged man. The man nodded slightly and remarked, "Well done. From today onward, you are a member of the Soul Clan. However, this is merely the beginning. A long journey lies ahead." Hun Tian clenched his fists, silently vowing to carve out a remarkable legacy in this world. Chapter 3. Awakening of the External Aid. One day, Hun Tian practiced alone in the forest behind the village. Following his regular training routine, he endeavored to guide the fighting energy through his meridians, but progress was painfully slow, causing a stir of irritation in his heart. In that moment of agitation, he suddenly recalled the game The King of Fighters 97, which he had played before his transmigration. Along with the formidable and flamboyant skills of the character Iori Yagami he had controlled. "If only I could bring those abilities into this world," Hun Tian murmured to himself. In that instant, he felt a peculiar energy surging within him, and images of Iori Yagami and his various skills materialized in his mind. Soul Tian was filled with both astonishment and delight as he closed his eyes, concentrating deeply to perceive this newfound power. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find that his hands emanated a soft violet glow, reminiscent of the purple flames of the esteemed god Yashiro. Could this be my extraordinary enhancement? Soul Tian was overwhelmed with excitement as he attempted to replicate the movements of god Yashiro's techniques from the game, and in an instant, the violet glow transformed into flames, hurtling towards a nearby large tree. With a resounding crash, the flames struck the tree, igniting it instantly, reducing it to a mere pile of ashes in no time. Soul Tian was taken aback by the sheer potency of this force. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from this enhancement. However, he soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if his very essence had been drained. Soul Tian understood that while this power was formidable, its usage came at a considerable cost. After several days of exploration, Soul Tian discovered that the closer his mindset aligned with the combat state from the game, the more potent the enhancement became. Furthermore, by cultivating his fighting spirit, he could augment both the power and duration of this extraordinary ability. Thus, while honing his fighting spirit, Soul Tian diligently practiced harnessing this newfound strength. He battled ferocious beasts within the forest, repelling them with violet flames. He trained his willpower beneath a cascading waterfall to better master this force. As time progressed, Soul Tian became increasingly adept at wielding this enhancement. He realized that, in addition to unleashing powerful fiery attacks, he could also use this force to enhance his speed and defensive capabilities. However, Soul Tian's unusual behavior caught the attention of other members of the Soul Clan. They began to whisper amongst themselves, filled with curiosity and concern regarding Soul Tian's mysterious power. One day, while he was immersed in his training, a group of young clan members approached him. "Soul Tian, we have heard that you have recently acquired a mysterious power. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for us?" One of the young men requested. Soul Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to showcase his abilities. As he unleashed the violet flames, the surrounding temperature surged, leaving the young men utterly awestruck by this overwhelming force. "What exactly is this power? Have you encountered some extraordinary fortune?" Another young man inquired. From that moment onward, Soul Tian redoubled his efforts in training. fully aware that only by possessing formidable strength could he establish his place in this world and realize his aspirations. Chapter 4. Commencing the cultivation of fighting spirit after revealing his mysterious enhancement to the Soul Clan. Hun Tian understood that merely relying on this external power would not suffice to truly thrive in this world. A solid foundation in fighting spirit cultivation was paramount. Consequently, he resolved to devote himself entirely to the practice of fighting spirit. Hun Tian sought out the most experienced fighting spirit instructor in the village, humbly requesting guidance on the methods and techniques of cultivation. The instructor, recognizing the determination in his eyes, nodded in approval and began to elaborate on the fundamental concepts and key points of fighting spirit cultivation. The cultivation of fighting spirit begins with the ability to sense the energy of fighting spirit in the world around, subsequently drawing it into one's body and refining and storing it through specific meridian pathways. As the instructor spoke, he gestured to illustrate the flow of the meridians. Hun Tian, holding the manual, found a tranquil spot and began to cultivate according to the instructions provided in the text. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, and endeavored to perceive the surrounding energy of combat. Initially, he felt nothing, which inevitably stirred a sense of anxiety within him. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself to be patient. After numerous attempts, he finally sensed a faint, elusive energy drifting nearby. A surge of joy welled up within him as he cautiously guided this energy into his body. Yet, this was merely the first step. The subsequent refining process posed the true challenge. The combat energy entering his body was akin to a group of mischievous children, resistant to taming. Following the meridian pathways outlined in the ancient text, he struggled to control the energy and direct it along the correct route. Each attempt was accompanied by pain and exhaustion. The sharp sensation of the energy coursing through his meridians causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. If one attempt failed, he would try again, continuously adjusting his breathing and mental state in search of the optimal condition. After several days of arduous training, he gradually grasped some essential techniques. He discovered that during the early morning hours, the energy of combat in the world was most abundant, yielding the best results for his cultivation. Thus, each day before dawn, he would rise and venture into the forest, embracing the first rays of sunlight as he commenced his daily practice. Moreover, he recognized that a tranquil mindset was vital for the refinement of combat energy. Whenever he felt restless, the energy would spiral chaotically within his meridians, disrupting his training. To overcome this challenge, he would sit by the brook during his practice breaks, listening to the gentle sound of flowing water to soothe his inner self. Throughout his training journey, he also encountered like-minded companions. They exchanged insights and encouraged one another. Among them was a young man named Hun Feng, with whom Hun Tian particularly resonated. Hun Feng had already attained the realm of combatants in his cultivation and frequently offered Hun Tian invaluable advice and guidance. With Hun Feng's assistance, Hun Tian deepened his understanding of combat energy. He began to explore the integration of external forces with his combat cultivation, discovering that invoking these external powers during his training could accelerate the refinement and absorption of combat energy. One day, while practicing, Hun Tian encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve any further enhancement in his combat energy. He felt deeply disheartened, even beginning to doubt his abilities. Sensing his despondency, Hun Feng comforted him, saying, "It is entirely normal to encounter a bottleneck in combat cultivation. Do not lose heart. You might consider challenging some formidable opponents to break through in real combat." Taking Hun Feng's words to heart, Hun Tian found them to be quite sensible. He resolved to temporarily set aside his training to seek methods for overcoming his stagnation. Chapter 5. Initial signs of cultivation success following Hun Feng's advice. Hun Tian decided to break through the bottleneck in his combat cultivation through practical combat experience. He began to search within the Hun clan for suitable opponents, hoping to find opportunities for improvement through battle. After some inquiries, he learned of a clansman named Hun, whose combat prowess was comparable to his own and who possessed rich battle experience, making him an excellent sparring partner. Hun Tian approached Hun, sincerely expressing his desire to engage in a friendly match. Upon seeing the determination in Hun Tian's eyes, Hun readily agreed. The two individuals arrived at the central square of the village, soon surrounded by a throng of onlookers from their clan. Hun Tian took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind, and focused intently on Hun. With a command, the battle commenced. Hun launched the first attack, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Hun Tian, delivering a powerful punch. Hun Tian sidestepped, simultaneously employing a newly learned martial technique. A faint blue energy surging from his palm toward Hun. Quick to react, Hun leaped backward to evade the strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. As the battle progressed, Hun Tian gradually found his rhythm, skillfully applying the martial techniques he had learned, resulting in a deadlock with Hun Ying. However, due to his lack of experience, he left some openings in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Ying launched a relentless assault, and Hun Tian began to find himself at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, Hun Tian summoned the latent power within him, purple flames instantly wrapping around his arm. With a mighty roar, he met Hun Ying's attack with his fiery fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, forcing both combatants to stagger back a few steps. Hun Ying gazed in astonishment at the flames enveloping Hun Tian's arm, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Hun Tian retaliated, his strikes becoming more ferocious and his speed increasing. Hun Ying gradually struggled to withstand the onslaught, and ultimately, Hun Tian landed a decisive blow to Hun Ying's chest. Concluding the battle, the surrounding clan members erupted into enthusiastic applause, astonished and appreciative of Hun Tian's performance. Gasping for breath, Hun Tian wore an exhilarated smile. This battle revealing his potential and instilling within him newfound confidence for his future cultivation. Meanwhile, Hun Tian's reputation within the clan grew increasingly prominent. The members no longer regarded him solely for his mysterious latent power, but were also captivated by his diligent training and relentless spirit of progress. One day, the clan leader summoned Hun Tian to his residence. The leader looked at Hun Tian with evident admiration, stating, "Child, I have witnessed your efforts and progress. I have decided to grant you an opportunity to enter the family's repository and select a more advanced martial arts manual." Overwhelmed with excitement, Hun Tian knelt in gratitude, understanding that this was yet another significant opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Chapter 6. Drawing the attention of the clan. Having gained the clan leader's recognition, Hun Tian was bestowed the rare chance to select an advanced martial arts manual from the family repository. This exhilarating news spread like wildfire throughout the clan, quickly making Hun Tian the focal point of conversation among the members. As Hun Tian entered the repository with a sense of reverence and anticipation, he was profoundly struck by the array of manuals before him. Towering bookshelves were meticulously arranged, stretching to the horizon, each level filled with various ancient and mysterious scrolls. This place housed countless invaluable martial cultivation techniques and skills, each manual seemingly imbued with the essence of time and the wisdom of predecessors, emanating a powerful and alluring aura. Hun Tian cautiously navigated between the shelves, eagerly scanning the covers and summaries of each manual, his heart brimming with excitement and caution. After extensive contemplation, he ultimately chose a tome titled Flame Mastery. The cover of this ancient manuscript had begun to yellow slightly, yet the vibrant flames depicted upon it remained vivid, as if imbued with boundless energy. His decision stemmed from the sensation that this text emphasized the practitioner's mastery and application of fire attribute energy, which seemed to resonate with his own enigmatic powers. As his training progressed, the aura of energy emanating from him grew increasingly potent and fervent. During his practice sessions, the air around him appeared to ignite, creating visible waves of heat that caused the temperature to rise dramatically. The dwelling he inhabited often trembled slightly under the force of this formidable energy. On one occasion, the Soul Clan organized a grand internal energy assessment. Clan members gathered in the expansive arena, eager to witness the prowess of the younger generation. As a highly regarded newcomer, he naturally participated in this evaluation. Upon ascending the testing platform, all eyes converged upon him. He took a deep breath, centering himself. As the test commenced, he unleashed his meticulously honed fire attribute techniques. Fiery orbs erupted from his palms, transforming into fierce fire dragons that roared and soared through the air. The overwhelming power not only left deep scorch marks on the ground, but also astonished and captivated the onlookers. After the assessment concluded, clan members flocked towards him, their eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. They eagerly inquired about his training secrets and insights. He smiled and generously shared his experiences and understandings, devoid of any arrogance or pride. He understood that mutual learning and support were essential on the path of energy cultivation. His outstanding performance not only caused a stir within the Soul Clan, but also gradually spread to neighboring families. Some families, driven by curiosity about the rising star of the Soul Clan and apprehension regarding future competition, sent representatives to inquire about him. The Soul Clan remained acutely vigilant, promptly reinforcing protective measures around him, fearful that this beacon of hope might face external interference or threats. One day, while he was quietly practicing in a serene grove, he suddenly sensed a powerful and unfamiliar presence approaching swiftly. He opened his eyes abruptly to find an unfamiliar elder standing before him. The elder's piercing gaze and snow-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze, yet the formidable pressure he emanated made the surrounding leaves tremble. The elder scrutinized him, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "Young man, Your performance has piqued my interest. The elder spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, reminiscent of ancient bells. Cautiously, he regarded the elder, instinctively clenching his fists, and inquired, "Who are you?" With a faint smile, the elder's weathered face bore the lines of experience. "I am an elder from a neighboring family, here to observe the talents of this rising star from the Soul Clan." A tightening sensation gripped Hun Tian's heart as a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, leaving him uncertain of the true intentions of the enigmatic elder before him. Chapter 7. Acquiring Familial Resources. In the face of the unexpected visit from the elder of a neighboring clan, Hun Tian remained on high alert. However, the elder appeared to harbor no ill will. After expressing admiration for Hun Tian's remarkable performance, he took his leave. Following this incident, the esteem for Hun Tian within the Hun clan rose significantly, in recognition of his exceptional talent and unwavering dedication in cultivation. The family resolved to provide him with additional resources. One day, the clan's supervising elder personally sought out Hun Tian and escorted him to the family treasury. As the grand doors creaked open, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. Upon entering, Hun Tian beheld a dazzling array of treasures and cultivation resources surrounding him. The supervising elder smiled at Hun Tian and said, "Child, the clan has recognized your potential and has decided to bestow upon you some precious resources to aid your journey in cultivation. You may select 3 items that resonate with you from this treasury." Hun Tian's gaze was immediately captivated, and he began to meticulously examine the treasures. The first item that caught his eye was a spirit orb radiating a soft blue light, reputed to enhance a cultivator's perception of combat energy and accelerate the cultivation process. Next, he discovered an ancient tome detailing a unique method for refining soul power, which would greatly assist in mastering and utilizing combat energy. In a corner of the treasury, he also found a vial of exceptionally rare elixir, infused with potent combat energy essence, capable of significantly elevating one's cultivation level upon consumption. Hun Tian fell into deep contemplation, each treasure stirring his desire. After a challenging deliberation, he ultimately chose the spirit orb, the tome for refining the soul, and the precious elixir. The supervising elder regarded his selections with a nod of approval. He opened the ancient tome, immersing himself in its profound teachings on soul refinement. Eager to grasp this technique swiftly, he practiced diligently day and night, continuously adjusting his mindset and mental state. As for the vial of precious elixir, Hun Tian opted not to consume it hastily, choosing instead to reserve its power for a pivotal moment in his cultivation journey. With the assistance of these resources, Hun Tian's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. His combat energy became increasingly robust, and his control over it grew ever more exquisite. However, the familial resources were not easily obtained. As the support he received increased, dissenting voices began to emerge within the clan. Some believed he was too young to merit such abundant resources. Others, envious of his opportunities, secretly plotted to create obstacles for him. Hun Tian was acutely aware of these dynamics, understanding that he must achieve even greater results to validate the clan's investment in him. Thus, he dedicated himself to his training with relentless fervor, refusing to allow any hint of complacency. During a recent internal competition within the clan, Hun Tian once again showcased his extraordinary prowess. Harnessing his formidable combat energy, refined control, and the unique fiery power bestowed by his newfound resources, he effortlessly triumphed over numerous opponents, including those who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with his acquisition of resources. Following this competition, the voices of skepticism gradually faded, and the status of Hun Tian within the family became increasingly secure. He understood deeply that this was merely the beginning. A longer path lay ahead, fraught with greater challenges awaiting him. Chapter 8. The breakthrough to Dome Master. After acquiring resources from his family, Hun Tian's strength surged dramatically. Yet, the journey from Do Chi to the realm of Dome Master remained a formidable challenge. During one session of cultivation, Hun Tian sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough approaching. He inhaled deeply, slowly closed his eyes, and calmed his mind to a tranquil state akin to still water. When he reopened his eyes, they shimmered with unwavering determination and resolve. He summoned every ounce of Do Chi within him, as the energy surged through his meridians like a torrential river. Simultaneously, the flames of the 8 God Shrine blazed to their zenith, the violet flames seemingly intent on devouring everything in their vicinity. The two forces merged, creating an immensely powerful force that charged toward the barrier obstructing his ascension to Dome Master. With a thunderous impact, his body trembled violently, each muscle enduring immense pressure as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and continued to amplify his strength. With each assault, a roar emanated from the depths of his being, as if he were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with fate itself. At last, fissures appeared in the barrier. Han Tian's eyes sparkled, akin to glimpsing a ray of hope in the darkness. Seizing the moment, he exerted himself once more, channeling all his power into one final strike. With a resounding cry, the sound pierced the heavens, the barrier shattered completely. Do Qi surged within him, wild and unrestrained like a galloping stallion. In that moment, Hun Tian experienced an unprecedented surge of power, successfully breaking through to the realm of Do Master. However, even after this breakthrough, Hun Tian did not allow himself a moment's respite. He immediately commenced solidifying his newfound realm, familiarizing himself with the novel powers bestowed by his ascension to Do Master. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he attentively sensed the flow of every strand of Do Qi within him, with even the slightest changes not escaping his perception. He discovered that, after breaking through to Do Master, his control over the external flames of the 8-God Shrine became increasingly effortless. With a mere flick of his wrist, the flames would morph according to his will, transforming into a fierce fire dragon one moment and coalescing into a sharp flame sword the next. To further enhance his prowess, Hun Tian diligently studied various Do techniques. He perused ancient scrolls in the family's repository, searching for techniques suited to his abilities. Whenever he comprehended a new skill, he eagerly practiced and refined it. He incessantly endeavored to achieve a seamless fusion of flames and Do techniques, crafting a unique style that belonged solely to him. In the training grounds, his figure was a constant presence, tirelessly rehearsing new moves in pursuit of mastery. His diligence and intelligence enabled him to adapt to the power of the Do Master realm in a remarkably short time. Yet, his rapid rise drew the attention of other families. Some rival clans began to conspire in the shadows, envious of Han Tian's accomplishments and fearful that his growth might threaten their own standings. These families dispatched spies to closely monitor Han Tian's every action, seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities. With keen intuition, Hun Tian sensed the looming dangers around him. However, rather than cower in fear, he resolved to intensify his training even further. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he confront the impending challenges. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute, his heart ablaze with indomitable spirit, ready to embrace the storms of the future. Chapter 9. The Family Grand Competition unveiled after successfully breaking through to the Do Master realm. Hun Tian's clan faced a significant family competition. This event served not only as a test of the younger generation's prowess, but also as a pivotal moment for resource allocation and internal clan hierarchy. Hun Tian was acutely aware that this was an exceptional opportunity to showcase his abilities and secure a higher standing within the family. He began his preparations early, diligently refining the newly acquired combat techniques and adjusting his state to ensure he could perform at his optimal level during the competition. On the day of the competition, the clan's martial arena was teeming with people, buzzing with excitement. The clan members eagerly anticipated witnessing the remarkable performances of the younger generation. With head held high, Hun Tian strode into the arena, his gaze imbued with confidence and determination. As the competition commenced, Hun Tian's first opponent was a fellow clansman who had also attained the Do Master realm, named Hun Li, renowned for his fierceness. Hun Li launched a fierce assault as soon as he entered the arena, attempting to overwhelm Hun Tian with sheer momentum. However, Hun Tian remained composed, adeptly evading Hun Li's strikes. While dodging, he keenly observed the flaws in Hun Li's techniques. In a swift motion, Hun Tian maneuvered behind Hun Li and unleashed a powerful Do Qi punch, striking him squarely in the back. Hun Li stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his footing, turning to charge at Hun Tian once more. A slight smirk graced Hun Tian's lips as he ignited the purple flames of the 8 gods, which transformed into a fiery whip that lashed out toward Hun Li. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught of flames, Hun Li felt his garment singe. Shocked, he realized the extent of Hun Tian's formidable power. Yet, Hun Li refused to concede easily. He summoned all his strength to unleash his most potent Do technique. In an instant, the arena erupted in radiant light, with Do Qi surging everywhere. Undaunted, Hun Tian joined his hands together, condensing the purple flames into a colossal fireball, which he propelled forcefully against Hun Li's attack. The collision produced a thunderous explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Hun Li lay defeated on the ground, while Hun Tian stood proudly, having won his first match with ease, eliciting cheers from the gathered clan members. In the following matches, Hun Tian continued to dominate. Armed with exquisite combat skills, formidable Do Qi, and agile tactics, he consistently overcame his adversaries. During a clash with a mid-Do Master opponent, the latter's Do Qi strength was evidently superior to Hun Tian's. Nevertheless, Hun Tian cleverly utilized his intellect, exploiting the environment and his opponent's overconfidence. He feigned weakness, luring the opponent into a pursuit. During this chase, Hun Tian skillfully set traps, ensnaring his foe. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce counterattack, decisively defeating his opponent. As the competition progressed, Hun Tian gradually became the focal point of the event. Each of his battles was spectacular, leaving the clan members in awe. Finally, the time for the finals arrived, where Hun Tian's opponent would be none other than the standout of the younger generation, Hun Yun. Soul Cloud has ascended to the pinnacle of the Fighter Master realm, showcasing formidable strength. As the competition commenced, Soul Cloud and Soul Heaven fiercely contested, their auras clashing with a thunderous reverberation. Soul Cloud unleashed a series of potent combat techniques in an attempt to subdue Soul Heaven. However, Soul Heaven remained composed, continuously adapting his tactics. The flames of the 8 gods shrine morphed in his grasp, at times serving as a shield to deflect Soul Cloud's assaults, and at others, transforming into a sword to counterattack. Amidst the intense exchange, Soul Heaven gradually discerned a flaw in Soul Cloud's defense. With sudden ferocity, he unleashed a convergence of his aura and flames, channeling a formidable force towards Soul Cloud. Caught off guard, Soul Cloud was struck by this overwhelming power. Hurtling out of the arena, Soul Heaven triumphantly claimed the championship of the family competition, igniting a fervor throughout the crowd. Standing at the center of the arena, he reveled in the glory of victory and the admiration of his kin. The family elders lauded Soul Heaven's performance, proclaiming him to be the beacon of hope for the clan's future. Soul Heaven, however, was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He must continue to strive for greater strength, bringing further honor to his family. Chapter 10. A seamless victory in the aftermath of the family competition. Soul Heaven's reputation within the Soul Clan soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, this acclaim did not lead to arrogance. Rather, it intensified his resolve for relentless improvement. Shortly thereafter, neighboring clans organized a grander martial arts tournament, extending an invitation to the Soul Clan. Following deliberations, the clan elders decided to send forth a youthful contingent led by Soul Heaven to represent the family in this prestigious event. Before their departure, the clan leader personally bid them farewell, expressing high hopes. This tournament not only concerns the honor of the family, but also serves as an opportunity for you to showcase yourselves and forge alliances. Soul Heaven nodded solemnly, his eyes alight with unwavering determination. Upon their arrival at the tournament venue, they were greeted by a sea of spectators, the atmosphere bustling with excitement. Warriors from various clans gathered, the tension palpable. Under the guidance of the staff, Soul Heaven and his companions made their way to the Soul Clan's designated resting area. The tournament commenced swiftly, the first round consisting of a group elimination format. Soul Heaven found himself placed in a relatively balanced group. His first opponent was a young prodigy from the Thunder Clan, named Thunder Ferocity. Towering and muscular, Thunder Ferocity glared at Soul Heaven with a fierce intensity, attempting to intimidate him with sheer presence. Yet, Soul Heaven approached the stage with a smile, exuding calm confidence. As the bell rang, Thunder Ferocity launched the initial assault, his fists cutting through the air with a menacing rush towards Soul Heaven. With a deft sidestep, Soul Heaven effortlessly evaded this seemingly ferocious strike. Undeterred, Thunder Ferocity followed up with a barrage of attacks, all of which Soul Heaven skillfully dodged. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unprepared for the swift conclusion of the bout. Soul Heaven advanced to the next round with ease. In the subsequent matches, Soul Heaven remained an unstoppable force. His opponents, whether proficient in aura-based assaults or agile in their movements, found themselves at a disadvantage against him. In one encounter, an adversary employed a peculiar aura technique, attempting to confuse Soul Heaven's mind. However, bolstered by formidable mental fortitude and unwavering resolve, Soul Heaven remained impervious to the subterfuge. In an instant, he erupted with the violet flames of Yagami, incinerating the peculiar aura of his opponent, and with a swift strike of his energy-infused palm, he vanquished his adversary. In another encounter, his opponent excelled in speed, darting across the arena in search of vulnerabilities in Hun Tian's defenses. Yet, Hun Tian remained unperturbed. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents. Just as the opponent believed Hun Tian was caught off guard and prepared to unleash a fatal blow, Hun Tian abruptly opened his eyes, gesturing with his hands to conjure a barrier of flames before him. The opponent, unable to halt in time, collided with the fiery shield and was repelled, losing the ability to continue the fight. Thus, Hun Tian surged through the elimination rounds with remarkable ease, advancing to the finals with undeniable superiority. In the final match, Hun Tian faced the prodigious youth of the Wind Clan, Feng Ying. Renowned for his exquisite wind-based techniques, Feng Ying possessed incredible speed and ferocious attacks. As the match commenced, spectators speculated on the outcome of this pinnacle confrontation. Some believed Hun Tian's strength was unfathomable and assured of victory, while others felt Feng Ying's wind attributes were overwhelmingly powerful, presenting a significant challenge for Hun Tian. As the bell tolled, Feng Ying transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Hun Tian remained stationary, his demeanor unruffled, with his mental acuity sharply focused on sensing Feng Ying's location. Suddenly, Feng Ying materialized behind Hun Tian, launching a fierce assault. Hun Tian, seemingly prepared for this maneuver, swiftly turned, igniting violet flames upon his arms, and clashed with Feng Ying's attack. In that moment, energy and fire intertwined in a dazzling display of light. When Feng Ying realized his strike had failed, he vanished once more, attacking from various angles. Hun Tian, composed, infused his flames with energy, expanding their reach and creating a realm of fire. Within this fiery domain, Feng Ying's movements were constrained, diminishing his speed advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Tian retaliated by swiftly forming seals with his hands, unleashing a powerful beam of energy toward Feng Ying. Caught off guard, Feng Ying was struck by the energy beam, falling to the ground in defeat. Hun Tian emerged victorious, effortlessly astonishing all who witnessed the event. Not only did he earn honor for the Soul Clan, but he also amplified his own renown across the continent. Chapter 11. Rising fame. Following his effortless triumph in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Han Tian's name spread like a meteor across the night sky, rapidly resonating among various clans, marking the ascent of his reputation. Upon returning to the Soul Clan, Han Tian was welcomed like a hero by his kin. They gathered around him, cheering with exuberance, their eyes filled with admiration and pride. Han Tian smiled and engaged with them, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Yet he understood that this was merely a new beginning. As his fame proliferated, individuals drawn by his reputation began to appear within the Soul Clan's territory. Some were young scions from other clans, eager to exchange insights on cultivation. Others were solitary wanderers from the martial world, seeking to behold the prowess of this emerging talent. And there were merchants who recognized the latent commercial potential within Hun Tian, seeking opportunities for collaboration. Soul Tian treats every visitor with utmost courtesy, generously sharing his cultivation experiences. For those who sincerely seek his guidance, he always responds with patience. Gradually, he has garnered greater respect and support within the Soul Clan, while also forging friendships with like-minded individuals from the outside world. Meanwhile, the region inhabited by the Soul Clan has witnessed some unusual events. Several nearby towns have been frequently raided by a band of robbers, leaving the populace in dire straits. The local authorities have attempted to quell the disturbances multiple times, but to no avail, prompting them to seek assistance from various families. The Soul Clan decided to dispatch Soul Tian to lead a team of clansmen to resolve this issue. Upon arriving at one of the besieged towns, Soul Tian was met with a scene of devastation. Homes lay in ruins, and the townsfolk were displaced. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he vowed to bring these robbers to justice. Through investigation and tracking, they discovered that the bandits were exceptionally cunning, committing their crimes at different locations and possessing a well-organized structure and hideouts. During the pursuit of the robbers, Soul Tian fully utilized his intelligence and leadership skills. He analyzed the robbers' patterns of crime and deduced their possible hideouts. Simultaneously, he leveraged his reputation gained from the martial arts tournament to collaborate with other families and local forces in gathering intelligence. After considerable effort, they finally located the bandits' lair. However, the robbers were formidable, featuring several adept fighters among them. The battle commenced, with Soul Tian leading the charge into the fray. He unleashed his formidable fighting spirit and the flame techniques of the 8 gods, swiftly defeating several bandits. His clansmen followed closely behind, engaging in fierce combat with the robbers. At a crucial moment in the battle, Soul Tian identified the position of the bandit leader. Without hesitation, he charged towards the leader, deftly evading the leader's powerful attacks while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Ultimately, through his valiant assault, the bandit leader was subdued, leading the remaining robbers to surrender. The townsfolk expressed their profound gratitude to Soul Tian and his team, hailing him as a hero. This news spread rapidly, further amplifying Soul Tian's renown. He became a focal point not only in the realm of cultivators, but also a legendary figure among the common people. As his reputation grew, some ancient powers began to take notice of Soul Tian, intrigued by his potential and performance, observing his every move from the shadows. Yet, Soul Tian remained unperturbed by this attention and praise. He understood that in a world rife with challenges and dangers, only by continuously enhancing his strength could he firmly establish himself and safeguard those around him. Thus, beneath the halo of his burgeoning fame, he diligently maintained his rigorous training regimen, preparing for the greater challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 12. Gaining the Elders' attention after resolving the bandit crisis. Soul Tian's reputation soared within the Soul Clan and the surrounding regions. The elders of the Soul clan began to take a keen interest in his performance, reassessing the young man's position and role within the family. One day, Hun Tian was summoned to the clan's council chamber by the clan's grand elder. The assembly hall serves as the sacred venue for significant deliberations within the clan, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Hun Tian stepped inside, where several elders were gathered, their expressions grave and dignified. The grand elder was the first to speak. Hun Tian, your recent accomplishments have not gone unnoticed by our clan. Your valor and intellect have brought honor to our family and peace to the populace. Hun Tian bowed slightly, humbly responding, I am grateful for the elders' praise. As a member of the Hun Tian clan, it is my duty to fulfill such responsibilities. The second elder continued, however, you must understand that your achievements hold far greater significance for our family. We recognize the leadership qualities and exceptional talents you possess, which are indeed rare among the younger generation. While Hun Tian felt joy at the elders' commendations, a profound sense of responsibility weighed upon him. The third elder, stroking his beard, gazed at him with admiration. For this reason, we have decided to entrust you with greater responsibilities, involving you in critical clan affairs. And we shall provide you with more resources and guidance for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Hun Tian was taken aback, promptly kneeling in gratitude. Thank you for your trust. Esteemed elders, I shall not disappoint your expectations. From that moment onward, Hun Tian began to participate frequently in various clan meetings and decisions. With his keen insight and decisive abilities, he consistently excelled in managing clan affairs. On one occasion, a dispute arose over resource allocation with a formidable faction, leading to a stalemate marked by tension. After thoroughly examining the interests and circumstances of both parties, Hun Tian proposed a clever solution that safeguarded the clan's core interests while providing the opposing side with a graceful exit, successfully defusing the crisis. In terms of cultivation, the elders personally devised a specialized training plan for Hun Tian, regularly offering him guidance. Hun Tian discovered that, under their mentorship, many of the perplexities and challenges he had previously encountered in his training were effortlessly resolved, resulting in remarkable progress in his martial prowess. However, as Hun Tian garnered increasing attention, jealousy and discontent inevitably emerged within the clan. Some of his peers believed he was receiving undue favoritism, harboring resentment towards him. In the face of such negativity, Hun Tian chose to respond with tolerance and understanding. He proactively engaged with those clan members, sharing his insights on cultivation and experiences in handling affairs, striving to dispel their biases. Simultaneously, he worked diligently to improve himself, demonstrating through his actions that he was indeed worthy of the elders' esteem. During an internal clan competition, Hun Tian deliberately allowed those who held prejudices against him to win, showcasing his magnanimity and emphasizing the importance of unity among clan members. This gesture instilled shame in several clan members, prompting them to reflect on their narrow-mindedness, gradually altering their perceptions of Hun Tian. Over time, Hun Tian not only solidified his standing in the eyes of the elders, but also garnered increasing support and loyalty among the clan members. He became a paragon for the younger generation of the Hun Tian clan, leading them in their collective efforts towards the prosperity of their family. Chapter 13. Mastering Advanced Combat Techniques. As the status of Hun Tian within the Soul clan ascended, he garnered the attention of the elders and was granted the rare opportunity to learn the esteemed advanced combat techniques of his family. For Hun Tian, who yearned for greater power, this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. On a sunlit morning, Hun Tian was led to the clan's secret training ground, a sanctuary dedicated to the impartation of advanced combat techniques. The elder in charge of his instruction was a venerable figure, Elder Hun Feng, whose white hair belied his vigorous spirit. Elder Hun Feng gazed at Hun Tian with eyes brimming with anticipation. Child, the advanced techniques you are about to learn differ vastly from those you have previously encountered. They are profound and powerful, yet more challenging to master. You must possess ample patience and determination. Hun Tian nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. Elder Hun Feng first demonstrated a technique known as Shadow Flash. With a ghostly grace, the elder moved with such swiftness that he appeared in different locations in an instant, making it nearly impossible to track his movements. Hun Tian was captivated by this extraordinary technique, contemplating how to integrate it with the agility of the Shingo clan's movement skills. Through relentless practice, Hun Tian gradually began to sense a fusion between the two styles. He found himself capable of moving short distances in a unique manner, combining the speed of Shadow Flash with the enigmatic footwork of the Shingo clan. After several days of arduous training, he could adeptly employ this integrated movement over a broader range, although mastery remained a distant goal. As frustration began to set in, Elder Hun Feng appeared beside him, offering encouragement. Child, do not be disheartened. Mastery of advanced techniques is not achieved overnight. You have made commendable progress, With the foundational movement established, Elder Hun introduced him to another advanced technique, the space-rending fist. This technique required the concentration of potent fighting spirit into the fist, unleashing a force capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Undeterred, Hun Tian devoted himself to day and night practice, continually experimenting and refining his technique. Even during moments of rest, he would mentally simulate the gathering of fighting spirit and the execution of the fist technique. At last, one fateful night, Hun Tian successfully unleashed the integrated space-rending fist. The force of his strike distorted the air, creating a fleeting warp in reality, a testament to his newfound power. Throughout his journey of mastering these advanced techniques, Hun Tian encountered numerous unforeseen challenges and obstacles. For instance, during the training of the integrated movement, he once lost control of his fighting spirit due to excessive exertion. While practicing the integrated space-rending fist, an inaccurate grasp of power led to injury. Yet, each setback only fortified his resolve to master these advanced techniques. After months of rigorous training, Hun Tian finally attained proficiency in the integrated shadow flash and space-rending fist. His strength had surged immensely, radiating an aura of confidence and power. When Hun Tian reappeared before his clan, the unique combat techniques he exhibited left everyone in awe. They understood that Hun Tian had become a true powerhouse within the clan, destined to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. Chapter 14. Mastery of Combat Techniques. After an extensive period of diligent training, Hun Tian has finally achieved remarkable results in the advanced combat techniques he recently acquired. The fusion of the 8 god skills with his family's high-level martial arts has gradually reached a state of perfection through continuous refinement and practice. Day after day, Hun Tian can be seen in the family training grounds, where he masterfully employs the shadow flash technique, moving with an ethereal grace that makes him elusive and difficult to apprehend. With the integration of the 8 gods' agility, his speed has not only increased, but also allowed him to adeptly shift angles while in motion, rendering his opponent's attacks futile. Each of his maneuvers resembles a myriad of phantoms, dazzling to behold. Furthermore, his sky-rending fist possesses astonishing power. When he unleashes a punch, a formidable surge of fighting spirit accompanies the unique fist technique of the 8 gods, as if it were to tear through the very fabric of space. The wind generated by his strikes creates a sharp, whistling sound through the air. Through relentless training, he has honed his ability to control the explosive force of his punches with precision, delivering devastating blows with the ferocity of a thunderstorm while also skillfully neutralizing his opponent's defenses in subtle ways. One day, the family organized an internal sparring competition to assess the martial progress of the younger generation. Without hesitation, Hun Tian signed up, eager to test the fruits of his labor in a real combat scenario. As the competition commenced, Hun Tian's first opponent was his formidable cousin, Hun Fai. Renowned for his strength, Hun Fai launched a fierce assault from the outset, attempting to suppress Hun Tian with sheer force. However, Hun Tian remained unfazed, employing the shadow flash technique to effortlessly evade Hun Fai's relentless attacks. Each of Hun Fai's punches missed its mark, leaving him with a look of astonishment and confusion. Seizing the moment when Hun Fai was exhausted, Hun Tian swiftly teleported behind him and executed a sky-rending fist. The force of the punch was like a tempest, and Hun Fai had no time to react before being sent flying by the overwhelming power. Hun Tian emerged victorious with ease, earning resounding cheers from the onlooking family members. In the subsequent rounds, Hun Tian faced increasingly formidable opponents, yet he consistently maintained the upper hand through his exquisite combat techniques and agile tactics. One particularly intense battle against Hun Tian stood out. Hun Tian excelled in defense and counterattacks, boasting an impenetrable fighting spirit shield. Hun Tian made multiple attempts to breach his defenses with the sky-rending fist, but to little avail. In a moment of inspiration, Hun Tian decided to combine the shadow flash with the sky-rending fist. Moving at an astonishing speed around Hun Tian, he confounded his opponent's ability to predict the direction of his strikes. Then, in an explosive moment, he unleashed the combined might of his techniques, finally shattering Hun Tian's defenses and securing victory. As the competition progressed, Hun Tian's name began to resonate throughout the family. Each of his battles became a topic of lively discussion among the clan, with many praising his martial prowess. Yet, Hun Tian remained humble and unassuming, fully aware that these accomplishments were merely stepping stones. Thus, following the conclusion of the competition, he immersed himself in even more rigorous training. He began to experiment with further fusing his 2 combat techniques, striving to create even more powerful moves. Throughout this process, he continually challenged his limits, repeatedly pushing beyond the boundaries of his body and fighting spirit. After countless failures and attempts, Hun Tian finally succeeded in creating a brand new ultimate technique, the Phantom Sky Rift Strike. This move combines the swiftness and elusiveness of the Shadow Flash with the formidable destructive power of the Sky Rift Fist. When unleashed, his form instantly transforms into numerous phantoms, while a powerful fist force sweeps forth like a tempest, exhibiting astonishing might. During an urgent family mission, the Hun clan faced an assault from a horde of formidable magical beasts. Hun Tian stepped forward, employing the Phantom Sky Rift Strike to swiftly vanquish multiple beasts, thus resolving the crisis for his family. His remarkable performance left the clan elders in awe and further solidified his standing within the family. Having excelled in martial arts training, Hun Tian had emerged as a leading figure among the younger generation of the clan. Yet, he understood that this was merely a minor achievement on his path of martial cultivation, with countless challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. Chapter 15. Undertaking a family mission. After Hun Tian's successful mastery of martial techniques and his growing renown within the clan, he was entrusted with a critical task. Subsequently, Hun Tian selected a few clan members to form a team, including Huan Gang, adept in close combat, Huan Yu, skilled in ranged attacks, and Huan Yu, familiar with the terrain and herbs. Once prepared, they embarked on their journey, traversing mountains and dense jungles. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious location, shrouded in thick mist and an eerie stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Hun Tian confidently led the way, his powerful aura deterring any potential threats from approaching. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated through the air as a massive two-headed demon wolf sprang forth from the fog. Huan Gang and the others tensed at once, but Hun Tian remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Do not panic, watch me." As they delved deeper, they encountered a convoluted maze. Utilizing his keen intuition and formidable mental perception, Hun Tian effortlessly guided the team along the correct path. After some twists and turns, they finally discovered the location where the violet flame heart lotus grew. However, a powerful three-headed giant python guarded it, its massive body adorned with shimmering scales, and its venomous breath exuding a corrosive potency. Huan Gang and Huan Yu felt an involuntary trepidation upon seeing the giant python, but Hun Tian remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, his fighting spirit surging forth, creating an overwhelming pressure. Sensing the threat, the python launched the first attack. Hun Tian did not flinch. He charged directly at it, his fist colliding with the python's head, producing a thunderous sound. The python was forced to recoil, while Hun Tian stood firm. Subsequently, Hun Tian executed the Shadow Flash, instantly appearing beside the giant python and unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the creature disoriented. Witnessing this, Huan Gang and the others joined the fray. And under Hun Tian's leadership, the python was ultimately brought crashing to the ground. Just as they prepared to harvest the violet flame heart lotus, another faction suddenly appeared, intent on seizing it. Hun Tian scoffed, "You dare to attempt a robbery?" His fighting spirit erupted instantaneously, manifesting a powerful storm that surged towards the intruders. This force instilled a palpable terror within the opposing group, causing many to freeze in fear, unable to move. Sol Tian's form darted through the enemy ranks like a flash of lightning, his fists a flurry of shadows, sending foes tumbling in his wake. Under his formidable presence, the opposing force fled in disarray. With the purple flame heart lotus in tow, Sol Tian and his companions embarked on their journey home. Despite encountering minor setbacks along the way, Sol Tian effortlessly resolved each challenge with his unparalleled strength. Chapter 16. An exemplary completion of the mission. After successfully acquiring the purple flame heart lotus, Sol Tian led his team swiftly back home. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilantly alert, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. With a cold snort and an unwavering gaze, he reassured his companions, "Fear not. With me here, they cannot prevail." The assailant, a burly man with a fearsome countenance, growled menacingly, "You youngsters are facing your doom today. Hand over the purple flame heart lotus, and perhaps I'll allow you a merciful end." In an instant, Sol Tian executed the Shadow Flash technique, appearing within the enemy's ranks. His Fisher Sky Fist infused with surging combat energy, sending several adversaries flying with a single blow. His swiftness left the foes utterly unprepared. Seeing this, the burly man took matters into his own hands, brandishing a massive battle axe with a whistling wind aimed at Sol Tian. Sidestepping deftly, Sol Tian retaliated with a powerful punch to the man's chest, causing him to spew blood and be hurled backward. Sol Tian's comrades, inspired by his valor, unleashed their own formidable techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Sol Yu's archery was impeccable, each arrow striking a vital point. Meanwhile, Sol Gang barreled through the foes with his robust physique and fierce momentum. Under Sol Tian's leadership, they soon left their adversaries in disarray, forcing them to retreat in disgrace. The Grand Elder approached, patting Sol Tian on the shoulder, and remarked, "Sol Tian, Your execution of this mission was nothing short of exceptional, bringing great honor to our family." Humbly, Sun Tian responded, "It is the trust of the elders and the unwavering unity of my teammates that enabled me to succeed." The family held a celebratory feast in honor of Sun Tian and his companions, during which he elaborated on the various challenges and experiences of the mission. The audience listened in awe, admiring his bravery and wisdom. Yet, Sun Tian remained grounded, fully aware that in this world rife with challenges and competition, continuous self-improvement was essential for safeguarding both his family and himself. Following this mission, Sun Tian's stature within the family rose further, establishing him as a leading figure among the younger generation. Many offspring of the family began to emulate him in their training efforts. Concurrently, he caught the attention of other families, some of which began to covertly inquire about his capabilities and assess his strength. At a subsequent exchange meeting with other families, Sun Tian represented his clan. During the gathering, the budding talents from various families showcased their prowess. Sun Tian, unfazed, demonstrated his unique martial techniques, which harmoniously blended the skills of the 8 gods, leaving the audience in awe. Elders from rival families were internally astonished by Sun Tian's performance, lamenting the emergence of yet another exceptional genius from the Soul clan. Upon returning to his family, Sun Tian intensified his training, dedicated to further honing his abilities. He was acutely aware that his exceptional performance had allowed his family to emerge prominently among numerous factions, yet it also had the potential to attract greater challenges and troubles. He understood the necessity of being thoroughly prepared to confront whatever the future might hold. Throughout his cultivation, Hun Tian continuously explored and innovated, further refining and enhancing the combat techniques he had acquired. He frequently engaged in sparring and discussions with the experts within his family, drawing invaluable experience and lessons from them. As time passed, Hun Tian's strength grew increasingly formidable, and his name gradually spread across the entire Duki continent, becoming a rising star. Chapter 17. Abundant rewards. Upon successfully completing his mission, Hun Tian returned to his family, inciting a tremendous stir. The elders of the family lauded his bravery and remarkable achievements, deciding to bestow upon him generous rewards. In the grand hall of the family, Hun Tian was summoned. Within the hall, the elders sat in sequence, each bearing expressions of satisfaction and admiration. The grand elder smiled at Hun Tian and said, "Hun Tian, you have rendered great service to the family, and we have decided to reward you handsomely." As his words concluded, a servant approached, carrying an exquisite tray upon which lay an ancient manual. The grand elder introduced, "This is a long-lost advanced combat technique manual, known as the Heavenly Flame Technique. Cultivating this technique will empower your flame abilities." Hun Tian accepted the manual, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. Subsequently, another servant presented a brocade box. Upon opening it, they revealed a pill exuding a rich aura of Duki. The second elder spoke, "This is a 7th grade pill, the breakthrough pill, which will assist you in overcoming bottlenecks during crucial moments in your cultivation." Hun Tian, fully aware of the pill's rarity, bowed deeply in thanks once more. Next, the third elder rose, holding a resplendent piece of armor. "Hun Tian, this armor is forged from millennium-old mysterious iron. It can withstand powerful attacks and ensure your safety in critical moments." In addition to these precious items, the family also decided to provide Hun Tian with a wealth of cultivation resources, including rare medicinal herbs and high-quality Duki crystals. Hun Tian was profoundly astonished by this series of lavish rewards, understanding it as a significant affirmation and expectation from his family. He earnestly promised the elders, "I, Hun Tian, shall not disappoint the family's lofty hopes and will continue to strive for its glory." While cultivating the Heavenly Flame Technique, Hun Tian encountered numerous difficulties. However, through steadfast determination and exceptional wisdom, he gradually overcame one challenge after another. He also remembered to utilize the breakthrough pill to enhance his strength. On a night illuminated by a full moon, sensing that his Duki had reached a bottleneck, he did not hesitate to consume the breakthrough pill. As the pill entered his body, it instantly transformed into a powerful force that surged within him. Hun Tian gritted his teeth, guiding this force in accordance with the principles of the Heavenly Flame Technique to assault the bottleneck. After enduring considerable agony, a crisp sound resonated within him, signaling the successful breakthrough of the bottleneck, and his Duki cultivation ascended to a new level. With the enhancement of his strength, Hun Tian's status within the family became increasingly solidified. He began to impart his knowledge to the younger members of his family, aiding them in enhancing their abilities. However, the remarkable prowess of Hun Tian incited jealousy and resentment in certain individuals. Some disreputable members of the family conspired in secrecy, intending to frame Hun Tian. During an internal family competition, they deliberately orchestrated an inequitable duel, pitting Hun Tian against an opponent whose strength far surpassed his. Yet, Through his formidable power and unwavering courage, Hun Tian triumphed over his adversary, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Following this incident, those who conspired against him not only failed, but faced severe retribution from the family. Hun Tian's prestige within the clan soared, rendering him an object of admiration. Simultaneously, his reputation in the outside world grew increasingly illustrious, attracting the attention of various factions eager to win him over. Nevertheless, Hun Tian remained steadfast in his identity as a member of the Hun Tian clan, resolutely rejecting these temptations. During an exchange with other families, Hun Tian encountered a remarkably gifted young warrior. They found a deep kinship, sharing insights on cultivation and forging a profound friendship. This companion hailed from a powerful lineage, providing Hun Tian with valuable resources and information for his cultivation. Through relentless training and growth, Hun Tian eagerly anticipated the challenges ahead, aspiring to create further glory for his family. Chapter 18. Breaking through to great fighter. After receiving a generous reward from his family, Hun Tian did not slacken his efforts. Rather, he immersed himself even more diligently in his training. He understood that in this fiercely competitive and perilous world of combat, only by continuously enhancing his strength could he safeguard his family and realize his aspirations. Hun Tian sequestered himself in a secluded chamber, fervently studying the newly acquired Burning Heaven technique. He discovered that this martial art demanded exceptional control and manipulation of fire elemental energy, rendering it exceedingly arduous to master. Yet, he did not falter. Armed with indomitable willpower and an insatiable thirst for strength, he gradually overcame the challenges of cultivation. To expedite his training, Hun Tian resolved to utilize the elixirs awarded by his family. He retrieved a precious pill known as gathering chi powder from his spatial ring. In the realm of combat, this elixir was renowned for its ability to assist fighters in consolidating their energy and breaking through barriers. Taking a deep breath, Hun Tian placed the powder into his mouth. The moment it dissolved, a potent yet gentle energy surged within him, radiating throughout his body. He quickly closed his eyes, guiding the energy through his meridians, relentlessly assaulting the barrier that impeded his ascension. As the energy continued its relentless onslaught, the barrier began to show fine cracks. A thrill surged within Hun Tian, and he focused intently, mobilizing all his combat energy to merge with the elixir's power, launching a final, decisive strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed within Hun Tian as the sturdy barrier shattered at last, torrents of combat energy surging through his meridians like a mighty tide. Hun Tian felt an unprecedented surge of power enveloping him, realizing that he had successfully broken through to the great fighter realm. However, he did not immediately cease his training. He continued to circulate his energy, solidifying his newfound realm. At this moment, he could perceive the flow of fighting spirit around him with remarkable clarity, and his mastery over this energy had ascended to new heights. During the process of solidifying his realm, Hun Tian discovered a significant enhancement in his mental prowess. He was now capable of extending his spirit outward, detecting movements from greater distances, which granted him the ability to anticipate his adversary's actions during combat. Following his breakthrough to the Grand Fighter realm, Hun Tian began to experiment with integrating this newfound level with the combat techniques he had mastered. He realized that his already formidable skills, bolstered by the fighting spirit of the Grand Fighter realm, possessed even greater potency. He returned to the family's training grounds to spar and exchange insights with the family's elite warriors. In a duel against a mid-stage Grand Fighter, Hun Tian unleashed his refined techniques, swiftly overpowering his opponent. The blazing flames and fierce attacks of fighting spirit astonished everyone present. However, his breakthrough did not go unnoticed by rival factions. Some hostile families began to conspire, attempting to launch an assault on Hun Tian before he could fully stabilize his realm. Through his family's intelligence network, Hun Tian became aware of these plots. Yet, rather than cower in fear, he resolved to take the initiative. He led a contingent of elite disciples from his family to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold. In battle, Hun Tian demonstrated the full extent of his Grand Fighter capabilities. His fiery skills could instantly ignite the enemy's encampments, while his fighting spirit attacks easily breached their defenses. Under his leadership, the morale of the family disciples soared, resulting in the destruction of multiple enemy strongholds and inflicting a significant blow to the rival faction. The victory in this battle further elevated Hun Tian's prestige within his family, simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation in other factions towards the Hun Tian clan. Chapter 19. Challenging the family. Experts having successfully ascended to the Grand Fighter realm, Hun Tian's status within the family grew increasingly solidified. However, he was not content with this achievement. Rather, he yearned to test and enhance his strength through battles against more formidable opponents. One day, Hun Tian issued a challenge to all the experts in the family at the training grounds. This announcement immediately stirred a commotion within the clan. as everyone felt both astonished and eager about his bold decision. The first to accept Hun Tian's challenge was a seasoned grand fighter named Hun Tian, renowned within the family for his vigorous combat style and rich practical experience. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere in the training grounds thick with tension. Hun Tian regarded Hun Tian with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Young man, you have courage. Yet victory in battle is not merely a matter of bravery." Hun Tian smiled gently, replying, "Elder Hun Tian, I humbly seek your guidance." With a command, the battle commenced. Hun Tian launched the initial assault. His form like lightning as he surged towards Hun Tian, his fist enveloped in a powerful fighting spirit that stirred a gust of wind. Unperturbed, Hun Tian executed the shadow flash technique, effortlessly evading Hun Tian's attack. Observing his strike miss, Hun Tian quickly altered his approach, unleashing beams of sharp light formed from his fighting spirit towards Hun Tian. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Tian danced his hands, conjuring flames that surged upward, creating a barrier to deflect the incoming light. Capitalizing on the moment, Hun Tian pursued, intertwining fire and fighting spirit to unleash a series of relentless attacks. Hun Li, unwilling to be outdone, responded with all his might, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched confrontation between the two. After an intense struggle, Hun Tian, utilizing his agile movements and formidable explosive power, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he triumphed over Hun Li with a skillful technique that blended his fighting spirit with flames. This battle afforded the onlookers a newfound appreciation of Hun Tian's prowess and provided him with invaluable combat experience. However, Hun Tian did not pause in his pursuit of challenges. He next set his sights on another family expert, the peak Grand Master Huan Feng. Renowned within the clan for his impenetrable defenses, Huan Feng's spirit shield was as solid as rock. As the battle commenced, Hun Tian unleashed a torrent of relentless attacks upon Huan Feng's shield, creating ripples upon impact. Yet the shield remained unbroken. Huan Feng stood steadfast, observing Hun Tian's assault and searching for an opening. Realizing his repeated assaults were fruitless, Hun Tian began to contemplate a new strategy. He abruptly altered his approach, abandoning brute force in favor of nimble movements, circling Huan Feng rapidly to elude detection. In the fleeting moment that Huan Feng was distracted, Hun Tian concentrated all his power and unleashed a newly comprehended ultimate technique. A potent beam of fighting spirit fused with flames directed at Huan Feng. Caught off guard, Huan Feng could not fully defend against the assault, resulting in a breach of his shield and a significant impact. Nevertheless, as a peak grandmaster, Huan Feng quickly regained his composure and launched a counterattack. Hun Tian, undeterred, engaged in a final, desperate struggle against Huan Feng. This battle endured for an extended period, with both parties exerting their utmost effort. In the end, Hun Tian narrowly secured victory over Huan Feng. His successive triumphs over two formidable family experts greatly enhanced Hun Tian's reputation. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings in battle. In the days that followed, Hun Tian diligently reflected on his combat experiences and continued his rigorous training, preparing for even greater challenges ahead. Chapter 20. Narrow victory after a series of challenges against the family's strong warriors and achieving commendable results. Hun Tian's name echoed throughout the clan. However, he did not rest on his laurels but instead set his sights on an even more formidable presence within the family. Huan Zhan. Huan Zhan was one of the clan's elite, possessing strength near that of a fighting spirit at the peak grandmaster level, with combat skills and control over fighting spirit that had reached a sublime state. Initially, Huan Zhan dismissed Hun Tian's challenge, believing that despite his remarkable talent, there remained a significant gap between them. On the day of the challenge, the martial arts arena was packed with clan members, all eagerly anticipating this seemingly lopsided duel. Hun Tian and Huan Zhan faced each other, with Huan Zhan displaying a cold demeanor and a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Young one, your courage is commendable, but this battle cannot be won merely through bravery." Huan Tian, however, stood resolute, clasping his fists in respect. "Senior Huan Zhan, I hope for your guidance." As the battle began, Huan Zhan did not initiate an attack but instead remained stationary, unleashing a formidable pressure of fighting spirit, attempting to overwhelm Huan Tian through sheer force of presence. Huan Tian felt a crushing weight bearing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he gritted his teeth, channeling his fighting spirit with all his might to withstand this oppressive force. Under the oppressive aura of Soul War, Soul Tian did not flinch. Soul War frowned slightly. Then, with a flicker of his form, he appeared before Soul Tian, launching a powerful palm strike infused with formidable fighting spirit. Anticipating the assault, Soul Tian adeptly executed the shadow flash, narrowly evading the blow. Undeterred by the miss, Soul War unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. Each of his strikes was devastating, leaving Sol Tian scrambling to defend himself. Relying on his agile movements, Sol Tian sought opportunities for a counterattack. In a moment of evasion, Sol Tian inadvertently exposed a flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Sol War delivered a decisive kick to Sol Tian's chest, sending him hurtling backward. He landed heavily on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Is this all you can do?" Sol War taunted, slowly rising. Sol Tian wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes ignited with an indomitable fighting spirit. "The battle is not over." With that declaration, he charged forward once more. Merging his fighting spirit with the power of flames, Sol Tian unleashed his most potent attack. In an instant, fire and fighting spirit intertwined, creating an overwhelming force that surged towards Sol War. Upon witnessing this, Sol War's expression shifted to one of gravity. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a formidable fighting spirit shield in an attempt to withstand Sol Tian's onslaught. When the two forces collided, a thunderous roar echoed, as if the very air surrounding the training ground had ignited. Though Sol Tian's assault was fierce, Sol War's defense proved unyielding, resulting in a stalemate. As time wore on, Sol Tian's stamina and fighting spirit waned, while Sol War remained composed and in control. Just when it seemed that Sol Tian was on the verge of defeat, an astonishing power erupted from within him, fueled by an intense yearning for victory. With this newfound strength, Sol Tian's attacks intensified, ultimately breaching Sol War's defenses. Caught off guard, Sol War staggered back from the impact of Sol Tian's strike. Seizing the moment, Sol Tian pressed the advantage, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Sol War somewhat flustered and on the back foot. Ultimately, through Sol Tian's unwavering determination, Sol War exposed a critical vulnerability. Recognizing the moment, Sol Tian delivered a decisive blow that struck Sol War's vital point. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, Sol War collapsed to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by an eruption of fervent cheers. In an almost impossible fashion, Sol Tian had narrowly triumphed over Sol War. However, this victory came at a great cost. Sol Tian had nearly exhausted all of his fighting spirit and physical strength, collapsing to the ground. Yet, a radiant joy of victory illuminated his face. This battle not only elevated Sol Tian's status within the family, but also made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and true power, further solidifying his resolve to continue his training. Chapter 21. Becoming a core disciple following his narrow victory over the family expert, Sol War. Sol Tian's valiant performance and exceptional prowess stirred considerable excitement within the family. After careful deliberation, the elders decided to promote Sol Tian to the status of a core disciple. This news spread rapidly throughout the family, evoking feelings of both admiration and envy towards Sol Tian from all quarters. Becoming a core disciple signifies the acquisition of greater resources and advanced cultivation techniques from the family, while also bearing substantial responsibilities. After attaining this status, Sol Tian gained access to higher tiers of the family's scripture repository. Within this sanctum, he discovered numerous invaluable martial arts manuscripts and ancient cultivation insights, treasures that he cherished immensely. He devoted considerable time to studying these texts, continuously absorbing their essence and integrating it into his own practice. Concurrently, the family assigned him a dedicated mentor to guide him in mastering more profound combat skills and mental techniques. Throughout his training, Sol Tian encountered numerous challenges. However, through his unwavering determination and keen intellect, he consistently managed to surmount obstacles at critical moments. On one occasion, while attempting to comprehend an advanced mental technique known as the ethereal formula, he struggled to grasp its pivotal concepts, resulting in a disruption of his martial energy flow. Under his mentor's attentive guidance, after several days of deep contemplation, he experienced an epiphany during a fortuitous moment, successfully mastering the technique. As his cultivation progressed, Sol Tian's prowess surged dramatically. His martial energy became increasingly robust, and his application of combat techniques grew more adept. Certain key missions within the family began to be entrusted to him. One day, an essential family asset fell victim to clandestine sabotage by rival forces. Sol Tian, summoned in this moment of peril, led a cohort of family disciples to investigate and rectify the situation. During the investigation, he uncovered a vast conspiracy. The adversary sought to undermine the family's economic foundation through destruction, ultimately aiming to launch a comprehensive attack. Undeterred by the enemy's machinations, Sol Tian analyzed the situation with composure, devising a meticulous counter-strategy. He led the disciples into a fierce contest of wits and combat against the foes. Throughout the confrontation, Sol Tian showcased his leadership acumen and formidable strength, repeatedly thwarting the enemy's advances and ultimately exposing their sinister plot, thereby safeguarding the family's interests. Following this incident, Sol Tian's prestige within the family soared. He not only demonstrated formidable personal strength, but also exhibited exceptional leadership and adaptability, earning the trust and reliance of his kin. Among the core disciples, he forged bonds with like-minded companions, engaging in the exchange of cultivation insights and mutual advancement. During a sparring session with a friend, Sol Tian identified certain shortcomings in his combat abilities and, upon his friend's counsel, sought to refine and enhance them. Simultaneously, Sol Tian remained steadfast in his original intentions. He understood that all he possessed stemmed from the family's nurturing, and thus, he was ever prepared to dedicate himself entirely to their cause. In times of crisis and challenge, he was invariably the first to step forward, embodying loyalty and devotion to his family through his actions. As time passed, Sol Tian's standing within the family solidified, establishing him as an indispensable force. Chapter 22. Encountering Confidential Matters. After becoming a core disciple, Sol Tian gradually garnered increased trust from the family's higher echelons due to his remarkable performance and unwavering loyalty. During a significant internal meeting of the family, Hun Tian was granted permission to participate, gaining access to the family's confidential matters. The gathering took place in a hidden chamber, shrouded in an atmosphere of gravity and mystery. With a sense of reverence, Hun Tian entered the clandestine room, where the elders of the family were seated, engaged in discussions concerning matters of life and death for the clan. The Grand Elder, upon noticing Hun Tian's arrival, nodded slightly, beckoning him to take a seat, and then solemnly stated, "Hun Tian, you are now a core disciple of our family, and there are certain truths you must come to know. We have long guarded an astonishing secret, one that pertains to the future of our family and the balance of the entire continent." Hun Tian felt a jolt of realization, his gaze fixed attentively upon the elders. The second elder continued, "In ancient times, our ancestors discovered a mysterious relic, said to harbor a formidable power capable of altering the world's landscape. However, this power is bound by a potent seal, which can only be released under specific conditions." Captivated, Hun Tian could not restrain himself from asking, "What are these specific conditions?" The third elder sighed softly. "Through generations of research, we have learned that unlocking this seal requires the gathering of 5 enigmatic treasures, each scattered across the continent and fiercely guarded by various powerful factions." Hun Tian furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. "What is the family's current progress?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "For years, we have been seeking clues to these treasures, but our progress has been sluggish. Now, the family has decided to intensify our efforts, dispatching our finest disciples to search. Hun Tian, you are among them." A sense of duty surged within Hun Tian, and he resolutely replied, "Rest assured, elders, Hun Tian will spare no effort." After the meeting concluded, Hun Tian was left alone, and the Grand Elder handed him a weathered tome, inscribed with vague clues about the treasures. Hun Tian took the ancient book with great reverence, dedicating himself to its study day and night. Throughout his research, he discovered that these clues were intricate, filled with enigmas and pitfalls. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, his determination grew stronger. In pursuit of more information, Hun Tian began frequenting the family's library, scouring various ancient texts and maps. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a crucial hint within a forgotten scroll, which led him to a new conjecture regarding the whereabouts of one of the treasures. Simultaneously, Hun Tian sought counsel from several esteemed elders within the family. One reclusive elder recounted his own youthful adventures, imparting wisdom that proved invaluable to Hun Tian's treasure-seeking journey. As Hun Tian delved deeper into the family's secrets, he found himself ensnared in a colossal vortex. Not only were formidable external forces coveting these treasures, but internal dissent and discord also plagued the family. During a family discussion, some members expressed that the pursuit of the treasures posed too great a risk, potentially bringing calamity upon the clan. Hun Tian, however, argued passionately, convinced that only by obtaining this power could the family secure its footing amid future turmoil. After a fervent debate, the family ultimately decided to support Hun Tian's vision, committing wholeheartedly to the quest for the treasures. Hun Tian, acutely aware of the monumental responsibility he bore, relentlessly sought to enrich himself in preparation for the arduous challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 23. News from the outside world. Since he had been entrusted with the family's secrets and the quest for a mysterious treasure, Hun Tian became increasingly focused on gathering various pertinent intelligence and clues. However, the information available within the family was inherently limited. Thus, to acquire more valuable insights, Hun Tian resolved to venture beyond the confines of his lineage and explore the outside world. He arrived at the bustling marketplace of the city where his family resided, a place teeming with life and a cacophony of diverse information. Navigating through the throng, Hun Tian keenly captured any fleeting whispers that might be related to the enigmatic treasure. In an inconspicuous corner, he overheard a conversation between two mysterious figures. Have you heard? Recently, in the southern Black Wind Mountains, a peculiar energy fluctuation has emerged, allegedly linked to some ancient ruins. Is that true? It sounds like mere gossip. I doubt it. Numerous formidable individuals have already set their sights on that location. A spark ignited within Hun Tian, Black Wind Mountains? This could potentially be a significant lead. Continuing his exploration of the marketplace, he learned from a traveling merchant that in the distant icy northern lands, an ancient tribe seemed to possess a mysterious artifact, though its exact nature remained unknown. Furthermore, in a tavern, he fortuitously overheard a group of adventurers discussing, did you know? The eastern seas have been rather tumultuous lately, with reports of mysterious colossal beasts appearing, accompanied by strange luminescence. Perhaps a treasure has revealed itself. Humph, that sea is fraught with peril. Even if there is a treasure, acquiring it is no simple feat. Hun Tian silently committed all these snippets of information to memory, contemplating their connection to the family secrets surrounding the mysterious treasure. Just as he was about to leave the marketplace, a mysterious elder appeared before him. The elder's gaze was profound, as if he could peer into Hun Tian's very thoughts. Young man, I see you have been inquiring about various strange tidings. You must be searching for something of great importance. The elder spoke slowly. With a gentle smile, he continued, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely possess knowledge of matters that may pique your interest. Hun Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, what matters? In a hushed tone, the elder revealed. Deep within the western desert lies an ancient castle, rumored to conceal immense secrets. Many powerful individuals have ventured inside, yet almost no one has returned alive. A jolt coursed through Hun Tian. The ancient castle in the heart of the desert? This presented yet another unknown and perilous lead. He promptly relayed this information to the elders of his family. After hearing his account, the elders fell into deep contemplation. The eldest elder remarked, the veracity of these tidings is difficult to discern, yet we must not overlook any potential opportunity. Hun Tian, what are your thoughts on this? After a moment of reflection, Hun Tian replied, I believe we should first dispatch individuals to investigate the relatively nearby and more reliable leads, such as the Black Wind Mountains to the south. Simultaneously, we must not disregard other clues. The elders nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Hun Tian's insights. Thus, the family commenced an intense preparation for the exploration of these clues. Hun Tian was also diligently preparing, aware that a journey fraught with unknowns and dangers awaited him. Chapter 24. Preparing for the journey with the necessity for weapons diminished, Hun Tian redirected his focus towards enhancing his own strength and gathering essential supplies. He recognized that the formidable power of the 8 gods' flames and his skills were vital assets. Yet surviving and succeeding in the face of uncertainty required a more comprehensive preparation. In addition to elixirs, Hun Tian amassed ample provisions of food and water. He meticulously selected non-perishable and portable rations, along with specialized tools capable of purifying water, ensuring he could meet basic survival needs in the wilderness. Once his supplies were adequately prepared, Hun Tian devoted himself entirely to augmenting his abilities. Day and night, he trained in the martial arts arena. Persistently honing his 8 gods' flame skills, he endeavored to unleash the full potential of the flames, mastering their shape and temperature to enhance their agility and lethality in combat. Simultaneously, Hun Tian contemplated how to better integrate his existing combat techniques with the 8 gods' flames. He practiced tirelessly, experimenting with various combinations and sequences to discover the most powerful methods of attack. After countless trials and failures, he ultimately succeeded in developing several new combat techniques, significantly elevating his prowess. Hun Tian also sought counsel from the elders of his family regarding combat experience, learning how to swiftly assess situations and respond to unexpected events during battles. The elders imparted invaluable insights, advising him to remain composed in the face of formidable foes, to observe their weaknesses, and to utilize the environment to create advantages. Following several days of concentrated training, Hun Tian finally achieved a breakthrough in controlling his fighting spirit. He became adept at wielding his fighting energy, allowing the 8 gods' flames to merge seamlessly with it, sharpening his attacks and fortifying his defenses. As the preparations neared completion, Hun Tian began to organize his belongings. He placed elixirs, food, water, and essential personal items into a spatial ring. On the eve of his departure, the family held a farewell ceremony for Hun Tian. The elders expressed their high hopes for him, wishing that he would gain valuable experiences during his journey and bring greater honor to the family. Standing before the assembly, Hun Tian spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission and will return with glory. As night fell, Hun Tian slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself facing numerous trials during his journey, ultimately acquiring immense power and precious treasures, bringing unparalleled glory to his family. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Hun Tian opened his eyes, rose, and prepared his belongings. Making his way to the family's entrance, his silhouette was steadfast and resolute, brimming with anticipation for the future and the courage to confront the unknown. Chapter 25. Farewell to the family. The morning sunlight bathed the courtyard of the Hun Tian clan, as Hun Tian rose early, gazing upon the familiar scenery with a heart full of emotion. Today marked the day he would bid farewell to his family and embark on his journey of exploration. He meticulously packed his belongings and slowly made his way to the family hall. At that moment, the entire clan had gathered to bid him farewell. Hun Tian's gaze swept across each familiar face, the elders who held high hopes for him, the companions with whom he had trained and grown, and the relatives who had always cared for him. The eldest elder stepped forward, his eyes filled with concern and encouragement. Hun Tian. The journey ahead is long and fraught with unknown dangers, but it is also an exceptional opportunity for your growth. Remember, the family will always stand as your unwavering support. Hun Tian solemnly nodded and replied, Elder, I shall not disappoint the family. His dear friend, Huan Feng, approached and patted his shoulder. Brother, be cautious out there. When you return, we shall spar together. Hun Tian smiled gently. Rest assured, I will take care of myself, and you must strive to cultivate diligently. Next, Hun Tian stood before his parents. His father wore a serious expression, yet his eyes brimmed with pride. My child, go forth and courageously pursue your path, bringing glory to the family. His mother, with tears glistening in her eyes, grasped his hand and urged, be sure to stay safe, eat on time, and do not overexert yourself. Hun Tian stifled the tears welling in his eyes and said, Father, Mother, I am leaving. Please take care of yourselves. He then turned to the gathered family members, bowing deeply. I am grateful for your support and concern. I, Hun Tian, shall give my all. As he journeyed onward, Hun Tian's thoughts were a tumultuous sea. He reminisced about his experiences within the clan, transforming from an innocent youth into the family's beacon of hope. He understood the significance of this expedition, not merely to fulfill the family's mission, but to realize his own potential. By evening, Hun Tian arrived at a quaint town. He secured a room at an inn, intending to rest for the night before continuing his journey. Within the inn, he overheard a myriad of rumors, tales of nearby magical beasts roaming and stories of conflicts among rival factions. These accounts heightened his vigilance and deepened his understanding of the world beyond. At dawn the next day, Hun Tian set out early. He traversed a tranquil path when suddenly he sensed a formidable presence approaching. He halted, keenly observing his surroundings. A colossal magical beast burst forth from the woods, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at him. Hun Tian remained unperturbed. He unleashed the 8 divine flames technique, instantly enveloping the area in flames. The beast was momentarily daunted by the intense heat, yet it charged recklessly onward. Hun Tian deftly sidestepped the creature's assault, simultaneously channeling powerful fighting energy in his hands, delivering a forceful blow to the beast. The creature, wounded, became increasingly frenzied in its attacks. After an intense struggle, Hun Tian finally discerned the beast's vulnerability, delivering a powerful fiery strike that sent it crashing to the ground. As he gazed at the fallen creature, he understood that this was merely a minor episode in his trials. Countless challenges awaited him in the future. Continuing on his path, Hun Tian encountered a young warrior who was also undertaking a journey of training. The two engaged in lively conversation, sharing their experiences and insights. The warrior revealed to him that in a valley ahead lay a rare medicinal herb, guarded by formidable magical beasts. Upon hearing the news, Hun Tian felt a stirring within his heart, compelling him to venture into the valley to uncover its mysteries. He understood that every adventure presents an opportunity for growth, and he was fully prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead. Chapter 26. Embarking on the journey after bidding farewell to his family, Hun Tian embarked alone on a journey fraught with the unknown. He traversed the winding mountain paths, surrounded by lush forests, where the occasional roar of magical beasts lent an air of mystery and danger to the tranquil route. With resolute steps, Hun Tian was filled with anticipation for the future, tinged with a hint of anxiety. He was acutely aware that countless challenges awaited him, yet he remained undaunted, for this was the essential path of his growth. Along the way, Hun Tian encountered several fellow adventurers. Some hurried past, oblivious to him, while others engaged him in friendly conversation, sharing tales and experiences from their travels. One seasoned elder imparted wisdom. Young man, the world beyond your family is fraught with peril, yet it also harbors boundless opportunities. Exercise caution and never underestimate your surroundings. Gratefully, Hun Tian thanked the elder and continued on his way. As he progressed, Hun Tian gradually distanced himself from familiar territories, entering a realm of unfamiliar mountains. The peaks were steep and shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of both mystery and oppression. Hun Tian navigated the mountains with great care, remaining ever vigilant. Suddenly, a howling wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hun Tian halted, squinting to discern the situation ahead. At that moment, a colossal avian beast descended from the clouds. Its razor-sharp talons aimed directly at him. Reacting swiftly, Hun Tian evaded the creature's assault. With a flourish of his hands, the flames of the eight-god shrine ignited, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Enraged by the fire, the beast launched another attack, exhaling a powerful gust of air. Hun Tian crossed his arms, summoning a fiery shield to withstand the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped and struck at the creature's head. After a fierce battle, he finally discerned the beast's weakness and successfully vanquished it. Continuing onward, Hun Tian arrived at a bustling town, alive with the sounds of its inhabitants. He took a moment to rest, replenishing essential supplies. In a tavern, he overheard tales of mysterious ruins, said to conceal formidable combat techniques and precious treasures. Intrigued, Hun Tian resolved to seek them out. After departing the town, he followed the clues toward the ruins. Along the way, he encountered a turbulent river, its waters roaring and splashing. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of bridges. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cross the river using his martial prowess and skill. Entering the water, Hun Tian struggled to maintain his balance against the force of the current. Just as he was nearing the opposite bank, a powerful whirlpool emerged beneath him, threatening to pull him under. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, channeling his energy to break free from the whirlpool's grasp, ultimately reaching the shore. After several days of arduous travel, Hun Tian finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The entrance to the ruins was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light, permeated by an ancient and powerful aura. Taking a deep breath, Hun Tian cautiously stepped into the ruins. As he entered, he was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure. The walls surrounding him were inscribed with enigmatic runes and patterns, seemingly narrating tales of the past. With utmost care, Hun Tian explored every corner, leaving no stone unturned. Deep within the ruins, he stumbled upon a vast stone chamber. Inside lay an ancient scroll and an artifact radiating a formidable energy. Just as he prepared to approach, a horde of guardians, puppets tasked with protecting the ruins, suddenly emerged to attack. Undeterred by the imminent danger, Hun Tian engaged in a fierce battle against the puppets. He unleashed his full strength and skill, deftly maneuvering amidst the relentless onslaught. After a grueling confrontation, he triumphed over all the guardians and successfully secured the scroll and the artifact. With his newfound treasures in hand, Hun Tian left the ruins, aware that this was merely a small achievement in his journey, with greater challenges and opportunities yet to come. Chapter 27. Encounter with robbers. After departing from the ruins, Hun Tian continued his journey across the vast expanse of the continent. The sunlight bathed his weary face, yet his gaze remained resolute and filled with determination. On this day, he traversed a narrow mountain path flanked by steep peaks and shaded woodlands. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, causing Hun Tian to halt. His senses heightened as he observed the commotion. Before long, a group of brutish robbers emerged from around the bend, blocking his path. The leader, a burly figure with a prominent scar etched across his face, wielded a massive machete and menacingly declared, "Kid, this road is mine, and these trees are mine. If you wish to pass, you'll need to part with some coin." Hun Tian furrowed his brows and replied coldly, "In broad daylight, you dare commit such acts of robbery?" The robbers erupted into laughter, one scrawny member sneering, "Look at you, all soft and tender. Hand over your valuables, and perhaps we'll spare your life." Hun Tian scanned the robbers, assessing their strength. The aura of combat emanating from them suggested they were not particularly formidable, yet he remained cautious. "I advise you to leave swiftly, lest you seek your own demise," he spoke with an air of authority. Instead of retreating, the robbers grew bolder at his words. The leader swung his machete and shouted, "Brothers, attack. Show him what we are made of." A throng of robbers rushed toward Hun Tian. Taking a deep breath, Hun Tian summoned his inner energy, flames igniting in his hands. The first robber charged forth, swinging a club aimed at Hun Tian's head. With a swift sidestep, Hun Tian countered with a punch enveloped in fire, sending the robber flying. The remaining bandits hesitated momentarily, but under their leader's command, they pressed their assault once more. The figure of Hun Tian moved like a wraith, weaving effortlessly among the bandits. With each strike, flames scorched the air, and the force of his battle energy sent foes crashing to the ground. However, as he dealt with the onslaught of adversaries, the bandit leader seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. The sound of a blade slicing through the air heralded the imminent danger aimed at Sol Tian's back. Yet, he seemed to sense the threat in advance. With a swift pivot, he raised his leg and delivered a sharp kick to the leader's wrist, sending the weapon flying from his grasp. The bandit leader stared at Sol Tian in sheer terror, but Sol Tian offered no respite. Flames coalesced in his palm and struck the leader's chest directly, causing him to cough up blood and collapse. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining bandits scattered in panic. Sol Tian, however, chose not to pursue them. He brushed off the dust from his attire and continued on his journey. This brief encounter had rendered him more vigilant and cautious, for he understood that danger lurked around every corner in this uncharted expedition. As dusk approached, Sol Tian arrived at a quaint village. Wisps of smoke spiraled into the air, creating a scene of tranquil serenity. He decided to seek lodging for the night and gather information about the road ahead. The villagers welcomed him warmly. An elder informed him of the treacherous path that lay ahead, which included a swamp often frequented by magical beasts. Grateful for the elder's counsel, Sol Tian pondered his strategies for the challenges to come. Early the next morning, Sol Tian bid farewell to the villagers and set forth towards the swamp. Throughout his journey, he contemplated how to confront the potential hazards while diligently honing his skills to enhance his strength. Chapter 28. A simple resolution after departing from the peaceful village. Sol Tian pressed onward into the unknown. It was not long before he entered the perilous swamp described by the villagers. Dense fog enveloped the area, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. The ground beneath his feet was slick and treacherous, threatening to ensnare him with the slightest misstep. Sol Tian advanced cautiously, staying attuned to his surroundings. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the mist. He halted, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the direction of the sound. Emerging from the fog was a colossal two-headed crocodile beast, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Exhaling a noxious breath, the creature emanated an overwhelming aura, tightening the tension in Sol Tian's chest. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, igniting the flames of the Eight God Sanctuary in his hands, ready to face the impending battle. The beast struck first, opening its massive jaws and lunging towards Sol Tian. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the creature's assault. Seizing the moment of its miscalculated lunge, he delivered a fiery punch to its side. However, the beast's tough hide rendered his blow less impactful than anticipated. Enraged, it lashed its tail violently in his direction. Sol Tian leaped onto the creature's back, gripping its scales tightly as the flames coursed from his palms into its body. The beast writhed in agony, attempting to dislodge him, but Sol Tian held on tenaciously, intensifying the output of his flames. As he continued his relentless assault, the beast's strength began to wane. Ultimately, it collapsed into the swamp, motionless. Hun Tian leapt down from the back of the beast, exhaling a sigh of relief. After vanquishing the two-headed crocodile monster, Hun Tian pressed on through the marshlands. Along the way, he encountered various other beasts and traps, yet with his formidable strength and cautious demeanor, he effortlessly navigated through each challenge. After considerable toil, Hun Tian finally emerged from the swamp. He paused beside a crystal-clear stream to rest, cleansing himself of the grime and replenishing his hydration. After a brief respite, Hun Tian resumed his journey. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a steep mountain peak. The towering summit pierced the clouds, and the path was rugged and arduous. However, Hun Tian did not falter. He ascended step by step along the winding trail. During his climb, he was suddenly confronted by a landslide. Tumbling boulders and earth cascaded towards him. Hun Tian swiftly unleashed his fighting spirit, conjuring a protective barrier before him to shield against the falling debris. Through sheer effort, he finally reached the mountain's summit. Standing atop the peak, he surveyed the breathtaking scenery below, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Descending from the mountain, Hun Tian continued his journey for several days, ultimately arriving at a bustling town. At the town's entrance, a group of ruffians were bullying a fruit vendor. Witnessing this, Hun Tian immediately stepped forward to intervene. The ruffians, noticing his interference, encircled him, eager to teach him a lesson. With a cold smirk, Hun Tian swiftly dispatched the thugs, leaving them in disarray. The grateful vendor, overwhelmed with gratitude, insisted on gifting Hun Tian some fruit. He graciously declined and proceeded towards the town center. Within the town, Hun Tian replenished some essential supplies and inquired about the route to Wutan City before embarking once more on his journey. Chapter 29. Arrival at Wutan City. After a long and arduous journey, Hun Tian finally caught sight of Wutan City's outline from a distance. This city loomed majestically over the vast land, its sturdy walls towering high, while the bustling city gates were alive with activity. Hun Tian quickened his pace, entering Wutan City with anticipation and curiosity. Upon his entrance, he was captivated by the vibrant spectacle before him. Shops lined the streets, their vendors calling out, While an array of goods dazzled the eye, passers-by jostled for space, including warriors, merchants, and common folk, each face telling a unique story filled with diverse emotions. Hun Tian strolled along the thoroughfare, absorbing the city's distinctive ambience. He witnessed warriors honing their skills in the streets, their fighting spirit illuminating the air. Merchants engaged in fervent negotiations over deals, and children frolicking in alleys, carefree and joyful. As he wandered, Hun Tian arrived at a lively tavern. The establishment was filled with a myriad of patrons, all engaged in spirited discussions over drinks. Finding a corner, Hun Tian settled down, ordered a drink, and quietly listened to the conversations around him. Have you heard? Recently, the Xiao family has produced a prodigious young talent during their family competition, displaying astonishing prowess. A burly man with a thick beard exclaimed. Indeed, it is said that the young lad's name is Xiao Yin, and at such a tender age. He has already reached remarkable heights, chimed in a lean fellow nearby. Intrigued, Hun Tian felt a flicker of curiosity regarding this Xiao Yin. Moreover, it appears that the Yunlan sect is paying attention to the power dynamics in Wutan City. One cannot help but wonder what their intentions may be. Another person remarked in a lowered voice. Hun Tian silently committed this information to memory, contemplating the intricate situation of Wutan City. At that moment, an elderly man approached Hun Tian, smiling as he said, "Young man, I see you are new here and quite intrigued by this place." The elder sat down, took a sip of his drink, and continued, "Although Wutan City is modest in size, the various factions within it are intricately intertwined. The Xiao family, the Jia family, and the Uba family are engaged in both overt and covert struggles, each vying for dominance within the city. As a formidable force in this region, the Yunlan sect's every action significantly influences the equilibrium of Wutan City." Hun Tian listened intently to the elder's narrative, nodding thoughtfully from time to time. "Young man, do you have a particular purpose for visiting Wutan City?" the elder inquired. Hun Tian replied, "I am merely wandering to gain experience and knowledge while seeking opportunities to enhance my strength." The elder chuckled. "Then you must tread carefully. Here, opportunities and dangers coexist." He settled into an inn in the city, rested briefly, and then began to explore. He visited martial arts schools to observe the training and competitions of warriors, wandered through the marketplace to learn about the circulation and pricing of various resources, and ventured to the peripheries of several families to observe their defenses and activities. During this process, Hun Tian forged friendships with like-minded individuals, exchanging insights on cultivation and sharing experiences. Among them was a warrior named Lin Feng, who possessed extensive knowledge of Wutan City's circumstances and provided Hun Tian with numerous valuable suggestions. As Hun Tian's understanding of Wutan City deepened, he increasingly sensed the city's complexity. He was aware that here, he would encounter new challenges and opportunities, and he was prepared for them. Chapter 30. Understanding the situation in Wutan City. During his days in Wutan City, Hun Tian diligently sought to uncover the various secrets and intricate dynamics of this city. He traversed its streets and alleys, engaging with individuals of diverse backgrounds, attempting to piece together a comprehensive map of Wutan City's power structure. Hun Tian first arrived at the largest commercial guild in the city, the Tianbao Guild. This place gathered merchants and information brokers from all corners, serving as an excellent venue for obtaining intelligence. Within the guild, he met a shrewd merchant named Li Fu. Noticing Hun Tian's keen interest in Wutan City's situation, Li Fu enthusiastically began his introduction. On the surface, Wutan City appeared tranquil, yet beneath the calm, currents ran deep. The Xiao family, a venerable family within the city, possessed profound heritage, but in recent years, internal conflicts and external competition had weakened their strength. Meanwhile, the Jia family seized the opportunity to rise and challenge the Xiao family's status. Li Fu spoke slowly while sipping his tea, and Hun Tian listened attentively, nodding and inquiring. "What of the Yuba family?" Li Fu smiled slightly. "The Yuba family has maintained a stance of neutrality, yet in reality, they are quietly expanding their own influence, awaiting the opportune moment to reap greater benefits." Hun Tian pondered, "And what role does the Yunlan sect play in all of this?" Li Fu set down his teacup, his expression becoming serious. "The Yunlan sect is the dominant authority in this region, and their influence is pervasive. In the city of Wutan, various factions dare not easily offend the Yunlan sect, yet they all aspire to harness its power for their own enhancement." After departing from the Tianbao Merchant Association, Han Tian visited several renowned martial artists within the city. Through their exchanges, he discovered that the underground black market in Wutan is exceedingly vibrant, with a clandestine circulation of precious herbs, weapons, and martial arts manuals. Additionally, he learned of some intelligence regarding the surrounding Monster Beast mountain range, rumored to conceal numerous rare beasts and treasures, albeit fraught with peril. To delve deeper into the local conditions of Wutan, Hun Tian donned ordinary attire and blended into the commoner district. There, he absorbed the populace's evaluations and expectations of the prominent families. Some hoped that the Shao family could regain their former glory and maintain the city's peace and prosperity. Others expressed dissatisfaction with the tyrannical behavior of the Jala family. And there were those who harbored curiosity about the enigmatic Aoba family. After several days of investigation, Hun Tian garnered a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Wutan. He discerned that within this city, various powers mutually constrain and depend on one another, and to establish himself and make a mark here, he must proceed with caution and seek appropriate opportunities. One day, while resting in a tea house, Hun Tian overheard a conversation at a nearby table. He learned that Xiao Yin of the Shao family had recently made a significant breakthrough, greatly enhancing his strength. Indeed, Xiao Yin is quite the prodigy. Perhaps he could lead the Shao family to resurgence. Intrigued, Hun Tian resolved to further investigate Xiao Yin, believing he might uncover the key to altering the dynamics of Wutan. In the ensuing days, Hun Tian continued to gather intelligence while contemplating his future path in Wutan. He recognized that challenges lay ahead, yet he was resolute that, with his strength and wisdom, he would carve out a domain of his own in this city. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with Xiao Yin on a particular day. Hun Tian strolled through the bustling streets of Wutan. Vendors on either side of the road called out loudly, and the crowd was lively and animated. Captivated by the performance of a street juggler, Hun Tian was suddenly startled by a commotion from the throng. Following the sound, he beheld a group of people encircling a youthful figure approaching. Clad in a black robe, the individuals stood tall, with striking features and eyes that radiated determination and confidence. Han Tian's heart stirred. From the surrounding discussions, he learned that this individual was none other than Xiao Yin of the Shao family. It appeared that Xiao Yin had just completed an important task, earning the adoration of those around him. Hun Tian found himself increasingly intrigued by this rising genius in Wutan and decided to observe him closely. He discreetly trailed behind Xiao Yin and his entourage, who entered a shop named Wanbao Pavilion. Hun Tian followed suit, positioning himself in a corner to scrutinize Xiao Yin's every move. Engaging in conversation with the shopkeeper, Xiao Yin appeared to be in search of a rare item. The shopkeeper's expression turned troubled as he indicated that the item had already been reserved by someone else. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow but did not relent. Instead, he began negotiating alternative solutions with the shopkeeper. Hun Tian observed from the side, secretly admiring Xiao Yan's determination and decisiveness. Just then, a group of individuals burst into the shop, led by an arrogant young man who proclaimed loudly, "Shopkeeper, where's the treasure I reserved?" The shopkeeper, exuding a sense of helplessness, explained Xiao Yan's situation to the young man. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, the youth scoffed. "A scion of the Shao family dares to compete with me for treasures?" With a cold sneer, Xiao Yan retorted, "The treasure belongs to those who are fated. Why should it be relinquished to you?" Enraged, the young man gestured for his subordinates to take action. In an instant, a conflict erupted. Unfazed, Xiao Yan swiftly launched his attack. His strikes were fierce, and his fighting spirit surged, swiftly incapacitating several of the young man's followers. Hun Tian watched intently, secretly astonished by Xiao Yan's prowess. As Xiao Yan handled the battle with remarkable ease, the application of his fighting spirit was exquisite, allowing him to quickly gain the upper hand. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the young man attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Xiao Yan. Coldly, Xiao Yan declared, "Let this be a lesson for you. Do not be so arrogant in the future." Defeated, the young man retreated with his subordinates in tow. Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper and prepared to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Tian approached with a smile, saying, "Brother Xiao Yan, your performance just now was truly splendid." Xiao Yan glanced at Hun Tian and clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask who you are?" Hun Tian introduced himself. "I am Hun Tian, newly arrived in Wutan City. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and indeed, it does not disappoint." Xiao Yan chuckled. "You flatter me, Brother Hun Tian. Since we have met, let us find a place to share a drink." Hun Tian readily agreed, and the two proceeded to a nearby tavern, sitting across from one another and engaging in conversation. Through their dialogue, Hun Tian discovered that Xiao Yan was not only powerful but also harbored grand ambitions. Xiao Yan, in turn, was curious about Hun Tian's experiences. As their discussions flowed, the distance between them diminished considerably. However, Hun Tian was acutely aware that his encounter with Xiao Yan was no mere coincidence. He intended to observe Xiao Yan clandestinely to uncover the secrets he might harbor in the future trajectory of Wutan City. Chapter 32. Observing Xiao Yan in secret. Since meeting Xiao Yan at the tavern, Hun Tian resolved to watch him closely, seeking to uncover any hidden secrets. Hun Tian understood that Xiao Yan's rise in Wutan City was not accidental. It might be underpinned by unknown forces or opportunities. Hun Tian began to track Xiao Yan's movements. He discovered that Xiao Yan ventured daily to the back mountains of the Xiao family for training, a secluded and tranquil environment perfect for cultivation. Hun Tian concealed himself in the shadows, observing Xiao Yan's every action. Xiao Yan's dedication to training in the mountains was intense. He continuously executed various combat techniques, with fighting spirits swirling around him, emanating an impressive aura. Hun Tian silently marveled, while growing increasingly curious about Xiao Yan's relentless pursuit of strength and the motivations behind it. The cave was dim and damp, enveloped in an air of mystery. Cautiously, Hun Tian made his way forward, striving to make no sound. He soon found Xiao Yan deep within the cave, confronting a massive stone wall, hands forming seals while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the stone wall emanated a strange glow as ancient runes began to materialize. Hun Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic spectacle. Xiao Yan appeared to be engaged in a form of communion with the stone wall, his countenance alternating between expressions of agony and unwavering resolve. After a while, Xiao Yan gradually settled onto the ground, beginning to regulate his breath, concealed behind a stone. Hun Tian dared not even breathe. When Xiao Yan rose once more, his aura was palpably more formidable than before. Filled with perplexity, Hun Tian pondered what secrets Xiao Yan had unraveled from the stone wall. In the days that followed, Hun Tian continued to observe Xiao Yan surreptitiously. He discovered that Xiao Yan frequently ventured to obscure locations, engaging with mysterious individuals. On one occasion, under the cloak of night, Xiao Yan stealthily departed from the Xiao family estate and made his way to a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. Hun Tian followed closely, witnessing Xiao Yan in conversation with an enigmatic elder within the temple. The elder, clad in a black robe, had his visage obscured by shadows, rendering his features indistinguishable. Their discourse was conducted in hushed tones, and although Hun Tian could not discern the specifics, the gravity of their exchange was evident. On another occasion, Xiao Yan received a cryptic letter, and upon perusing its contents, his demeanor grew exceedingly grave. Soon after, he set off alone from Wutan City towards the Beast Mountain Range. After a moment's hesitation, Hun Tian resolved to follow him. Within the perilous realm of the Beast Mountain Range, Xiao Yan advanced with utmost caution, seemingly in search of something. Hun Tian struggled to keep pace, striving to remain undetected while navigating the myriad dangers of the terrain. At last, Xiao Yan halted in a secluded valley, producing a jade pendant that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Subsequently, a mysterious stone door materialized within the valley, gradually swinging open. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan stepped through the threshold, while Hun Tian lingered outside, torn with indecision about whether to follow. Just then, the stone door abruptly shut, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Hun Tian realized that Xiao Yan's secrets were far more intricate and mysterious than he had anticipated. Chapter 33. Unveiling Xiao Yan's secrets. Hun Tian stood silently in the shadows, his gaze firmly fixed upon Xiao Yan in the distance. At that moment, Xiao Yan was intently scrutinizing the map in his hands, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, his concentration so profound that it seemed as if the entire world had dwindled to just him and the map. A smirk of derision crept into Hun Tian's heart. He knew that Xiao Yan was undoubtedly scheming something grand. Armed with his knowledge as a time traveler and his keen insight, he sensed that the impending discovery would significantly impact his own path of cultivation. Given this, how could he remain passive? Cautiously, he edged closer to Xiao Yan, his footsteps as silent as a specter, emitting not a whisper. His keen eyes scanned over Xiao Yan, in search of further clues. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar fabric peeking from the sleeve of Xiao Yan's garment, its color and texture strikingly unique, unlike any ordinary cloth. Hun Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he continued to observe discreetly. As Xiao Yan perused the map in his hands, he muttered softly to himself. Hun Tian, keenly attuned, strained to catch every word. Within this mountainous expanse lay a mysterious relic, said to harbor boundless treasures and formidable techniques. Yet, it was also fraught with peril, guarded by powerful magical beasts. However, to enhance my strength, I must risk venturing forth. Though Xiao Yan's voice was low, it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night. A thrill coursed through Hun Tian as he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, there existed a hidden relic within these mountains, concealing the invaluable Ziyun wing, a rare wing from a flying magical beast. Should he acquire it, not only would his speed be augmented, but he would also gain a significant advantage in battle. Humph, Xiao Yan, just you wait. The Ziyun wing shall not be easily obtained by you, Hun Tian vowed silently. On their journey, Xiao Yan remained vigilant, frequently pausing to survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, Hun Tian concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing Xiao Yan's every move. He noted that Xiao Yan possessed remarkable agility and appeared intimately familiar with the terrain, clearly having faced considerable dangers within these mountains before. As time passed, both Xiao Yin and Hun Tian ventured deeper into the range. The trees grew denser, and the light diminished. Hun Tian felt an increasing sense of caution. He understood that the deeper they delved, the greater the dangers that awaited. Suddenly, Xiao Yin halted, his senses alert as he whispered, "There is danger." A tightness gripped Hun Tian's heart as he too sensed an imposing presence approaching. He stealthily concealed himself behind a large tree, holding his breath as he observed the unfolding scene. Before him emerged a colossal magical beast, its massive form radiating formidable energy. Gripping his weapon tightly, Xiao Yin braced himself for combat. A surge of excitement coursed through Hun Tian. He recognized this as a prime opportunity. Should Xiao Yin be injured in this confrontation, or held up by the beast, he could seize the moment to claim the Ziyun wing. The battle erupted swiftly, with Xiao Yin engaging fiercely with the beast. Despite his considerable strength, he struggled against the might of the creature, deftly dodging its assaults while searching for a chance to counterattack. Hun Tian remained quietly observant, biding his time for the perfect moment. At last, as Xiao Yin failed to evade a strike, the beast launched a lethal blow. Though he exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself, he was nonetheless struck, sustaining severe injuries. Xiao Yin, this is your end, Hun Tian thought with a smirk. He stealthily emerged from his hiding place, advancing toward Xiao Yin. However, just as he neared, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy directed at Hun Tian. Caught off guard, Hun Tian swiftly sidestepped, yet the speed of Xiao Yan's attack was astonishing, and he sustained a minor injury from the energy's grace. Xiao Yan, you are still alive. Hun Tian bellowed in fury. Do you think you can easily obtain the Ziyun wing? Xiao Yan replied coldly. A chill ran through Hun Tian's heart as he realized he had underestimated Xiao Yan. Yet, he did not yield. He resolved to continue seeking opportunities. Xiao Yan, do not revel in your momentary triumph. Even if you appear unscathed now, it cannot last long, Hun Tian declared. With that, he launched another assault on Xiao Yan. The latter, however, resisted tenaciously, and the two engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle. During the battle, Hun Tian discerned that Xiao Yan's strength surpassed his expectations considerably. He began to feel the strain but refused to retreat. Armed with his intellect and courage, he relentlessly sought out Xiao Yan's vulnerabilities. At last, in a moment of intense confrontation, Hun Tian spotted a flaw in Xiao Yan's defense. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a lethal strike. Xiao Yan, caught off guard, was struck by Hun Tian's attack and fell to the ground, gravely injured. Xiao Yan, you have finally succumbed to my prowess, Hun Tian proclaimed triumphantly. He approached Xiao Yan, intent on seizing the coveted Ziyun wings. However, just as he reached for them, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, determination flickering within. Hun Tian, you shall not lay your hands on the Ziyun wings, Xiao Yan bellowed, then swiftly gestured, unleashing a powerful surge of fighting spirit towards Hun Tian. Taken aback, Hun Tian hastily evaded, but the speed of Xiao Yan's attack was too swift. He was still struck and severely wounded. Xiao Yan, how do you possess such strength? Hun Tian roared in fury. Hun Tian, I will not allow you to easily claim the Ziyun wings. These wings were earned at the cost of my life, Xiao Yan asserted. With great effort, he struggled to his feet and fled deeper into the mountains. As Hun Tian watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, his heart swelled with anger and frustration. He recognized his defeat this time, yet he refused to abandon his quest. Xiao Yan, do not be so complacent. One day, I shall possess the Ziyun wings, and you will pay dearly, Hun Tian vowed silently. With that, he turned and departed, continuing his pursuit of Xiao Yan's trail through the mountains. He understood that the battle for the Ziyun wings had only just begun. Chapter 34. The scheme to seize Hun Tian gazed in the direction Xiao Yan had fled, filled with resentment and indignation. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing forth beads of blood. This defeat profoundly impressed upon him that Xiao Yan was not an adversary to be trifled with. Yet, his innate pride and insatiable thirst for power would not permit him to relent. Xiao Yan, do you think you can evade me forever? The Ziyun wings are destined to be mine, Hun Tian whispered, his eyes glinting with malevolence. First, he needed to ascertain Xiao Yan's potential course of action. Drawing upon his knowledge of the original narrative, Hun Tian was aware of several locations within the mountain range that Xiao Yan might seek out. One was the Spirit Spring, whose waters were rich in fighting spirit, making it highly enticing for the injured Xiao Yan. Another was an ancient cave rumored to harbor boundless treasures and martial arts secrets, which Xiao Yan might risk exploring to enhance his strength. Hun Tian resolved to split his forces. He arranged for a portion of his subordinates to lay an ambush in the land of the spiritual spring, intending to catch Xiao Yan off guard. Another group discreetly followed Xiao Yan, closely monitoring his movements, ready to signal the moment he approached the cave. After some inquiries, Hun Tian learned of a herb known as the dream grass, located in another part of the mountains, which, when consumed, could plunge a person into a deep state of unconsciousness. He immediately dispatched someone to seek out this herb and concocted it into a potion. Days later, Hun Tian received word that Xiao Yan had indeed ventured to the spiritual spring to heal his injuries. Elated, Hun Tian stealthily led his subordinates to follow. Upon arriving at the spiritual spring, Xiao Yan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked before slowly stepping into the spring. He sat cross-legged in its center, beginning to channel his fighting spirit to heal and recover. While Xiao Yan was engrossed in his recovery, Hun Tian's men quietly approached him. One individual seized the opportunity to pour the dream grass potion into the spiritual spring. The potion swiftly mingled with the water, releasing an unusual fragrance. Oblivious, Xiao Yan continued his healing. Gradually, his gaze became hazy, ultimately succumbing to a profound state of unconsciousness. Humph, Xiao Yan, you are now utterly incapable of resistance. Hun Tian emerged from the shadows, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He slowly approached the edge of the spring, observing the unconscious Xiao Yan, his heart brimming with derision. He extended his hand, poised to seize the purple cloud wings from Xiao Yan. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, a peculiar radiance erupted from the spring. Within the light, Xiao Yan's figure flickered, as though poised to burst forth at any moment. At that moment, the brilliance intensified, and Xiao Yan suddenly leapt from the spring, his fighting spirit erupting instantaneously, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Hun Tian, did you truly believe you could outmaneuver me? Xiao Yan glared at Hun Tian, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hun Tian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yan could break free from the effects of the dream grass potion. Nevertheless, being seasoned in battle, he quickly regained his composure. Humph, Xiao Yan, even if you escape, what difference does it make? Today, you are destined to be without the purple cloud wings, Hun Tian declared. With that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately launched their assault on Xiao Yan. Unfazed, Xiao Yan wielded his weapon, engaging in fierce combat with Hun Tian's men. Throughout the battle, Xiao Yan exhibited formidable prowess. Each of his strikes was imbued with powerful fighting spirit, leaving Hun Tian's subordinates struggling to cope. Meanwhile, Hun Tian observed the unfolding situation, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Xiao Yan spotted a weakness, delivering a decisive blow that sent one of the subordinates flying. This action made Hun Tian realize that Xiao Yan's strength exceeded his expectations. It seemed that he must personally intervene. Hun Tian resolved within himself as he stepped forward, confronting Xiao Yan. The atmosphere between them became palpably tense, as if the very air were solidifying. Hun Tian, your relentless pursuit of the purple cloud wings knows no bounds. But today, you shall not claim them, Xiao Yan proclaimed. Humph, Xiao Yan, let us settle this once and for all, Hun Tian declared, brandishing his weapon and launching an attack against Xiao Yan. Thus commenced a breathtaking battle. Chapter 35. Awaiting the opportunity, Hun Tian was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's formidable prowess and dared not let his guard down for an instant. Throughout the fierce combat, he maintained a heightened vigilance, his eyes fixed intently on every movement of Xiao Yan, seeking to discern any weaknesses. However, Xiao Yan's performance took Hun Tian by surprise. Not only did he deftly counter Hun Tian's assaults, but he also occasionally mounted fierce counterattacks, exerting considerable pressure on Hun Tian. Internally astonished, Hun Tian had not anticipated Xiao Yan's swift enhancement of strength. Humph, Xiao Yan, do not presume you can endure this forever. Once I regain some stamina, you shall pay dearly, Hun Tian gritted his teeth. Xiao Yan paid no heed to Hun Tian's threats, remaining focused on fending off the relentless attacks. He understood that the crux of this battle lay in endurance. The one who could withstand until the end would claim victory. As Hun Tian began to feel fatigue creeping in, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Yan's stamina appeared to be waning as well. This revelation sparked a flicker of excitement within Hun Tian. He recognized it as a splendid opportunity. Humph, Xiao Yan, it seems you too have reached your limits, Hun Tian thought smugly. Yet, just as Hun Tian prepared to strike, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a potent surge of battle energy directed at Hun Tian. Startled, Hun Tian hurriedly sidestepped to evade. But the speed of Xiao Yan's assault was so formidable that he sustained a minor wound from the energy. Xiao Yan, you truly are tenacious, Hun Tian grunted through clenched teeth. Know this, Hun Tian, I will not relinquish the Ziyun wings easily, Xiao Yan retorted coldly. Both combatants were acutely aware that neither would yield without a fight. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and neither could afford to lower their guard. In the ensuing confrontation, both sides exerted their utmost abilities, resulting in a stalemate. Hun Tian, and Xiao Yan understood that the first to reveal a flaw would plunge into peril. As time wore on, their stamina was steadily depleted. Both combatants felt increasingly exhausted, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Xiao Yan, continuing in this deadlock serves no purpose. Why not take a moment to pause, regain some strength, and then resume our duel? Hun Tian proposed. Who knows if you might seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? I will not easily trust your words, Xiao Yan replied. Hun Tian seethed internally, yet he recognized the validity of Xiao Yan's caution. In this precarious situation, he too dared not relax his vigilance. Thus, both fighters temporarily ceased hostilities, seeking refuge in separate corners to recuperate. Hun Tian settled upon a stone, closing his eyes to restore his energy, while his mind churned with thoughts of his next strategy. Likewise, Xiao Yan utilized his respite to devise countermeasures against Hun Tian's anticipated assaults, fully aware that his adversary would not concede without a fight. Thus, both parties quietly awaited the onset of the next battle in the valley. Chapter 36. Xiao Yan's Journey to the Beast Mountain Range. After a fierce confrontation and a brief respite, Xiao Yan understood that he could not linger here for long. Although his struggle with Hun Tian had reached a temporary stalemate, he was acutely aware that Hun Tian would not relent in his pursuit. Moreover, he harbored his own ambitions to venture into the Beast Mountain Range, seeking greater opportunities to enhance his prowess. Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet, stretching his weary body. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if to assure himself that no matter the obstacles ahead, he would forge onward. Hun Tian, you wish to obstruct me. That is utterly impossible. I shall grow stronger and ensure you pay for your transgressions, Xiao Yan murmured, then turned to stride towards the direction of the Beast Mountain Range. Hun Tian sat upon a stone, watching Xiao Yan's departing figure, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. He was aware that Xiao Yan sought to uncover opportunities within the Beast Mountain Range, and he would not permit Xiao Yan to succeed unchallenged. Xiao Yan, go ahead and proceed. In the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, I shall demonstrate my might, Hun Tian thought to himself with a cruel smirk. Xiao Yan embarked on the path to the Beast Mountain Range, moving cautiously as he remained vigilant to the sounds around him. He knew that this mountainous region was rife with peril, teeming with formidable beasts that could materialize at any moment. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the environment grew increasingly inhospitable. Towering trees loomed above, their canopy allowing only flecks of sunlight to filter through. The ground was strewn with thorns and rubble, making each step arduous. Yet, Xiao Yan displayed no signs of retreat. He pressed on resolutely. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar echoed from ahead. A sense of urgency gripped Xiao Yan's heart as he recognized that a beast was approaching. He halted, straining his ears to discern the creature's location and strength. Soon, he beheld a massive magic wolf emerging from the thicket. This beast was colossal, emanating a dark aura, with blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity. It appeared he had encountered a third-tier magic wolf, Xiao Yan assessed internally. The prowess of a third-tier magic wolf was not to be underestimated. For him at present, it posed a considerable challenge. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepared for battle. The magic wolf, sensing Xiao Yan's presence, bared its fangs and lunged toward him. Xiao Yan deftly evaded the wolf's assault, seizing the opportunity to strike with his weapon. The magic wolf nimbly twisted its body, dodging the attack, and lunged at Xiao Yan once more. A fierce skirmish ensued between the two. Drawing upon his strength and combat skills, Xiao Yan maneuvered against the magic wolf. He alternated between targeting the wolf's vulnerable spots and skillfully evading its strikes. After an intense struggle, Xiao Yan finally discerned a flaw in the magic wolf's defenses. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful blow that sent the beast sprawling. The magic wolf crashed heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before collapsing. Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued his journey forward. Along the way, he encountered numerous assaults from magical beasts. Yet, with his strength and cunning, he deftly averted each crisis. At last, Xiao Yan arrived at the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, where the environment grew increasingly perilous, and powerful beasts lurked in greater numbers. Undeterred, he pressed deeper into the mountains, seeking fortune and opportunity. In a secluded valley, Xiao Yan detected a peculiar energy fluctuation. Following its direction, he stumbled upon an ancient cave, suffused with an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of unease. Cautiously, he stepped into the cave, his gaze sweeping across its interior. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering light deep within. Intrigued, he hastened towards the source of the illumination. Upon reaching the radiant spot, he discovered a crystal emanating a strange glow. Xiao Yan sensed the immense energy contained within the crystal and recognized it as a precious treasure. Just as he prepared to reach for the crystal, a chilling laughter echoed through the cave. Startled, Xiao Yan swiftly turned, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet he could perceive no figure. Who goes there? Show yourself. He called out firmly. Spare your efforts. I am the guardian of this crystal. To claim it, you must first pass my test, the mysterious voice replied. Xiao Yan understood that a new battle was on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. Chapter 37. Taking initiative. Hun Tian was already aware of Xiao Yan's expedition to the Beast Mountain range. He understood that Xiao Yan would undoubtedly encounter numerous opportunities, none of which he was willing to allow Xiao Yan to seize. Thus, before Xiao Yan had even ventured deep into the mountains, Hun Tian resolved to act preemptively. As nightfall enveloped the Beast Mountain range, an eerie stillness pervaded the surroundings. Dressed in a black cloak, Hun Tian glided through the forest like a specter. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he plotted how to secure the precious herbs ahead of Xiao Yan. Drawing from his knowledge of the original narrative, Hun Tian was acutely aware that in this particular area of the mountains, a rare and valuable herb known as Lingyu grass thrived. This herb provided significant benefits to cultivators, enhancing their fighting prowess while bolstering their resistance to magical forces. Cautiously evading the formidable beasts, Hun Tian advanced swiftly through the forest, relying on his keen instincts and agile movements. He paused intermittently, attuning his senses to the ambient sounds, ensuring that no additional dangers lurked nearby. At last, he arrived at the likely habitat of the Lingyu grass. It was a tranquil valley, encircled by dense trees and shrouded in a gentle mist. As Hun Tian entered the valley, he meticulously scanned the underbrush. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Not far ahead, he discerned a faint, unusual glow flickering amidst the grass. Elated, Hun Tian hastened forward and indeed beheld a sprig of Lingyu grass, radiating a captivating azure luminescence. The leaves of the spirit herb shimmered with a vibrant green hue, and the stem sparkled as if adorned with countless stars, revealing its exceptional quality. A satisfied smile graced Hun Tian's face as he extended his hand, poised to pluck the precious herb. At that moment, however, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Who could it be? Hun Tian swiftly turned, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. To his surprise, a shadow dashed forth from the thicket, moving with remarkable speed, and soon stood before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an adventurer. Hand over the spirit herb, or you shall regret your decision, the adventurer stated coldly. A surge of anger surged within Hun Tian. He had not anticipated such an encounter. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. If you desire the spirit herb, you must prove your worth, he replied. With that, he vanished from sight, engaging the adventurer in a fierce battle. Hun Tian unleashed his formidable combat skills, each strike infused with immense power. The adventurer, undeterred, countered with his own techniques and weaponry, skillfully maneuvering against Hun Tian. As the battle raged on, Hun Tian gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he delivered a powerful blow that sent the adventurer crashing to the ground. After a few futile attempts to rise, the adventurer succumbed to defeat. Ignoring the fallen foe, Hun Tian swiftly approached the spirit herb, delicately harvesting it and stowing it away in his attire. Xiao Yan, mark my words. This spirit herb shall not fall into your hands, he mused with a silent chuckle. With the herb secured, he prepared to depart the valley. However, just as he turned, an overwhelming presence emanated from the depths of the valley. He quickly pivoted, gazing toward the source of the formidable energy. Emerging from the shadows was an elder clad in a black robe, his eyes deep and enigmatic, exuding an aura of immense power. Who dares to steal the spirit herb within my domain? The elder inquired coldly. A chill ran down Hun Tian's spine as he recognized the gravity of his predicament. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Gripping his weapon tightly, he braced himself for confrontation. Old man, if you know what's good for you, step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Hun Tian retorted. If you wish to take the spirit herb from me, let us see if you possess the capability. With that, the elder vanished in a flash. Launching an attack towards Hun Tian, he quickly defended himself, yet the elder's strikes were swift and powerful. Hun Tian began to feel the strain, but he persevered. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he noticed a slight opening in the elder's assault. Seizing the moment, he struck fiercely, breaching the elder's defenses. The elder, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated Hun Tian's ability to counter his attack. However, being a formidable opponent, he quickly regained his composure. You possess some skill. Yet, do not expect to easily claim the spirit herb, the elder declared. The two resumed their intense battle. In the heat of battle, Hun Tian gradually discerned the old man's patterns of attack. He adeptly evaded the strikes, seeking opportunities for counterattack. After a fierce struggle, Hun Tian finally identified the old man's fatal flaw. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his most formidable combat technique, decisively defeating the elder. Now this spirit shadow herb belongs to me, Hun Tian declared. Upon returning to his clan, he promptly entered seclusion to concoct elixirs. Utilizing his exceptional alchemical skills and the potent properties of the spirit shadow herb, he successfully refined a high-quality pill. Upon consuming the elixir, Hun Tian experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He felt the surging within him and was filled with confidence. Xiaoyan, when we meet again, I shall make you aware of the consequences of opposing me, Hun Tian thought to himself. He understood that his conflict with Xiaoyan was far from over. Yet he was thoroughly prepared. Chapter 38. The Quest for Herbs in the Clan's Secret Chamber. Hun Tian devoted himself entirely to the process of pill making. He skillfully controlled the flames, combining the spirit shadow herb with other rare ingredients in the alchemical furnace. As the flames blazed, the chamber was filled with the rich aroma of potent herbs. After careful refinement, a pill emitting an extraordinary glow finally took shape in the furnace. Hun Tian cautiously retrieved the pill and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a powerful wave of medicinal energy surged through him, causing his to circulate vigorously, refining his body and meridians. As he absorbed the energy, Hun Tian's strength rose considerably. He could distinctly feel his becoming more robust, and both his physical power and speed experienced a qualitative leap. He understood that with the aid of this pill, he would hold a significant advantage in his competition against Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan continued his arduous journey through the Beast Mountain range in search of opportunities. Along the way, he encountered numerous formidable beasts, relying on his wisdom and courage to repeatedly escape danger. Eventually, he arrived at a valley rumored to conceal precious herbs. The valley was shrouded in a mysterious mist, and the surroundings were eerily tranquil. Xiaoyan cautiously entered the valley, meticulously scanning the underbrush for any signs of herbs. He was aware that valuable plants often lay hidden in the most inconspicuous places, and a moment's inattention could lead to a missed opportunity. After an exhaustive search, Xiaoyan finally discovered a plant emitting a faint glow in a secluded corner. This herb matched the characteristics of the precious plants he was familiar with, filling him with excitement as he prepared to reach for it. However, just as his hand was about to touch the herb, a sudden rumbling ensued, and the ground began to tremble violently. Alarmed, Xiaoyan quickly leapt aside, seeking refuge behind a large boulder. Before him emerged a colossal beast from the depths of the valley, its massive form radiating a formidable aura. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and roared at Xiaoyan. Aware that he was no match for this beast, Xiaoyan scanned his surroundings, searching for a chance to escape. As the monstrous beasts prepared to launch their assault, Xiaoyan suddenly noticed a narrow passageway beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward it. The beasts pursued relentlessly from behind, and Xiaoyan raced desperately through the constricted corridor. The passage was rugged and confined, causing his body to collide repeatedly with the stone walls, yet he pressed on without faltering. Alas, it seemed he would return empty-handed this time. Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation, his heart heavy with regret. Meanwhile, in seclusion within his family, Hun Tian had successfully concocted a potent elixir, enhancing his strength significantly. He felt the surging energy within him and reveled in his newfound power. Xiaoyan, do you think you can easily acquire the precious herbs? Hun Tian mused, a smirk forming in his heart. Now, you have returned empty-handed, while I have grown even stronger. He knew that Xiaoyan's failure would surely leave him feeling disheartened and dejected. With his enhanced abilities, Hun Tian would face the forthcoming competition with greater composure. As time passed, the gap between Xiaoyan and Hun Tian gradually widened. Although Xiaoyan's trials in the Monster Mountain range had afforded him considerable experience, Hun Tian's rapid ascension, bolstered by his external aids and potions, propelled him even further. In the ensuing days, Hun Tian began to showcase his formidable prowess within the family. He triumphed repeatedly in clan competitions, earning the admiration and respect of his kin. In contrast, Xiaoyan's spirits were dampened by his empty-handed return, prompting him to train even more diligently, aspiring to elevate his strength and narrow the divide between himself and Hun Tian. Chapter 39. Xiaoyan returns empty-handed after his hasty retreat from the enigmatic valley. Xiaoyan found it difficult to calm his tumultuous emotions. He gazed at the meager spoils in his hand, starkly contrasting with the precious herbs he had initially hoped to acquire, and felt a surge of disappointment and resentment. Alas, I was too careless. I never anticipated such formidable beasts lurking within that valley. Xiaoyan lamented inwardly, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He understood all too well that in the perilous Monster Mountain range, even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences, and this experience had undoubtedly sounded a clarion call. However, Xiaoyan did not allow himself to succumb to despair. He was acutely aware that his ambitions extended far beyond this setback. The current tribulation was merely a minor episode on his journey of growth. He resolved to continue exploring the mountains in search of other potential opportunities. In the days that followed, Xiao Yin traversed the various corners of the Monster Mountain range, engaging in fierce battles with a multitude of powerful beasts. He relied on his indomitable will and exceptional combat skills to repeatedly evade peril. Although he did not acquire the coveted herbs, his continuous skirmishes further honed his abilities. Meanwhile, Hun Tian basked in his own triumphs within the family. After successfully concocting and consuming the elixir, his strength soared, solidifying his position among his kin. The accolades and respect he received from his family filled him with immense satisfaction, and he began to strategize his next moves, preparing to utterly vanquish Xiao Yan in the forthcoming contests. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's empty-handed return, Hun Tian felt a triumphant glee swelling within him. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity to humiliate Xiao Yan before the crowd, while simultaneously fortifying his own position. With meticulous preparation, Hun Tian strode confidently towards Wutan City, deliberately displaying his self-assured demeanor for all to witness. Xiao Yan, it seems your expedition to the Beast Mountain range has yielded quite the bounty. Hun Tian feigned surprise, though a hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the derision embedded in Hun Tian's words. However, he refrained from reacting with anger, merely responding coolly, Hun Tian. Fortunes are dictated by one's capabilities. I firmly believe that one day, I shall earn your respect. Oh, is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Hun Tian retorted with a cold smirk before turning away, leaving Xiao Yan standing alone. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, some deeming Xiao Yan overly arrogant, while others found Hun Tian excessively boastful. Ignoring their chatter, Xiao Yan turned towards his residence. He understood that what he truly needed was to diligently cultivate his skills and enhance his strength, rather than squander time in a verbal spar with Hun Tian. Having returned empty-handed, it appeared to Hun Tian that Xiao Yan was no match for him. Satisfied with himself, Hun Tian believed his status was now unassailable. In the days that followed, Hun Tian continued to showcase his formidable prowess within the family, achieving consecutive victories in the clan's martial competitions, which only deepened the admiration of his kin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan devoted himself to silent training, biding his time for the right opportunity. As time passed, Hun Tian's renown grew, and his influence within the family intensified, while Xiao Yan, despite his relentless efforts, seemed to diminish in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan remained undaunted, fully aware that he needed further enhancement of his abilities. Only through relentless practice could he hope to surpass Hun Tian in future competitions. Thus, the news of Xiao Yan's return empty-handed spread throughout Wutan City, while Hun Tian basked in the glory of his achievements. The chasm between them appeared to widen at that moment, foreshadowing an even fiercer rivalry ahead. Chapter 40. The Triumphant Return. Behold, that is young Master Hun Tian. He has become increasingly formidable, one person remarked. Indeed, his journey to the Beast Mountain range must have been quite fruitful. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such arrogance? Upon hearing these remarks, Hun Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his pride swelling within. He entered the family hall, where the elders directed their attentive gazes towards him. Hun Tian, what treasures have you brought back from the Beast Mountain range? An elder inquired. The elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. It is commendable that you have returned safely. You must continue to strive diligently in your cultivation. Hun Tian promptly replied, yes. Esteemed elder, rest assured, I shall exert myself even more. After a brief respite within the family, Hun Tian commenced to extol his heroic exploits in the Beast Mountain range. He recounted his battles with formidable beasts and how, at critical junctures, he displayed extraordinary strength. That beast was colossal and immensely powerful. Had I not transcended my limits at a crucial moment, it would have been nearly impossible to vanquish it. Hun Tian passionately recounted his exploits, igniting fervor among those around him. However, his flamboyant demeanor raised suspicions among certain family members. His recent behavior seems rather ostentatious, a relative whispered to another. The second relative concurred, moreover. His so-called achievements sound somewhat exaggerated. Who knows if they are genuine? These doubts gradually permeated the family. Even some elders began to scrutinize Hun Tian's actions. This child has indeed been acting unusually of late, one elder remarked, furrowing his brow. While his strength has increased, it hardly warrants such bravado. Perhaps he encountered something extraordinary in the Beast Mountain range. The family's skepticism did not deter Hun Tian. Rather, it emboldened him further. He perceived their doubts as mere jealousy and envy, convinced that as long as he maintained his formidable prowess, their skepticism would eventually dissipate. Let them doubt. I possess enough strength to silence them, Hun Tian mused inwardly. He continued to showcase his abilities within the family, participating in various contests and activities, excelling in each. Yet, his actions only amplified the whispers of suspicion. The more he flaunts his prowess, the more unsettling it becomes, a concerned relative remarked. Indeed, if he harbors any unsavory secrets. It could spell trouble for our family. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan quietly practiced in Wutan City. Although his venture into the Beast Mountain range had yielded nothing, he remained undeterred. He recognized that his strength had ample room for growth. With diligent training, he was confident he would one day surpass Hun Tian. Hun Tian, I shall not allow you to bask in glory indefinitely, Xiaoyan vowed silently. As time passed, the suspicions within the family grew louder, while Hun Tian remained ensnared in his own triumphs, oblivious to the encroaching danger. Chapter 41. Inciting family suspicion, Hun Tian unabashedly boasted of his heroic deeds in the Beast Mountain range, his smug demeanor drawing the attention of numerous relatives. As time wore on, the tide of suspicion regarding his behavior surged. His recent conduct is excessively ostentatious. We have never witnessed him like this before, a middle-aged elder remarked softly to a few others during casual conversation. Indeed, his alleged accomplishments sound far-fetched. Who can ascertain their authenticity? Another elder agreed. These whispers spread, capturing the attention not only of the elder ranks, but also prompting younger family members to engage in hushed discussions. I heard Hun Tian was invincible in the Beast Mountain range. Yet something feels amiss, a young disciple confided to his companion. The family's doubts did not temper Hun Tian. Instead, they compelled him to further flaunt his strength. He frequently participated in various competitions and events within the family, excelling at each, as if seeking to claim all the glory for himself. However, just as the family's suspicions towards him reached their zenith, Hun Tian deftly navigated the situation. During a family competition, he faced a formidable opponent. Logically, with his prowess, victory would have been effortless, yet he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing his adversary to seize the opportunity and nearly defeat him. Hun Tian, what has come over you today? Have you become overconfident? His opponent taunted. Unperturbed, Hun Tian feigned a look of chagrin, replying, Alas, I have been careless. Recently, I have been distracted by certain matters, which has led to an inconsistent display of my abilities. His words stirred a shift in the hearts of the onlookers, alleviating some of their doubts. This explanation prompted a change in the elders' attitudes, as they began to believe he had genuinely recognized his shortcomings. In addition to skillfully addressing the family's skepticism, Hun Tian began to exhibit his affability in other areas. He took the initiative to assist younger family members with their training, sharing his combat experiences. Senior Hun Tian, thank you for your guidance. I feel I have made significant progress, a young disciple expressed gratefully. No need for thanks. We are all part of the same family, and it is only right to help one another, Hun Tian replied with a smile. His actions transformed the perceptions of some family members who had previously harbored doubts. It seems Hun Tian possesses a degree of self-awareness, acknowledging his earlier arrogance. Indeed, he truly appears to be striving for improvement, another elder concurred. While the family's skepticism gradually subsided, Hun Tian clandestinely continued to plot his plans. For now, I will quell your doubts. When I truly unveil my formidable strength, you shall all regard me with newfound respect. He mused inwardly. He understood that as long as he consistently enhanced his capabilities, the previous doubts would eventually be crushed beneath his feet. And that rival, Xiaoyan, who had consistently opposed him, would ultimately become his defeated foe. As Hun Tian adeptly addressed the family's suspicions, Xiaoyan remained in Wutan City, diligently training. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Han Tian's maneuvers, focusing solely on augmenting his strength and awaiting the opportunity for another confrontation. Chapter 42. A masterful response. Han Tian's adept handling of the family's doubts momentarily alleviated the atmosphere of suspicion that had permeated their ranks. Those who had once pointed fingers at him now regarded him with a hint of approval and acknowledgement. It seems this child has genuinely recognized his issues. Perhaps he was merely too hasty before, one elder nodded appreciatively. Indeed, his current demeanor suggests a sincere effort to train and rectify his past shortcomings, another elder echoed. Yet, within Han Tian's heart, a silent scoff arose. He was acutely aware that these family members were merely deceived by his facade. Once he exhibited his true strength, the whispers of doubt would inevitably resurface. However, he remained unfazed, for he possessed ample confidence and strength to confront all forthcoming challenges. With his position within the family temporarily secured, Hun Tian began to redirect his focus towards enhancing his own prowess. He diligently trains every day, relentlessly challenging his own limits. Simultaneously, he secretly seeks new opportunities, hoping to acquire greater power. One day, he hears whispers of a mysterious relic within his family's territory, rumored to conceal precious treasures and martial arts manuals. This revelation ignites a fervor within him, compelling him to embark on a quest for discovery. This time, I shall undoubtedly obtain that treasure and elevate my strength to new heights, he muses quietly to himself. He discreetly prepares for his journey and, under the cover of night, departs from his family, heading towards the enigmatic relic. Along the way, he cautiously evades formidable beasts and treacherous traps. At last, he arrives at the entrance of the relic, where an ancient and mysterious aura pervades the air, with walls adorned in strange runes and patterns. Hun Tian steps gingerly into the relic, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of potential clues. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoes from the depths of the relic, causing his heart to tighten. He realizes that a powerful beast may lurk within. Regardless of the creature, nothing shall impede my progress, he resolves, gripping his weapon tightly as he advances cautiously towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, he discovers a colossal beast coiled there, exuding a formidable presence. Its blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity. It appears I must exert considerable effort, he thinks to himself, taking a deep breath as he unleashes his most potent martial technique to confront the beast. The creature, not to be outdone, opens its massive maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunges at him. A fierce battle ensues, with Hun Tian skillfully maneuvering against the beast, striking its vital points while deftly evading its onslaught. After a grueling struggle, he finally discerns the beast's flaw. Seizing the moment, he delivers a powerful blow, sending the creature crashing to the ground. After a few futile thrashes, the beast lies still. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hun Tian wipes the sweat from his brow and presses onward. Deep within the relic, he uncovers a martial arts manual emanating a peculiar glow. It seems my efforts were not in vain, he thinks, feeling a surge of pride as he picks up the manual and studies it intently. Just as he becomes engrossed in the world of the manual, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupts from outside the relic. Startled, he hastily stows the manual and exits. There, he finds the elders and several clan members gathered, their faces displaying shock and anger. Hun Tian, how dare you trespass into the family relic and steal the martial arts manual? One elder exclaims furiously. A jolt of fear courses through him. He had not anticipated being discovered. Yet, he quickly regains his composure, feigning innocence. You still wish to deny it? You are the only one here. Who else could it possibly be? The elder retorts, seething with rage. Elder, I swear, I had no ulterior motives regarding this manual, he protests. I merely wished to conduct research and glean insights for my cultivation, spoke Hun Tian earnestly. The elders and clansmen of the family began to murmur among themselves, their gazes brimming with skepticism and distrust. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He insists on arguing to the end, remarked a clan member. Indeed. Who knows what schemes he harbors within? Hun Tian, observing their doubtful expressions, silently scoffed. He comprehended that explanations were futile. He must take action to vindicate himself. Since you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate my sincerity, Hun Tian declared, presenting the secret manual to the elder. Elder, please safeguard this tome for me. I will swiftly uncover its origins and uses. Should I possess any ulterior motives, I leave my fate in your hands, he continued. The elder accepted the manual, his ire somewhat assuaged. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, in light of your earnest demeanor, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, remember, the family's rules must not be broken. Refrain from actions that breed suspicion henceforth. Yes, rest assured, Elder, Hun Tian promptly replied. Following this incident, the family's doubts regarding Hun Tian deepened. However, he remained unfazed, knowing that as long as he continually enhanced his strength, those suspicions would eventually be dispelled. Upon returning to his residence, Hun Tian meticulously studied the manual. He discovered that the techniques inscribed within were remarkably unique, vastly differing from the martial arts he had previously mastered. This appears to be a rare opportunity. I must dedicate myself to this cultivation, he resolved inwardly. He began to practice according to the methods outlined in the manual, and as time progressed, he gradually sensed his strength augmenting. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan silently cultivated in Wu-Tin City, diligently striving to enhance his abilities, unaware of Hun Tian's actions, completely focused on his own path of training. As Hun Tian diligently practiced the manual, his power escalated, and the gap between him and Xiaoyan widened. Yet, he understood that the true contest had yet to commence. He must exert even greater effort to secure victory in their eventual confrontation. Throughout his astute navigation of familial skepticism, Hun Tian was also meticulously plotting his future. He recognized that only formidable strength would enable him to establish his footing in this fiercely competitive world. In the days that followed, Hun Tian continued his rigorous training while discreetly observing Xiaoyan's every move, biding his time to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan persistently evolved and progressed, oblivious to the challenges awaiting him. The threads of their destinies intertwined within the realm of Do Put Song Qiong. Chapter 43. Continuing the cultivation. Having deftly addressed the family's doubts, Hun Tian was acutely aware that he could not afford any slackening. Only through relentless self-improvement could the voices of skepticism be silenced, allowing him to gain the upper hand in his rivalry with Xiaoyan. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the family's training grounds, Hun Tian commenced his day of cultivation. He sat cross-legged at the center of the training ground, the surrounding air seemingly warped by the formidable aura emanating from him. Hun Tian was channeling the fighting energy within his body, gradually guiding it along the unique pathways outlined in the ancient scriptures. Each strand of energy coursing through his meridians resembled a vibrant flame, continually refining both his physique and pathways. As his training deepened, he sensed his fighting energy growing increasingly robust, akin to a surging river, poised to burst forth at any moment. In addition to his daily cultivation of fighting energy, Hun Tian also dedicated himself to honing his skills. Wielding his weapon, he relentlessly practiced in the training arena, each strike imbued with immense power. His figure shimmered in the sunlight, seemingly merging with the surrounding air, rendering him elusive. Humph. Xiaoyan, just wait. I shall make you aware that I, Hun Tian, am the strongest entity in this world of Do Put Song Qiong. Hun Tian silently vowed, his movements becoming ever more fierce. Throughout his training, Hun Tian encountered several obstacles. At times, his fighting energy would abruptly stagnate, as if faced with an invisible wall. Yet, rather than succumbing to discouragement, he became even more resolute in his quest for breakthrough. What are these minor difficulties? I will surely discover a way to transcend them. With gritted teeth, Hun Tian persevered in his training. After countless attempts and explorations, Hun Tian finally discerned a glimmer of insight. He realized that to overcome this bottleneck, he needed to elevate his mental state to a higher realm. Thus, he began to enter a state of seclusion and meditation, allowing his mind to gradually attain tranquility. He cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the flow of fighting energy within him. During this process, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous realm, where everything around him became ethereal, with only his own breath and the flow of energy distinctly palpable. As time progressed, Hun Tian's inner peace deepened, and his fighting energy underwent a subtle transformation. The once tumultuous energy became more refined, flowing through his meridians as if it were a tangible substance. Finally, on a serene night, Hun Tian encountered the moment of breakthrough. A powerful aura erupted around his body, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. Boom! A dazzling light enveloped Hun Tian, and in that instant, his fighting energy transcended its limits, reaching a new pinnacle. As he slowly opened his eyes, excitement sparkled within them. He could feel a qualitative leap in his strength, the energy within him akin to an endless ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Following this breakthrough, Hun Tian's power experienced a significant enhancement. His standing within the family became increasingly solidified, and those who had once doubted him now regarded him with newfound respect. It seems this child, Hun Tian, has truly devoted himself to his training. His rapid advancement bodes well for his future, one elder remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, his current demeanor is truly impressive. Other elders nodded in agreement. Hun Tian, however, did not allow this breakthrough to inflate his pride. He understood that there remained a long journey ahead of him. He is determined to continue his cultivation, relentlessly enhancing his strength until he stands at the pinnacle of the Do Pei Song Qiong world. In the days that follow, Hun Tian perseveres in his rigorous training, consistently challenging his limits and striving to master more formidable skills. His name resonates throughout the family, becoming a beacon of inspiration for the younger generation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan remains quietly entrenched in Tian City, diligently working to augment his own power. Unbeknownst to him, Hun Tian is undergoing significant changes. He remains focused on his own path of cultivation. As time progresses, the gap between Hun Tian and Xiaoyan gradually widens. Yet, Xiaoyan does not succumb to discouragement. He firmly believes that one day he will surpass Hun Tian. In this fiercely competitive world, the fates of Hun Tian and Xiaoyan slowly intertwine, and a breathtaking confrontation seems poised to unfold. Chapter 44. Breakthrough. Upon successfully breaking through his bottleneck, Hun Tian underwent a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. His eyes now glimmered with a depth and sharpness that seemed to pierce through the illusions of the world. Following this breakthrough, Hun Tian distinctly felt his Do Qi becoming more robust and refined, flowing with a smoothness akin to drifting clouds and flowing water. His physical strength also experienced a significant enhancement, as if he could withstand even greater forces of impact. To solidify and further elevate his power, Hun Tian embarked on an even more rigorous training regimen. He dedicated countless hours each day to the training ground, relentlessly honing his Do Qi and skills. During his practice, Hun Tian noticed a wondrous transformation occurring within his Do Qi. What had once been mere raw power now contained a mysterious essence, rendering his attacks sharper and his defenses more formidable. It seemed that this breakthrough not only enhanced his strength, but also deepened his comprehension of Do Qi. In addition to cultivating his Do Qi, Hun Tian began to experiment with integrating the special abilities of Iori Yagami from King of Fighters 97 with his Do Qi. He discovered that this fusion allowed him to unleash even greater combat prowess. During one particular training session, Hun Tian suddenly sensed a remarkable resonance between his Do Qi and Iori Yagami's abilities. A powerful wave of energy erupted around him, causing the air to tremble violently. Boom! A dazzling radiance enveloped Hun Tian, as his Do Qi seamlessly merged with Iori Yagami's abilities, reaching an entirely new realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a spark of excitement glimmering within them. He could feel a qualitative leap in his power. The Do Qi within him surged like an endless ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Following this breakthrough and fusion, Hun Tian's strength was immensely heightened. His Do Qi level ascended from the Great Dome Master Realm to the Do Spirit Realm in a single bound. Now he mused, "My power has reached the Do Spirit Realm, with only a single step remaining to attain the Do Wang Realm." He understood that although his strength had greatly improved, in the world of Do Pei Tsang Xiong, where powerful individuals abound, he still had a long journey ahead. In the days that followed, Hun Tian continued his diligent training, relentlessly challenging his own limits. He participated in various trials and events within his family, consistently displaying remarkable prowess that left his kin in awe of his strength. Young Master Hun Tian's power has truly escalated. Who would have thought that after breaking through his bottleneck, he would experience such a significant enhancement? Exclaimed a young family member. Indeed, witnessing his current state is genuinely admirable. Others nodded in agreement, showering him with praise. However, Hun Tian remained humble in light of his breakthrough. Fully aware that he had a long journey ahead, he resolved to persist in his cultivation, striving to elevate his abilities until he stood atop the pinnacle of the Do Pei Tsang Xiong realm. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was quietly honing his skills in Wutan City, dedicated to enhancing his own strength, oblivious to Han Tian's transformations as he focused solely on his own path of cultivation. As time passed, the gap between Han Tian and Xiaoyan gradually widened. Yet, Xiaoyan did not feel disheartened. He firmly believed that one day he would surpass Han Tian. In this fiercely competitive world, the threads of fate intertwining Han Tian and Xiaoyan seemed poised to culminate in a breathtaking confrontation. Chapter 45. A surge in strength after successfully merging his fighting spirit with the abilities of Kyo Kusanagi from the King of Fighters 97, Han Tian radiated an overwhelming aura. He could distinctly sense the robust essence of his fighting spirit within, having attained the Do Ling realm. A breakthrough that instilled him with newfound confidence in the world of Do Pei Tsang Xiong. To further test his abilities and acquire additional resources and opportunities, Han Tian began to emerge within his family. Actively engaging in family affairs, he addressed numerous long-standing issues with his formidable strength and astute intellect, thereby solidifying his standing and earning the respect of the family elders. During an internal family competition, Han Tian decisively triumphed over several powerful adversaries. He showcased his unique skills, skillfully blending techniques with a fighting spirit that surged like tumultuous waves, each move infused with immense power, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Young Master Han Tian's strength is truly unfathomable. Yes, who would have anticipated he would grow so formidable after his breakthrough? After the competition, the elders summoned Han Tian for a special audience. Han Tian, your recent breakthrough is indeed a blessing for our family, one elder remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Now that you have reached the Do Ling realm, there are new tasks in the family that require your attention. This will also serve as a test of your strength. Han Tian felt a surge of emotion, recognizing this as a sign of the family's trust in him and a valuable opportunity for personal growth. Elder, please assign the task. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, Han Tian replied respectfully. The elder nodded and said, on the outskirts of our family territory, a mysterious ruin has emerged. According to our investigations, it may harbor boundless treasures and powerful techniques, yet it is fraught with danger. Our family intends to dispatch a team to explore this site. And as one of the young elites, you are to lead this team in the quest for discovery. In the depths of his heart, Han Tian felt a surge of joy. He was in dire need of such an opportunity to hone his skills. Upon returning to his abode, Han Tian meticulously prepared for this expedition into the ancient ruins. He selected several formidable clansmen to form an exploration team, and he elaborated on the essential precautions for their mission. Throughout this preparation, Han Tian did not neglect his own cultivation. He understood well that in the perilous ruins, only those with formidable strength could navigate unforeseen challenges. After several days of preparation, Han Tian led his team toward the enigmatic ruins. Along their journey, they encountered assaults from lower-tier magical beasts, all of which Han Tian dispatched with ease. His fighting spirit surged forth like a tempest. each strike imbued with immense power, rendering the beasts utterly defenseless. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, the dangers escalated. They faced intricate mechanisms and traps. Yet, through Hun Tian's sagacity and the seamless cooperation of his clansmen, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. At long last, they arrived at the core region of the ruins. An aura of mystery enveloped the area, surrounded by an array of precious treasures and martial arts tomes. "Be cautious, there may be formidable guardians here," Hun Tian warned. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, a towering magical beast radiating an overwhelming presence. With a fierce roar, the beast lunged at Hun Tian and his companions. Unfazed, Hun Tian unleashed his unique skills, forged through fusion, to confront the beast. Under his leadership, his clansmen launched their attacks, engaging the beast in a fierce battle. After a grueling struggle, Hun Tian finally discerned the beast's weakness and decisively defeated it. "Phew, we've finally dealt with this guardian," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. They then began to gather the treasures and tomes from the ruins. Utilizing his keen insight, Hun Tian selected several volumes that would greatly aid his cultivation. "This expedition has truly yielded abundant rewards," one clansman exclaimed. "Indeed, it is thanks to the leadership of young Master Hun Tian," others echoed in agreement. With treasures and tomes in hand, Hun Tian felt a deep sense of joy. He recognized that these acquisitions would significantly bolster his future path of cultivation. "Hun Tian, you have performed exceptionally in this task, making a tremendous contribution to the clan," remarked an elder. "It is my duty. The clan has nurtured me, and I shall serve it well," Hun Tian replied respectfully. In the days that followed, Hun Tian entered seclusion to cultivate, striving to integrate the knowledge from the tomes and further enhance his prowess. As he delved deeper into his training, his strength grew once more, bringing him closer to the realm of Dowang. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin remained in Wutan City, diligently cultivating and striving to elevate his own strength. Unbeknownst to him, Hun Tian was undergoing significant changes, focused solely on his own path of cultivation. Hun Tian was acutely aware that the gap between him and Xiao Yin was gradually widening. Yet he remained unsatisfied with this reality. He must continue to strive for mastery, for one day he shall stand at the pinnacle of the world of Do Pa, ensuring that all know his name. While Hun Tian immersed himself in his training, the elders of the clan presented him with a new task. "Hun Tian, we have observed your performance during the exploration of the ruins. Currently, our clan faces troubles at the border, as a band of robbers frequently harasses our border villages. We have decided to dispatch you to lead a team to eliminate these marauders and safeguard the clan's border security," one elder stated. Hun Tian felt a surge of determination. He recognized this as yet another trial set forth by his clan, as well as a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength. "Rest assured, I shall lead our kin to eradicate these robbers," Hun Tian replied resolutely. Thus, Hun Tian embarked on his journey once more, prepared to embrace new challenges. Chapter 46. A new task. On this day, while Hun Tian was diligently training, he was suddenly drawn by the clamor emanating from within the clan. Intrigued, he concluded his practice and made his way towards the source of the noise. It turned out that the elders were deliberating on new task arrangements. As Hun Tian approached, he overheard one elder proclaim, "Recently, our clan has received word of a mysterious surge of power emanating from deep within the Beast Mountain range. Investigations suggest it may be an undiscovered treasure site, yet it could also harbor immense dangers. We must dispatch a formidable team to investigate." Another elder concurred, "Indeed, this mysterious power fluctuation has garnered our clan's utmost attention. If we can seize the treasures within, it will greatly aid our clan's development. However, considering the potential hazards, this expedition must be led by someone of exceptional prowess." Hun Tian felt a stirring within. He perceived this as an extraordinary opportunity to augment his abilities. Therefore, he stepped forward and respectfully declared, "Elders, I am willing to lead the team to investigate this mysterious power surge." The elders regarded Hun Tian with a glimmer of approval in their eyes. "Hun Tian, your strength is indeed commendable, yet this mission is fraught with peril. You must be adequately prepared," one elder cautioned. After extensive deliberation, the clan elders ultimately decided to appoint Hun Tian as the captain of this mission, leading a team composed of the clan's young elites to delve into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. "This mission is fraught with danger. We must be thoroughly prepared." Hun Tian gathered the team members, stating, "We must work in close coordination, leveraging our individual strengths to tackle any unforeseen circumstances." The team members nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to adhere to Hun Tian's directives. Throughout the preparation process, Hun Tian did not relent in his training, for he understood that only through formidable strength could he navigate the myriad challenges lurking within the perilous Beast Mountain range. In addition to his training, Hun Tian diligently sought information regarding the Beast Mountain range. He consulted the elders of the clan to gain insights into the terrain and the distribution of magical beasts. Simultaneously, he inquired with clan members who had previously ventured into the Beast Mountain range, striving to gather as much intelligence as possible. After several days of preparation, Hun Tian led the team forth on their expedition towards the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Throughout their journey, they encountered several low-level magical beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Hun Tian. His fighting spirit surged forth like a tempest, each strike infused with formidable power, leaving the beasts utterly defenseless. As they ventured deeper into the Beast Mountains, the strength of the surrounding creatures gradually escalated. Hun Tian led the team with utmost caution, remaining ever vigilant. "Everyone, be careful. The beasts ahead may possess greater strength," Hun Tian cautioned. At that moment, a colossal beast leaped from the thicket, blocking their path. This creature was massive, emanating a potent aura, with blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity. With a fearsome roar, the beast lunged toward Hun Tian and his companions. Undaunted, Hun Tian unleashed his unique, fused skill to confront the beast. Under his leadership, the clan members also initiated their attacks, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. After a grueling struggle, Hun Tian finally discerned the beast's weakness and struck a decisive blow, vanquishing it. "Phew, we finally dealt with this fiend." Hun Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. The team pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the area pulsating with mysterious energy. An enigmatic aura enveloped the surroundings, where peculiar stones and shimmering crystals were arrayed. "Everyone, tread carefully. Powerful guardians may reside here," Hun Tian warned. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the light, a tall and mysterious individual radiating immense power. "Who are you to dare intrude upon this place?" the figure thundered. A chill ran through Han Tian's heart. He recognized that the true test had begun. "We hail from the Soul Clan, dispatched by our family to investigate the mysterious energy fluctuations in this area," Hun Tian respectfully replied. "Might you enlighten us about this place?" Deep in thought, Hun Tian understood that to acquire knowledge of the treasure, he must engage the mysterious figure in combat. "Esteemed one, our clan holds the treasure here in great esteem. We beseech you to allow us entry for exploration," Hun Tian asserted with determination. A flicker of anger flashed in the guardian's eyes. "Since you insist, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, the guardian launched an assault on Hun Tian and his companions. Undeterred, Hun Tian executed his unique, fused skill in response, leading his clan members to retaliate in a breathtaking clash with the enigmatic figure. The battle raged on for an extended period, both sides exerting their utmost abilities. Hun Tian continually transcended his limits throughout the conflict, further augmenting his strength. At last, in a pivotal moment, Hun Tian detected the guardian's flaw and delivered a decisive blow, triumphing over his opponent. "Phew, at last, we have vanquished this foe." Hun Tian wiped the sweat from his brow once more. Subsequently, Hun Tian guided the team into the ancient ruins. They explored the remnants, seeking information regarding the treasure. After considerable effort, they finally discovered an ancient tome in the core of the ruins. The manuscript contained details about the treasure, along with powerful techniques and combat skills. "Splendid. We have at last uncovered the information regarding the treasure." The members of the team spoke with palpable excitement. Hun Tian gazed at the ancient tome, his heart brimming with joy. He recognized that the knowledge contained within would significantly aid the development of his family. Upon returning to his clan, Hun Tian presented the tome to the elders. Upon seeing the manuscript, the elders praised him profusely. "Hun Tian, you have executed your task with exceptional prowess, making a tremendous contribution to our family," one elder declared. "This is merely my duty. The clan has nurtured me, and I shall serve it faithfully," Hun Tian replied respectfully. In the days that followed, Hun Tian began to seclude himself in rigorous training, practicing the techniques and skills outlined in the tome. His strength surged once more, bringing him closer to the realm of the Dowang. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin continued to toil in Yutan City, diligently striving to enhance his own abilities, oblivious to Han Tian's transformations. As he remained focused on his own path of cultivation, Hun Tian was acutely aware that the gap between himself and Xiao Yin was widening, yet he felt unsatisfied. He was determined to persevere in his training, aspiring to one day stand atop the pinnacle of the Dou-Pe-Zhangqiong world, ensuring that his name would echo through its annals. Thus, Hun Tian began to prepare for a journey to a new locale. Chapter 47. A new place on a sun-drenched day. After arranging his affairs within the clan, Hun Tian commenced preparations for his journey to a new place. He understood that to hone his skills in this unfamiliar territory, he needed to gather essential supplies and tools. Although his formidable combat prowess was bolstered by the flames and skills of the Eight Gods Hall, and he could later merge with to create new abilities. Certain auxiliary items remained indispensable. Hun Tian first made his way to the family's trading post, a hub for various rare materials and artifacts from the Do-Pai-Song-Qiong realm. He navigated through the marketplace, his gaze scanning the myriad of items on display. Suddenly, his attention was captivated by a pill emanating a peculiar glow. This pill, known as the Spirit Flame Pill, could dramatically enhance the combustion speed and power of Do Qi for a brief period, proving immensely beneficial for executing fire-based skills. This Spirit Flame Pill is precisely what I need, Hun Tian mused inwardly. After haggling with the proprietor of the trading post, he ultimately acquired the pill at a fair price. Next, Hun Tian sought items that would assist him in cultivating his fire skills. He discovered a material called the Flame Crystal Core, which harbored potent fiery energy, perfect for refining his 8 God's Hall flames, rendering them more robust and pure. Without hesitation, Hun Tian purchased several flame crystal cores, preparing to utilize them in his future training. In addition to the pills and materials, Hun Tian also procured protective potions and healing elixirs. After all, while venturing into a new place, one would inevitably encounter dangers and injuries. These potions would prove vital in safeguarding his life during critical moments. As he organized his belongings, Hun Tian contemplated the challenges and opportunities he might face in this new environment. He knew that this unfamiliar territory was replete with uncertainties and perils, yet he remained steadfast in his confidence in his abilities. His mastery of the flame skills of the 8 gods has reached formidable heights, and with his deepening understanding and research into the otherworldly fire, he firmly believes that the new abilities he will forge in the future through the fusion of these flames will grant him a significant competitive edge in the world of Do-Pai-Song-Qiong. Xiaoyan, wait for me to grow stronger. We shall undoubtedly have a breathtaking confrontation, he vowed silently within his heart. Once all preparations were in place, he bid farewell to the elders and kin of his family and embarked on his journey to uncharted territories. Along the way, he moved with the stealth and agility of a keen-eyed leopard, treading carefully and cautiously. With every step he took, his taut nerves quivered, as if any misstep could unleash a cataclysmic disaster. His eyes widened, piercing and vigilant. He maintained a heightened state of alertness, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse. His ears stood erect, attentive to the faintest of sounds in his surroundings. He understood that in this perilous realm of Do-Pai-Song-Qiong, fraught with infinite dangers and uncertainties, threats lurked at every turn. Perhaps in the next moment, a formidable beast concealed in the shadows would spring forth. Or perhaps a sinister trap would be triggered by a whisper of the chilling wind. Any minor oversight or error could very well become the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back, placing him in mortal peril. Thus, he had to summon all his mental acuity and focus intently on the challenges before him. As his figure gradually receded from view, the curtain on his adventure was officially raised. Chapter 48. Acquiring equipment on a sunlit day, having arranged his affairs within the family, he began preparing for his journey to new lands, with the foremost task being the acquisition of equipment. He arrived at the family's supply depot, a place brimming with an array of peculiar and mysteriously potent items. This spear appears quite promising. I shall take it, he mused, securing the spear for himself. Next, he ventured into the armor section. Here, various armors of diverse materials and styles were displayed, some light and agile, others heavy and robust. He paused before a striking black armor, crafted from a unique metal, its surface smooth as a mirror, emanating a formidable aura. As he reached out to touch the armor, he could feel its resilient texture and formidable defensive capabilities. This armor will provide me with excellent protection, affording me greater assurance in the face of danger, he remarked, nodding in approval before stowing it away in his spatial ring. Having completed the acquisition of weapons and armor, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction. He understood that while honing his skills in new environments, he might encounter a myriad of complex situations, necessitating additional equipment to assist him. Thus, he proceeded to the medicinal section, where a plethora of potions with varying effects awaited. He halted before a vial radiating a golden glow, known as the Gathering Chi Pill, which, when consumed, could significantly enhance the cohesion and explosiveness of his fighting spirit in a short span, a tremendous boon in battle. With this Gathering Chi Pill, I may unleash even greater power at a critical moment, he contemplated, purchasing the vial without hesitation. Continuing his journey, he procured an assortment of healing elixirs and potions to replenish his battle energy. After all, it was inevitable that he would sustain injuries and deplete his energy during his trials, and these potions would facilitate a swift recovery. In addition to these essentials, Hun Tian acquired several unique artifacts, such as a concealment talisman capable of masking his presence and an illusion orb that could create phantoms to bewilder his adversaries at critical moments. As he meticulously organized his belongings, Han Tian pondered the challenges and opportunities he might encounter in this new realm. He understood that this unfamiliar territory was rife with uncertainty and peril, yet he brimmed with confidence in his own abilities. His 8 Gods Flame technique had reached formidable heights, and with his ongoing exploration and mastery of the foreign flames, he believed that the new skills he would forge through their fusion would bestow him with enhanced competitiveness in the world of Do Putsong Qiong. Xiaoyan, await our exhilarating confrontation until I have grown stronger, Han Tian vowed silently. Subsequently, he turned and embarked on his journey to the new land, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 49. Departure. With a heart full of anticipation and unwavering conviction, Han Tian finally set forth on his expedition to the new territory. Clad in enigmatic black armor and wielding a long spear that emanated a ghostly blue glow, he adorned his waist with a spatial ring containing an array of elixirs and extraordinary items, presenting an image of gallant vigor and poised dignity. He stepped out of his family's domain, traversing towards the unknown horizon. The scenery around him shifted continuously, from bustling towns to tranquil villages, and eventually to the desolate woodlands, while Han Tian's inner peace gradually settled in harmony with the changing environment. After several days of arduous travel, Han Tian arrived at a vast expanse of grassland. The verdant meadow swayed gently in the breeze, undulating like a green sea. As he strolled across the plains, he savored the tranquility and beauty of nature. Yet he remained vigilant, fully aware that beneath the seemingly placid surface of the grassland lurked countless unknown dangers. Just as Han Tian basked in this serenity, a deep rumble echoed from the heavens. He looked up to find the sky ahead shrouded in ominous clouds, flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. As a black tempest surged toward him, the storm loomed closer, its fierce gales and crackling electricity imposing a daunting pressure upon him. Gripping his spear tightly, flames ignited around him, forming a protective shield to fend off the storm's onslaught. The tempest finally struck, and Han Tian was engulfed within its chaotic embrace. The winds howled and thunder clapped, his body spiraling amidst the storm's fury. Yet, he remained resolute, maintaining clarity of mind, and with his formidable strength and unwavering will, he endured the tempest's relentless assault. As he began to feel the strain of the storm's might, he suddenly perceived a mysterious force pulsating at its core. This energy was unlike the battle energy he was accustomed to. It was purer and more potent, seemingly harboring boundless enigmas. Could this be a form of exotic flame? Han Tian's heart stirred with intrigue, and disregarding the inherent danger, he surged toward the eye of the storm. As he drew near, the enigmatic force enveloped him entirely. Sun Tian felt his body being pulled by a formidable force, as strange flashes of light danced before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Sun Tian slowly regained awareness. He found himself in an extraordinary space, surrounded by a dazzling array of lights, with peculiar runes and patterns shimmering around him. Where's this place? Confusion filled his heart. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed a colossal stone door ahead. The door was engraved with enigmatic runes, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Sun Tian cautiously approached the stone door, sensing a powerful force emanating from it. He reached out and gently touched its surface, and in an instant, a surge of immense energy coursed through his body, conjuring vivid and bizarre images in his mind. In these visions, he beheld a flame unlike any he had ever encountered, a flame that radiated vibrant colors and exuded a potent aura. It burned fiercely, devouring everything in its vicinity with its overwhelming power. This is the... Sun Tian was astounded. He realized that within this peculiar realm, he may have stumbled upon the legendary. Continuing to observe the images, he discerned that this possessed unique abilities, capable of merging with his flames to create even more formidable skills. If I could obtain this and fuse it with my flames, my strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Excitement welled up within him. As Sun Tian immersed himself in this wondrous discovery, the stone door gradually creaked open. A powerful suction emanated from within, drawing him inside. In a blink, he found himself transported to an entirely new world. This realm was suffused with radiant colors, surrounded by undulating mountains, within which flowed strange flames. Is this the abode of? Anticipation surged within Sun Tian. He cautiously advanced, eager to unveil the mysteries of this enigmatic world. Along the way, he encountered numerous extraordinary sights, including gigantic fire spirits soaring through the flames and mysterious runes flickering upon the rocks. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. Sun Tian's instincts sharpened, and he gripped his spear tightly, feeling the flames upon him blaze even brighter. Before him loomed a massive fire beast, its colossal form engulfed in a kaleidoscope of flames. With fierce eyes gleaming ominously, it appears this is the guardian of the Sun Tian mused. Taking a deep breath, He unleashed the flame techniques of and charged toward the fire beast. Thus began an intense battle. Chapter 50. A new discovery. The clash between Hun Tian and the fire beast intensified, the vibrant flames raging between them as if igniting the very air around. Utilizing his king of fighters skills in a clever combination with the flames, Hun Tian momentarily gained the upper hand. Yet the beast's tenacious vitality and formidable attacks drained his stamina significantly. After an intense confrontation, Hun Tian seized the fleeting opportunity left by the beast's attack to unleash a formidable technique of the 8 gods. Flames surged forth like a roaring tide, engulfing the beast. The creature, struck severely, emitted a painful roar as its colossal form swayed. However, just as Hun Tian prepared to press the advantage and deliver a fatal blow, the beast unexpectedly unleashed a peculiar force. This force, akin to a vortex, drew Hun Tian into its depths. He felt as though the world was spinning wildly. And when his vision cleared, he found himself in a far more enigmatic realm. A thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Cautiously, Hun Tian navigated forward, his spear emanating a ghostly blue glow as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he was met with a deep, resonant hum, as if something was approaching. As the sound grew closer, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a crystalline tower radiating a strange luminescence ahead. Surrounding the tower were mysterious runes that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring boundless power. Hun Tian approached the crystalline tower with measured steps, acutely sensing the powerful energy emanating from it. Just as he reached out to touch the tower, a beam of light shot forth from within, transforming into a humanoid figure. This figure glowed softly, its features indistinct. After a moment of silence, it appeared to scrutinize Hun Tian before speaking slowly. This place is a mysterious relic, concealing immense power. However, this power is not easily attained. You must possess sufficient strength and wisdom to unravel its secrets. Hun Tian felt a stir in his heart. Fully aware that he had long sought formidable power, this mysterious relic might indeed be the key to his breakthrough. With conviction, he declared, "I fear no challenge. If I can obtain this power, I shall navigate this continent with greater prowess." The figure nodded slightly, responding, "Excellent. Thus, your trial shall commence. Ahead, you will encounter numerous mechanisms and puzzles. Only by solving them can you gradually approach the core of the crystalline tower." Hun Tian took a deep breath and stepped forward. Along the way, he encountered a variety of intricate mechanisms and riddles. Some required him to harness his formidable fighting spirit to decipher, while others demanded his clever intellect and vast knowledge to resolve. As he unraveled the mechanisms and puzzles, Hun Tian discerned that they were intricately tied to an ancient fighting technique. Drawing upon his profound understanding of fighting spirit and his formidable training foundation, he gradually solved many challenges. As he delved deeper, Hun Tian finally arrived at the core area of the crystalline tower. Here, brilliance radiated, and a treasure chest pulsating with mysterious power appeared before him. As he stepped forward to open the chest, a powerful force surged around him, ensnaring him. To attain this power, he must endure one final trial. The voice of the figure resonating once more. Hun Tian struggled with all his might, yet the force remained unyielding. He calmed himself and began to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled a special technique he had grasped during his training in fighting spirit. Focusing intently, he condensed his fighting spirit within, then unleashed it explosively. Boom! A resounding explosion shattered the confines of the ethereal force that had ensnared Hun Tian. Seizing the moment, Hun Tian stepped forward and unsealed the treasure chest. A kaleidoscope of radiant hues emanated from within, as a formidable power surged into Hun Tian's being. He felt this power perfectly harmonizing with his own fighting spirit and the flames of the 8 gods, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. Gripping his spear tightly, he fixed his resolute gaze upon the horizon. "This power shall serve as my strength in conquering the world of Do Put Song Qiong," Hun Tian silently vowed, before turning away from the mysterious relic and continuing on his journey. After departing from the enigmatic site, Hun Tian ventured forth into the realm of Do Put Song Qiong. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's immense potential and influence within this world, and the rising tide of power stirred feelings of jealousy and disquiet within him. To realize his plan of seizing Xiao Yan's opportunities and hindering his growth, he resolved to gather intelligence on Xiao Yan's recent activities, thus enabling a more strategic approach. Hun Tian arrived at a bustling town, alive with an array of people and vibrant energy. The streets were lined with an assortment of shops, where the clamorous calls of vendors filled the air, and the thronging crowd painted a lively tapestry of life. Navigating through the streets, Hun Tian appeared to stroll casually. Yet he remained acutely aware of the conversations around him, guided by his keen perception and formidable prowess. In a tavern, Hun Tian settled into a secluded corner. The air was thick with the aroma of wine and the laughter of patrons, blending seamlessly with a medley of information. He ordered a selection of dishes, feigning leisure as he listened intently to the surrounding chatter. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he overheard a nearby table's conversation. "Have you heard? Xiao Yan has been making quite a name for himself lately," exclaimed a young man clad in simple fabrics. Though he hasn't yet attended Jianan Academy, he has already stirred up quite a commotion in Wu-Tian City. "Oh, what has he done in Wu-Tian City?" inquired a curious middle-aged man. "I hear that at the recent auction, he truly astonished everyone. With his wit and courage, he managed to seize numerous precious treasures from the hands of the powerful, especially the purple cloud wings. Many believed it would fall into someone else's grasp, yet he cleverly secured it for himself," the young man recounted animatedly. "Humph. While the purple cloud wings may be a fine item, I believe Xiao Yan's acquisition was merely a stroke of luck. No matter how impressive he may seem, he cannot escape the grasp of us true powerhouses," scoffed a nobleman dressed in opulent attire, disdain etched upon his face. "Do not underestimate him. Not only has Xiao Yan obtained the purple cloud wings, but he has also displayed extraordinary talent in his cultivation. It is said that his fighting spirit is advancing at an astonishing rate. Soon enough, he may become a formidable force in Wu-Tian City," the young man retorted defiantly. Hun Tian allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, secretly mocking the situation. It appeared that Xiao Yan was indeed on an upward trajectory, presenting an opportune moment for Han Tian's plans. He continued to eavesdrop on the conversations around him, eager to glean further insight into Xiao Yan's affairs. Word had it that Xiao Yan had recently befriended like-minded companions, engaging in mutual training and progress. Among them was a girl named Xiao Suner, who seemed to share a profound connection with Xiao Yan. One passerby remarked, "Xiao Suner? She is the esteemed daughter of an ancient clan. How could she possibly be so close to Xiao Yan?" A middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. "Who knows? Perhaps Xiao Yan possesses some extraordinary qualities," another responded. Regardless of their relationship, Xiao Yan has yet to attend the Jianan Academy, and his influence in Wu-Tian City is undeniably limited. Once he arrives at the academy, faced with formidable adversaries and a complex situation, it remains uncertain how much glory he will still hold, a noble scion scoffed. Hun Tian's heart stirred. He realized that before Xiao Yan's journey to the Jianan Academy, there was still an opportunity to act against him. He resolved to keep a close watch on Xiao Yan's movements in Wu-Tian City, hoping to find a suitable moment to seize his fortunes. The conversations in the tavern continued, yet Hun Tian had already gleaned the information he sought. He rose, settled his tab, and quietly departed the establishment. Upon leaving the town, Hun Tian hastened toward Wu-Tian City, his figure darting along the road, raising a cloud of dust. He was acutely aware that the contest with Xiao Yan was about to unfold anew, and this time, he was fully prepared. As he journeyed toward Wu-Tian City, Hun Tian continually contemplated his strategy. He aimed to weaken Xiao Yan's strength and seize his opportunities before he set off for the Jianan Academy. Simultaneously, he intended to remain vigilant regarding Xiao Yan's movements to ascertain if he possessed any additional fortunes. As he drew nearer to Wu-Tian City, the surroundings became increasingly familiar. Memories of his previous confrontation with Xiao Yan resurfaced, prompting a quiet smirk. That victory had been fleeting. This time, he intended to ensure Xiao Yan fully experienced the bitterness of defeat. At last, Hun Tian arrived at the gates of Wu-Tian City. He surveyed the well-known town, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that within this town, a new contest was about to commence. Upon returning to his residence in Wu-Tian City, Hun Tian immediately began to meticulously plan his expedition to the Monster Mountain Range. He first retrieved a meticulously crafted map of the mountains, diligently studying the terrain and the peril levels of various regions. This map had been acquired with considerable effort. It marked many secretive locations and danger zones unknown to the average person. Xiao Yan, prepare to face the trials of the Monster Mountain Range. Hun Tian muttered coldly to himself. He was well aware of the multitude of beasts within the mountains, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire straits. Thus, he needed to ensure he had sufficient strength and preparations to tackle any unforeseen circumstances. Hun Tian began to inventory his existing supplies and equipment, realizing he needed to procure several essential items. The following day, Hun Tian arrived early at the market of Wu-Tian City. The marketplace bustled with activity, a myriad of stalls displaying diverse wares. He navigated through the crowd, his keen eyes searching for the items he required. His first stop was in front of a renowned weapon shop. This establishment was well known in Wu-Tian City, showcasing an array of high-quality weapons and armor. Hun Tian selected a remarkably sharp dagger, which not only boasted an extraordinarily keen blade, but also contained a unique infusion of battle energy, capable of unleashing formidable power at critical moments. "Boss, I wish to procure this dagger. How much does it cost?" Hun Tian inquired. The shopkeeper replied, "Young master, This dagger is not inexpensive. It requires 500 gold coins. Upon observing Hun Tian's distinguished demeanor, the proprietor hesitated to offend him. Hun Tian furrowed his brow slightly. While 500 gold coins was a trivial sum for him, he feigned negotiation, asking, "Could you possibly lower the price? How about 400 gold coins?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well. Seeing as you are an informed buyer, I shall sell it to you for 400 gold coins." Hun Tian paid the sum and examined the dagger closely, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he procured some healing potions, detoxifying herbs, and various special runic materials at the market. These items would prove invaluable in the Beast Mountain range. After several days of study and cultivation, Hun Tian felt increasingly confident in his abilities and preparations. He resolved to embark on his journey to the Beast Mountain range in 3 days, coinciding perfectly with Xiao Yan's own expedition. On the eve of his departure, Hun Tian meticulously reviewed his equipment and supplies, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He had also prepared some trap materials, intending to set ambushes in the mountain range to catch Xiao Yan off guard. That night, Hun Tian sat alone in his room, gazing at the starry sky outside, plotting in silence. "Xiao Yan, this time you shall not escape my grasp. I will make you aware that in this world, no one can easily oppose me." With that, Hun Tian turned and set forth on the path to the Beast Mountain range, his silhouette gradually fading into the distant dust, a scheme against Xiao Yan quietly unfolding. As Hun Tian journeyed towards the Beast Mountain range, he understood that the success of his endeavor hinged upon acquiring detailed knowledge of the mountains, particularly regarding areas that might harbor precious herbs. Thus, he resolved to find a tranquil spot to meticulously study the map of the Beast Mountain range before entering. After several days of travel, Hun Tian arrived at a secluded valley. Surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, it was a rarely trodden sanctuary, perfect for his research. He found a flat stone to sit upon, spread the map before him, and began to scrutinize it closely. The map was exceedingly detailed, marking various regions of the Beast Mountain range, the distribution of different beasts, and potential hazards. Hun Tian recognized that to successfully locate rare herbs and evade danger within the Beast Mountain range, he must be intimately familiar with this information. He commenced his analysis by examining the overall terrain of the mountains, observing their orientation, the layout of the valleys, and the flow of rivers. He noted that the Beast Mountain range stretched east to west, with its central region elevated, featuring many steep peaks and deep gorges. Conversely, the southern and northern sections were relatively gentle, hosting valleys and forests suitable for beast habitation. Next, Hun Tian focused on the diverse distribution of beasts as indicated on the map. He observed that various types of beasts inhabited different areas of the mountains. Some magical beasts possess relatively weak powers, making them easy to deal with. However, others are exceedingly ferocious and may pose a threat to the spirit realm. He meticulously marked the territories inhabited by these formidable creatures, reminding himself to exercise utmost caution in his endeavors. After examining the distribution of the magical beasts, his gaze fell upon areas on the map that potentially harbored precious herbs. He discovered an eastern region of the mountains known as the Valley of Spirit Herbs, reputed to be home to numerous rare plants. Furthermore, to the west lay an ancient cave, said to conceal a wealth of valuable herbs as well. Intrigued by both locations, he resolved to first venture to the Valley of Spirit Herbs. Should his search yield insufficient herbs, he would then consider the ancient cave to the west. To gain a deeper understanding of the valley and the cave, he began to scrutinize the annotations on the map concerning these locales. He noted that the vicinity of the valley bore peculiar markings, seemingly indicating the presence of certain dangers. In contrast, the ancient cave was adorned with enigmatic runes, suggesting that it harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Lost in contemplation, he recognized that acquiring precious herbs within the magical Beast Mountains necessitated thorough preparation. Therefore, he determined to gather additional information about the valley and the ancient cave before setting foot in the mountains. He commenced searching the valley for potential clues and soon stumbled upon a concealed cave adorned with ancient murals. These paintings depicted various magical beasts and herbs, hinting at their connection to the valley and the cave. Upon careful examination of these murals, he endeavored to extract useful information. After considerable effort, he unearthed valuable insights. It became evident that the Valley of Spirit Herbs earned its name due to the historic growth of a rare herb known as spirit herb, which flourished only under specific conditions and possessed remarkable properties. As for the ancient cave, the murals suggested that it once served as a sanctuary for a powerful ancient being, likely concealing precious herbs and magical artifacts within its depths. Armed with these revelations, he felt a newfound confidence. He resolved to head towards the Valley of Spirit Herbs first in pursuit of the elusive herb. If unsuccessful, he would then venture to the ancient cave in search of fortune. After studying the map and relevant clues, he rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Taking a deep breath, he savored the fresh air surrounding him. He understood that he was about to embark on a perilous journey into the magical Beast Mountains, but he felt adequately prepared. Subsequently, he gathered his belongings and continued his journey towards the mountains. His silhouette gradually faded into the valley, heralding the onset of a thrilling adventure. Having completed his study of the map and clues in the tranquil valley, he was acutely aware that his expedition into the magical Beast Mountains was fraught with uncertainty and danger, necessitating ample provisions. Thus, he resolved to visit a nearby small town to procure essential supplies. After several days of travel, he arrived at a place known as Qingping Town. Although Qingping Town is not particularly large, it is relatively abundant in various daily necessities and cultivation resources. Upon entering the town, Hun Tian made a beeline for the bustling market at its center. The market was vibrant and lively, thronged with people and adorned with a myriad of stalls. Hun Tian first approached the weaponry section, selecting a finely crafted suit of protective armor. This armor, fashioned from a special metal, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities while remaining lightweight, ensuring that it would not hinder his agility. Once donned, Hun Tian felt a notable enhancement in his defensive prowess. Next, he chose a sharp longsword, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance, inscribed with mysterious runes that augmented its power. Grasping the sword, he reveled in the strength it exuded, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. In addition to weaponry, Hun Tian required other essential supplies. He ventured into a general store, procuring tents, sleeping bags, provisions, and water bottles, essentials that would ensure his survival in the Beast Mountain range. While acquiring these necessities, Hun Tian did not neglect to replenish his cultivation resources. He visited an apothecary, purchasing high-quality healing elixirs and energy-replenishing pills. The healing potions would facilitate swift recovery from injuries, while the energy pills would aid in rapidly restoring his fighting spirit, allowing him to maintain peak condition. Fully aware of the formidable beasts and perilous situations he might encounter in the Beast Mountain range, Hun Tian also deliberately acquired specialized items. For instance, he procured smoke bombs and flash grenades, tools that could bewilder foes and provide cover during critical moments. Additionally, he purchased detection runes and tracking runes to better locate herbs and trace the paths of beasts within the mountains. The blacksmith, upon examining the design blueprints Hun Tian presented, displayed a look of astonishment. He informed Hun Tian that the crafting of these tools was quite complex and would demand considerable time and effort. However, Hun Tian was unfazed. He offered ample remuneration and expressed his willingness to wait. During the interval, while the blacksmith labored over the tools, Hun Tian continued to explore the town for other potentially useful items. He stumbled upon an antique shop, which housed an array of ancient runes and enigmatic artifacts. Intrigued, he carefully selected several rune materials and a mysterious compass. This compass, reputed to sense nearby fluctuations of fighting spirit and ominous energies, would prove a valuable ally in the Beast Mountain range. Days later, the blacksmith finally presented Hun Tian with the completed tools. After thoroughly inspecting them and confirming their quality, Hun Tian departed the blacksmith's forge, satisfaction swelling within him. At this juncture, Hun Tian's preparations were complete. He found a tavern to lodge in, meticulously organizing the supplies and tools he had acquired into his storage space. The following morning, Hun Tian rose early, packed his belongings, and set forth on the path to the Beast Mountain range. His figure gradually faded into the morning light, as the stage was set for an impending confrontation with Xiao Yan amidst the mountains, armed with ample provisions and meticulous preparations. The towering mountains before him pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, evoking an air of mystery and majesty. A palpable aura of combat energy permeated the range, as if revealing the countless dangers and opportunities that lay hidden within. Taking a deep breath, Hun Tian cast a determined gaze into the depths of the mountains. He understood that he was about to embark on a journey filled with the unknown and formidable challenges, yet he felt thoroughly prepared to locate the precious herbs before Xiaoyan, intending to teach this rising star a lesson in failure. With deliberate steps, he ventured into the Beast Mountain range. Upon entering, Hun Tian was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The atmosphere thickened, and the fluctuations of combat energy became chaotic. Proceeding with caution, he remained vigilant. As he traversed the winding mountain path, he occasionally caught sight of low-tier magical beasts darting through the woods. Although these creatures were relatively weak, their numbers posed a threat, and a moment's inattention could lead to an ambush. Employing his keen senses, Hun Tian skillfully evaded their notice and continued onward. As he delved deeper into the mountains, the magical beasts he encountered grew increasingly formidable. Mid-tier beasts began to appear in his line of sight, their massive forms radiating immense power. Hun Tian dared not let his guard down. He summoned his combat energy, elevating himself to peak condition. Suddenly, A deep growl resonated from ahead. Startled, Hun Tian halted and cautiously peered forward. A colossal flame demon wolf approached him, its body engulfed in roaring flames, fierce light glinting in its eyes, while its sharp claws carved deep grooves into the ground. Gripping his sword tightly, Hun Tian felt flames begin to flicker around him, forming a protective shield. He was acutely aware of the flame demon wolf's formidable prowess and understood the necessity of a cautious approach. The beast initiated the assault, launching itself at Hun Tian like a crimson bolt of lightning. In a swift motion, Hun Tian evaded the attack and executed a fiery technique, countering the wolf's advance. The clash of flames erupted in a surge of energy. After an intense exchange, Hun Tian, through his expert combat skills and formidable strength, identified a flaw in the flame demon wolf's defenses. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into the wolf's vital spot. The creature let out a chilling howl before collapsing to the ground. With the flame demon wolf vanquished, Hun Tian pressed on, conscious that this was merely the first of many challenges he would face in the Beast Mountain range. He treaded carefully into the forest, beginning his meticulous search. Suddenly, he noticed a herb emanating an unusual glow ahead. A surge of joy filled his heart, recognizing it as one of his sought-after targets. Just as he prepared to approach and harvest it, a rustling sound caught his attention. Warily, Hun Tian turned to find a swarm of venomous spiders converging upon him from all directions. These spiders, though small in stature, possessed potent venom, and being bitten would have dire consequences. Without hesitation, Hun Tian swiftly activated his combat skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the venomous spiders. He unleashed a formidable flame attack, systematically annihilating the surrounding venomous spiders. However, the sheer number of these arachnids began to weigh heavily on his stamina. Just as he found himself ensnared in a predicament, a sudden recollection of the detection rune he had acquired surged into his mind. He swiftly retrieved the rune, activating it, and a radiant light illuminated the area around him. Utilizing this newfound brilliance, he located the lair of the venomous spiders and unleashed a powerful assault, vanquishing them all in one fell swoop. With the threat of the spiders eradicated, he finally succeeded in harvesting the precious herb. Carefully, he placed the herb into his storage space, his heart swelling with elation. After further exploration of the forest yielded no additional rare herbs, he resolved to depart from this woodland and venture to the Spirit Herb Valley, a location marked on his previously studied map. As he traversed the mountain path, he eventually arrived at the edge of the Spirit Herb Valley. Here, he sensed a distinct atmosphere, one that diverged from the surrounding wilderness, as if a mysterious force pulsed beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped into the valley, aware that he would encounter greater challenges, yet also the potential to discover more precious herbs. Proceeding with utmost care, he remained vigilant, bracing himself for the trials that lay ahead. Upon entering the valley, he was struck by the breathtaking scenery. A gentle mist enveloped the area, revealing a variety of rare herbs that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Yet, he did not allow the allure of these herbs to cloud his judgment. Understanding that such a vibrant locale could also conceal significant dangers, he advanced with caution, each step taken with meticulous deliberation. His keen gaze swept over the environment, relying on his acute senses to detect any lurking beasts. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the nearby thicket. His heart raced as he halted, crouching slightly to prepare for combat, focusing intently on the source of the sound while quietly channeling his energy. Out sprang a smaller wind shadow rabbit from the underbrush. Although its power was modest, its speed was remarkable, capable of vanishing from sight in an instant. He exhaled in relief, yet remained on high alert, fully aware that the Spirit Herb Valley was home to many more formidable creatures. Continuing onward, he arrived at the bank of a crystalline stream. The water was so clear that the bed was visible, yet he remained cautious, knowing that peril could lurk within. As he moved along the bank, attentively observing his surroundings, a water python suddenly leapt from the depths. Towering over him, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards him. Reacting swiftly, he altered his footing, darting aside with the swiftness of lightning. The python missed its target, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his king of fighters' skill, directing a flame blade towards the python. The creature adeptly twisted its body, narrowly evading the fiery attack. It retaliated, sweeping its massive tail towards him. With deft movements, he skillfully dodged the oncoming strike from the water python. He was acutely aware that he could not linger too long entangled with the water python. He had to swiftly seek an opportunity to resolve the matter. Thus, he began to lure the water python towards the rocky outcrops by the stream. Provoked by his taunts, the water python pursued him recklessly. As the creature reached the rocky pile, he seized the moment to unleash a formidable firestorm. The inferno engulfed the entire rocky formation, trapping the water python within it, which emitted anguished roars. After an intense struggle, he finally discerned a weakness in the water python's defenses. Timing his strike perfectly, he drove his sword into the creature's vital spot, and after a few desperate thrashes, it collapsed to the ground. Upon vanquishing the water python, he did not allow himself a moment's respite. He continued his journey through the Spirit Herb Valley, cautiously navigating various perils. During his expedition, he encountered a flock of flying magical beasts. These creatures circled above, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Fully aware that a direct confrontation could prove perilous, he resolved to utilize the surrounding environment to elude them. He swiftly darted into a dense thicket, using the trees as cover to deftly avoid their attacks. After a fruitless search in the forest, the flying beasts eventually departed. After a series of trials, he finally reached the depths of the Spirit Herb Valley. Here, the herbs were even more precious, yet fraught with danger. He meticulously searched for the target herbs while remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. At last, he discovered a radiant spirit herb emanating a kaleidoscope of colors in a secluded corner. This herb was one of his crucial objectives. Elated, he approached slowly, preparing to harvest it. Just as his hand neared the spirit herb, a tremor shook the ground. Alarmed, he swiftly turned around to behold a colossal rock giant emerging from the earth. Towering and formidable, its body was encased in hard stone, radiating an overwhelming presence. Realizing he was no match for the rock giant, he dared not hesitate. He unleashed his most potent fire abilities against the beast. Then, seizing the moment of distraction, he sprinted in the opposite direction. The rock giant roared in fury, relentlessly pursuing him. He dashed through the Spirit Herb Valley, skillfully maneuvering around the terrain and obstacles to widen the gap between them. Ultimately, after a harrowing escape, he evaded the rock giant's grasp, halting to catch his breath. Filled with relief, this experience rendered him even more cautious. He understood that danger lurked everywhere within the Spirit Herb Valley. He resolved to take a brief respite to regain some strength before continuing his search for the remaining target herbs. During this interlude, he contemplated his next course of action. He was aware that Xiao Yan might also arrive at the valley, and he needed to gather as many precious herbs as possible before Xiao Yan's arrival, leaving him empty-handed. After a moment of rest, he reinvigorated himself. He embarked once more on the quest for herbs, continuing his careful exploration of the Spirit Herb Valley. Hun Tian proceeded cautiously through the Valley of Spiritual Herbs, skillfully evading the entanglements of numerous magical beasts along the way. After a challenging exploration, he finally arrived at the legendary area where spiritual herbs flourished most abundantly. The mist here thickened, enveloping the entire space like a mysterious veil. Various rare herbs shimmered with an enchanting glow amidst the fog, exuding captivating fragrances. With great urgency, Hun Tian scanned his surroundings, eager to locate the most crucial target of this expedition, the purple spirit herb. The purple spirit herb is an exceedingly rare spiritual plant, immensely beneficial to cultivators. It was evident that Xiao Yan had ventured into the monster beast mountains in search of this very herb. Hun Tian understood that securing the purple spirit herb first would grant him the upper hand in their rivalry, allowing him to savor the taste of Xiao Yan's defeat. After navigating through the mist for a while, Hun Tian discerned a slightly open glade ahead. This clearing hosted an array of peculiar plants, among which one herb radiated a faint purple glow, particularly captivating his attention. A surge of anticipation coursed through him as he approached the herb, scrutinizing it closely. Could this be the purple spirit herb? He mused internally. He knelt down, gently brushing aside the surrounding weeds to observe the herb's characteristics meticulously. The leaves of the purple spirit herb displayed a delicate purple hue, with finely serrated edges and unique patterns on the stem that closely matched the legendary descriptions. Suddenly, Hun Tian sprang to his feet, preparing for battle. Without warning, a colossal shadow spider lunged from the mist. The creature emanated a dark radiance, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light, and its sharp claws left deep gashes in the ground. Indeed, a formidable magical beast guarded this precious herb. Hun Tian thought to himself. Fully aware of the danger, he focused his energy, elevating his strength to peak condition. The shadow spider initiated the attack, darting towards Hun Tian like a bolt of black lightning. With a swift movement, Hun Tian evaded its strike and retaliated with the flame skill of the Fist King, launching a fiery counterattack against the shadow spider. The clash of fire and darkness erupted into a powerful wave of energy. After an intense exchange, Hun Tian gradually discerned the pattern of the shadow spider's assaults. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed a formidable firestorm. The flames engulfed the entire glade, trapping the shadow spider within, which emitted anguished roars. Capitalizing on this chance, Hun Tian executed a lethal strike, piercing the creature's vital point with his sword. The shadow spider struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. With the shadow spider vanquished, Hun Tian approached the purple spirit herb once more. This time, He hesitated not a moment, carefully harvesting the herb and placing it into his storage space. Yet, even after securing the purple spirit herb, Soul Tian's ambition remained unquenched. He knew that within the valley of spiritual herbs, there might be other invaluable plants. Thus, he continued his search around the glade. Before long, he discovered several more rare herbs. Though these herbs were not as precious as the purple spirit herb, they still held considerable benefits for cultivators. Soul Tian meticulously collected each of these herbs, placing them into his storage space. After gathering the herbs, Hun Tian began his quest to find a way out of the area. He was acutely aware that Xiao Yan could appear at any moment. Thus, he needed to depart swiftly and secure the herbs he had collected. After a thorough exploration, Hun Tian finally discovered a concealed pathway. He hurried along this trail, successfully escaping the perilous clearing. Upon exiting the Spirit Herb Valley, Hun Tian sought a secluded spot to organize his precious finds. As he gazed at the purple spirit herb in his hand, a sense of triumph surged within him. Xiao Yan, you shall be disappointed this time. These invaluable herbs will fall into my possession, Hun Tian mused with a covert smirk. Hun Tian then began to contemplate his next course of action. He knew he must safeguard the herbs before Xiao Yan's arrival and look for opportunities to seize Xiao Yan's fortunes once more. With a bountiful harvest in hand, Hun Tian proceeded toward his predetermined destination, his figure gradually fading into the forest, heralding the onset of a new contest. Cautiously, Hun Tian stowed away the precious herbs, fully aware that he needed to act discreetly to avoid alerting Xiao Yan to his whereabouts. Thus, he commenced searching for a safe and hidden place to conceal himself while awaiting Xiao Yan's appearance. He traversed the valley's narrow path, attentively observing his surroundings while pondering suitable hiding spots. As he passed through a dense grove, the leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, seemingly aiding in masking his presence. Suddenly, he spotted a hidden cave ahead. Nestled between two peaks, the cave entrance was obscured by thick vines and underbrush, making it difficult to discern without close inspection. Approaching the cave, Hun Tian conducted a careful examination and, reassured that no dangers lurked within, decided to use it as a temporary refuge. He channeled his energy, gently parting the vines and foliage at the entrance, and cautiously entered the cave. The interior of the cave was modest in size, but remarkably dry, with luminous moss growing on the walls, casting a faint glow within. Hun Tian found a relatively flat area to neatly arrange the herbs before sitting cross-legged to recover his stamina, depleted from his herb-gathering endeavor. While recuperating, Hun Tian remained vigilant, utilizing his perceptive abilities to monitor the sounds around the cave. He understood that Xiao Yan might appear at any moment, necessitating his preparedness. As time slipped by unnoticed, Hun Tian patiently awaited in the cave. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura approaching from a distance. A chill ran through him. He recognized it could very well be Xiao Yan's presence. Quickly rising, he concealed himself behind a large boulder, holding his breath and quietly observing the movements outside. Before long, Xiao Yan's silhouette came into view. Emanating a faint glow of fighting spirit, his face adorned with a confident smile, clearly pleased with his own acquisitions from the Spirit Herb Valley. Xiao Yan lingered near the cave for a while, seemingly searching for something. Hun Tian couldn't help but smirk inwardly, knowing he was well hidden, making it difficult for Xiao Yan to uncover his presence. As Xiao Yan prepared to depart, he abruptly halted, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Hun Tian felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed that Xiao Yan might have detected something amiss. How curious, there exists an inexplicable sense of familiarity here. Xiao Yan murmured to himself. Hun Tian inwardly lamented, fearing that Xiao Yan might suspect the presence of hidden individuals. Just as he contemplated diverting Xiao Yan's attention, Xiao Yan appeared to recollect something, shaking his head and proceeding onward. Hun Tian exhaled in relief, realizing he had temporarily evaded disaster. However, he remained vigilant, continuing to conceal himself behind the boulder, closely monitoring Xiao Yan's movements. Hun Tian retrieved several materials from his storage space and began setting traps. He placed trigger-based rune traps at the entrance of the cave. Should anyone activate them, they would unleash a powerful surge of energy, affording him ample time to react. Simultaneously, he concealed various hidden weapons within the cave's interior to thwart any potential intruders. Once the traps were meticulously arranged, Hun Tian settled into a cross-legged position to recuperate. He understood that in the days to come, he must remain ever alert, awaiting Xiao Yan's reappearance to deliver a decisive blow. As night descended, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the cave. Hun Tian sat silently, his gaze betraying a hint of ruthlessness and resolve. He was confident that his plan would culminate in success, and Xiao Yan would ultimately become his vanquished foe. Hun Tian remained in quiet anticipation within the cave, assured that once Xiao Yan detected the anomalies here, he would inevitably come to investigate. Time passed slowly, the surrounding air seemingly suspended in stillness. At last, During twilight, that familiar figure, Xiaoyan, re-emerged in the distance. Xiaoyan hurriedly approached, his eyes scanning the area with keen vigilance, leaving no potential corner unexamined. Evidently, he too was in search of those valuable herbs. As Xiaoyan drew closer to Hun Tian's concealed cave, his steps were light, yet steady, his battle aura flickering subtly. Hun Tian, hidden behind the boulder, held his breath, meticulously observing Xiaoyan's every move. He noticed Xiaoyan pause near the cave, a slight frown etched upon his face, as if sensing something amiss. "The atmosphere here feels peculiar," Xiaoyan murmured, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. Hun Tian felt a surge of triumph within. He knew his plan was unfolding smoothly. He awaited Xiaoyan's next move, eager to witness him fall prey to the traps. Xiaoyan gradually approached the cave entrance, his senses finely attuned. Quickly detecting the presence of traps, a confident smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Humph, attempting to play such trivial tricks with me? You are still too inexperienced." However, just as he prepared to dismantle the traps, a sudden and intense surge of energy emanated from deep within the cave. Xiaoyan's expression shifted alarmingly. He realized that the situation was not as it seemed. "This is bad, an ambush," he shouted, swiftly retreating. Almost simultaneously, Hun Tian, lurking in the shadows, launched his attack. He unleashed his formidable king of fighters' skills, and a blade of flame soared toward Xiaoyan. Reacting swiftly, Xiaoyan summoned a protective aura of fighting spirit to deflect the fiery assault. "Who are you? Why have you set a trap here?" Xiaoyan bellowed, his eyes betraying a flicker of rage. Hun Tian emerged slowly from behind a massive rock, a cold smirk gracing his face. "Xiaoyan, I never imagined you would have the audacity to come here. Unfortunately for you, you are destined to return empty-handed today." As Xiaoyan gazed at Hun Tian, a wave of intense murderous intent surged within him. "Hun Tian, so it is you, that despicable wretch. Do you truly believe this will deter me?" The atmosphere between them thickened with tension, signaling an imminent clash. However, just as Hun Tian prepared for a direct confrontation with Xiaoyan, he suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from the depths of the cave. Alarmed, he realized he might have fallen into Xiaoyan's trap. "Oh no," he thought, hastily employing his agility to flee towards the cave's exit. Observing this, Xiaoyan immediately launched his assault, sending a flurry of fighting spirit projectiles in pursuit of Hun Tian. Desperately sprinting through the forest, Hun Tian adeptly navigated the terrain and obstacles, steadily widening the distance between himself and Xiaoyan. Ultimately, he managed to evade Xiaoyan's relentless pursuit, halting to catch his breath, his heart heavy with frustration. "Damn it! How could I have been outmaneuvered by him?" Hun Tian chastised himself inwardly. He recognized that this endeavor had ended in failure. Not only had Xiaoyan not fallen for his ploy, but he had also found himself on the back foot. "Hun Tian, just you wait. I will settle this score with you," Xiaoyan roared, concealed in the distant woods. Hun Tian listened to Xiaoyan's furious outburst, feeling a mix of helplessness and determination. He understood that his struggle with Xiaoyan had merely commenced, with further challenges awaiting him in the future. As night fell, a serene atmosphere enveloped the mountains and forests. Hun Tian quietly departed from the area. Contemplating his next course of action, he realized that to truly defeat Xiaoyan, he must continually enhance his own power. Watching Xiaoyan depart in a fit of anger, Hun Tian was filled with regret and resentment. Yet, he soon regained his composure. A thought taking root in his mind, to follow Xiaoyan and seek another opportunity to seize his fortune. Carefully, Hun Tian trailed behind Xiaoyan, striving to conceal his presence and avoid detection. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyan appeared oblivious to the pursuit, moving swiftly through the woods while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Could Xiaoyan have discovered other herbs? Hun Tian mused silently. As time passed, the darkness deepened, shrouding the forest in shadow and complicating Hun Tian's stealthy pursuit. Nevertheless, he relied on his keen senses and night vision to maintain his proximity to Xiaoyan. Suddenly, Xiaoyan halted and turned towards a particular direction. A surge of excitement coursed through Hun Tian. He believed Xiaoyan had stumbled upon a new patch of herbs. Consequently, he quickened his pace, stealthily following. However, upon reaching Xiaoyan's location, Hun Tian found that Xiaoyan was not foraging for herbs, but had seated himself upon a massive boulder. Xiaoyan retrieved a purple spiritual herb from his storage space, immersing himself in its study. Unbeknownst to him, Hun Tian felt a pang of disappointment but chose to remain, resolved to observe Xiaoyan's actions further. After a period of contemplation over the purple spiritual herb, Xiaoyan seemed to have an epiphany. He stood up and continued his journey forward. Hun Tian hastily followed, maintaining a prudent distance. Along the way, Xiaoyan frequently paused to rest and survey his surroundings, while Hun Tian closely trailed him, wary of any lapse in vigilance. He understood that revealing himself could easily alert Xiaoyan. Before long, they arrived at a secluded valley. enveloped in an enigmatic aura, with towering peaks forming a natural barrier around them. Xiaoyan ventured into the valley, searching for something elusive. Hun Tian concealed himself behind a massive boulder, keenly observing Xiaoyan's movements. Suddenly, Xiaoyan halted, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Hun Tian's heart raced. He sensed that Xiaoyan had stumbled upon another precious herb. Indeed, Xiaoyan picked up a plant radiating an extraordinary luminescence, the very Juyang divine herb that Hun Tian had failed to locate in the Spirit Herb Valley. Juyang divine herb. Hun Tian exclaimed inwardly, aware of the significant benefits this herb held for cultivators. Xiaoyan meticulously secured the Juyang divine herb and continued his exploration of the valley, while Hun Tian silently watched, plotting to seize the herb for himself. As night fell, a serene stillness enveloped the valley. Hun Tian remained hidden behind the boulder, contemplating his strategy. He recognized that to obtain the Juyang divine herb from Xiaoyan, he must wait for an opportune moment when Xiaoyan's guard was down. Thus, Hun Tian resolved to launch his attack under the cover of darkness. Intending to catch Xiaoyan unawares, the night shrouded the valley, rendering the surroundings eerily quiet. Hun Tian concealed himself behind the boulder, patiently awaiting the right moment. He surmised that Xiaoyan, fatigued, might have lowered his defenses, presenting the ideal opportunity to thwart Xiaoyan's hunting endeavors. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed through the valley. Peering through a crevice in the boulder, Hun Tian observed Xiaoyan slowly approaching a patch of grass. It appeared that Xiaoyan intended to hunt some magical beasts in this area to acquire more resources. A cold smirk crept onto Hun Tian's lips as he stealthily maneuvered to intercept Xiaoyan's path, concealing himself amidst dense underbrush. A subtle aura of fighting spirit emanated from him, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Before long, Xiaoyan neared Hun Tian's hiding spot, pausing to scan his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Hun Tian held his breath, daring not to move, fearful of being discovered. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to enter the grass for his hunt, Hun Tian sprang into action. He invoked the King of Fighters' stealth skill, silently appearing behind Xiaoyan, and then struck fiercely at Xiaoyan's back with a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Xiaoyan stumbled forward several paces. He suddenly turned around, a flicker of anger and surprise flashing in his eyes. "Who dares to ambush me?" Xiaoyan roared, his fighting spirit erupting instantaneously, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Hun Tian emerged from the thicket, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoyan, I never expected you to have the audacity to hunt alone at night. Unfortunately, today you are destined to return empty-handed." Xiaoyan glared at Hun Tian, a surge of intense, killing intent swelling within him. "Hun Tian, you despicable villain, do you think this will deter me?" The atmosphere between them grew taut, as if an intense battle was on the verge of erupting. However, Hun Tian had no intention of confronting Xiaoyan head-on. He was well aware that Xiaoyan's strength was formidable, and engaging him directly might not yield favorable results. Thus, he resolved to continue his harassment tactics, disrupting Xiaoyan's hunting endeavor. Hun Tian unleashed the Phantom Fist skill, conjuring a series of illusions around Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan instantly found himself ensnared in confusion, his gaze flickering among the phantoms, struggling to discern which was Hun Tian's true form. "Humph, let us see how long you can endure." Hun Tian sneered, continuing his assault. He alternated between launching punches from the left and sending fiery blades from the right, leaving Xiaoyan flustered and his hunting plans thoroughly derailed. Under Hun Tian's relentless harassment, Xiaoyan gradually felt his stamina waning. His fighting spirit began to destabilize, and the force of his attacks diminished. "Damn it, Hun Tian, you will pay for this," Xiaoyan bellowed. Hun Tian, observing Xiaoyan's disarray, felt a sense of triumph swelling within him. "Xiaoyan, it would be wise for you to abandon your hunt and flee this place. Otherwise, when I unleash my true assault, you will find yourself defenseless." Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan recognized he was no match for Hun Tian at present. He shot a venomous glare at Hun Tian before turning and sprinting towards the valley's exit. Hun Tian watched with a victorious smile as Xiaoyan retreated. He knew he had successfully thwarted Xiaoyan's hunting plans, leaving him with nothing. Upon returning to his hiding place, Hun Tian continued to wait. He understood that Xiaoyan would not easily relinquish his pursuit, and more confrontations awaited them in the future. Yet he was confident that, with his cunning and strength, he would ultimately prevail in his struggle against Xiaoyan. As the night deepened, the valley once again fell silent. Hun Tian quietly concealed himself in the darkness, awaiting the arrival of the next opportunity. He gazed at Xiaoyan's fleeing figure with a smirk of cold satisfaction. He understood that this confrontation with Xiaoyan had only just begun, and he would not miss any chance to strike at him. With the dawn, sunlight poured into the valley, dispelling the shadows of night. Hun Tian slowly emerged from his hiding place, resolved to continue tracking Xiaoyan and observe his next moves. Xiao Yan hastened away from the valley and arrived at an expansive grassland, where various magical beasts grazed leisurely. He halted, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, seemingly in search of new prey. As Xiao Yan prepared to hunt a wind wolf, Hun Tian seized the opportunity to stealthily approach from behind. He concentrated his fighting spirit and executed the hidden skill of the Fist Emperor, silently closing in on Xiao Yan. When he was but a few steps away, he suddenly launched an attack. A blade of flame shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Xiao Yan's back. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Xiao Yan swiftly turned to defend himself. However, the speed of the flame blade was astonishing. He barely managed to raise a fighting spirit shield in time. Yet the blade still left a gash on his arm. "Damn it, Hun Tian!" Xiao Yan roared, his eyes flashing with anger and vigilance. Hun Tian, pleased with his successful strike, continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of flame blades and Fist Emperor skills upon Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quickly summoned his fighting spirit shield to fend off Hun Tian's relentless barrage, but the continuous onslaught began to wear him down. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" Xiao Yan bellowed, his fighting spirit growing increasingly fierce. Yet, Hun Tian remained unfazed by Xiao Yan's fury, relentlessly attacking without granting him a moment's respite. In one of his strikes, Hun Tian unleashed a powerful series of Fist Emperor combos, a tempest of assaults crashing down upon Xiao Yan. Despite his desperate defense, Xiao Yan was struck multiple times, one blow landing heavily on his chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his complexion turned ashen. "Humph, Xiao Yan, do you now grasp my strength?" Hun Tian approached Xiao Yan with a cold smirk. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan rose from the ground, his eyes betraying a flicker of stubbornness and defiance. "Hun Tian, I shall not concede so easily. I will repay today's grievances 100-fold in the future." Hun Tian regarded Xiao Yan with a silent sneer. "Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so." Aware that he was currently no match for Hun Tian, Xiao Yan resolved to temporarily abandon the hunt and depart swiftly from the area. Hun Tian made no effort to impede his retreat, watching with satisfaction as Xiao Yan limped away. "This is merely the beginning, Xiao Yan. In the future, I shall ensure your suffering intensifies," Hun Tian murmured to himself. After Xiao Yan's departure, Hun Tian rested for a moment to recover some stamina, knowing that Xiao Yan would not relent and that more confrontations awaited them. He then contemplated his next move, deciding to continue tracking Xiao Yan in search of further opportunities to strike, aiming to render him utterly powerless in this world. Watching Xiao Yan depart with a limp, Hun Tian felt a thrill of anticipation for this game. He understood that Xiao Yan would not surrender easily, and he would seize every opportunity to undermine him. Now, he would continue to follow Xiao Yan, eager to witness what new developments awaited this individual. Enduring the pain of his injuries, Xiao Yan trudged laboriously across the grasslands, aware that Hun Tian was still lurking in the shadows, yet determined not to let Hun Tian lead him by the nose. He resolved to seek a sanctuary to mend his wounds before devising a means to extricate himself from the entanglement of Hun Tian. After a thorough search, Xiao Yan finally discovered a relatively safe haven nestled within a secluded valley. He settled cross-legged, initiating the circulation of his Do Qi in an attempt to heal his injured body. However, his injuries proved to be more severe than anticipated, rendering the flow of Do Qi exceedingly arduous. While Xiao Yan concentrated on his recuperation, Hun Tian stealthily approached, concealing himself behind a massive boulder, scrutinizing Xiao Yan's every movement. Observing Xiao Yan engaged in healing, Han Tian's heart brimmed with malice, recognizing this as an opportune moment to seize Xiao Yan's prey and inflict further harm upon him. Cautiously, Hun Tian inched closer to the spot where Xiao Yan had left his quarry. Prior to this, Xiao Yan had hunted a wind wolf, and its lifeless body lay nearby. A glimmer of greed flickered in Han Tian's eyes as he beheld the wind wolf. Harnessing his Do Qi, he silently dragged the carcass away. Just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed something amiss. With a jolt, he opened his eyes, directing a fierce gaze toward Han Tian's hiding place. "Who dares to steal my prey?" Xiao Yan bellowed. Struggling to rise despite his pain, Han Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's swift awareness. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, aware that confronting Xiao Yan directly would risk revealing his identity. Thus, Han Tian employed the concealment skill of the Fist King, vanishing swiftly into the shadows. Seeing Han Tian flee, Xiao Yan's fury intensified. Ignoring his injuries, he pursued the direction in which Han Tian had vanished. Han Tian sprinted ahead, skillfully utilizing the terrain and obstacles to widen the distance between them. Xiao Yan relentlessly chased after him, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Xiao Yan, you remain as impetuous as ever. Since you covet this wind wolf so dearly, allow me to oblige," Han Tian taunted, discarding the wind wolf's carcass upon the ground. Upon seeing the wind wolf's body, Xiao Yan's rage subsided slightly. However, He did not let his guard down. He knew Hun Tian would not relent so easily. Hun Tian, do you believe this will spare you from my wrath? The grudge of today shall be repaid in full measure, Xiao Yin roared. Hun Tian responded with a cold laugh. Let us await the outcome, then. But for now, tend to your wounds. With that, Hun Tian turned to depart. Xiao Yin watched Han Tian's retreating figure, his heart brimming with anger and indignation. He understood that he was not yet Han Tian's match, but he would not surrender. He vowed to grow stronger and ultimately vanquish Hun Tian. Approaching the wind wolf's carcass, he began to process his prey, knowing that now was not the time for reckoning with Hun Tian. He needed to restore his strength swiftly. Meanwhile, Hun Tian continued to shadow Xiao Yin, aware that Xiao Yin would not easily relent, and more confrontations lay ahead. He would persist in seeking opportunities to undermine Xiao Yin, aiming to erode his confidence completely. As nightfall enveloped the grassland, a palpable silence hung in the air. The silhouettes of Hun Tian and Xiao Yin gradually receded into the distance, heralding the onset of a new conflict. In the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yin gazed at the retreating figure of Hun Tian, his heart ablaze with fury akin to a raging inferno. The precious herb, seized by Hun Tian, had been the culmination of his arduous search, now reduced to a mere trophy for another. Gasping heavily, Xiao Yin endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions, repeatedly reminding himself that impulsive actions would only exacerbate the situation. He slowly crouched down, observing the imprints left by Hun Tian's passage, determination glimmering in his gaze. Recalling the arduous journey he had endured within the Beast Mountain range, a bitter pang filled his heart. Countless formidable beasts had threatened his life, with many moments spent teetering on the brink of death in pursuit of this invaluable herb. Just as he believed he was on the cusp of success, Hun Tian had intervened unexpectedly. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. The mountain still brimmed with uncertainty and peril, yet retreat was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he resolved to press onward, seeking other avenues to enhance his strength. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Xiao Yin halted, embracing the calming caress of the wind, and gradually regained his composure. He understood that to triumph over Hun Tian, he could not rely solely on fleeting impulses and anger. Meticulous planning and continuous improvement of his skills were essential. I must devote myself to rigorous training, breaking through my current limitations and mastering even more formidable combat techniques, he vowed, clenching his fists and casting a resolute gaze toward the horizon. Suddenly, a powerful beast sprang from the thicket behind him, lunging ferociously. Startled, Xiao Yin quickly sidestepped the creature's attack, swiftly employing the fighting techniques he had learned, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. In the struggle, he channeled his anger and frustration into strength, his movements becoming increasingly fierce, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. After a grueling fight, Xiao Yin finally succeeded in vanquishing the beast. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Gazing at the fallen creature, a swirl of emotions coursed through him. This was merely the beginning. A long journey lay ahead, he murmured to himself. After a brief respite, Xiao Yin rose once more, continuing his exploration of the Beast Mountain range. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he remained undaunted. For within him burned an unwavering conviction to grow stronger and make Hun Tian pay for his transgressions. Meanwhile, Hun Tian, with the precious herb plundered from Xiao Yin, strode forward with a light and buoyant step, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. A smirk played upon his lips, curving disdainfully as if the entire world lay submissively within his grasp. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him. Yet he remained oblivious to the beauty surrounding him, wholly immersed in his triumph. He walked with an elated spirit, as if soaring among the clouds. This precious herb will elevate my power to new heights. Xiao Yin, you shall remain here, toiling in the Beast Mountain range. He thought smugly to himself as he continued on his way. He seemed to envision a future where he would surmount his limitations with the aid of this precious herb, emerging as a formidable figure within his family. As he walked, Hun Tian encountered a low-tier magical beast. The creature, initially foraging in the underbrush, trembled in fear upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Hun Tian. Observing the beast's reaction, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, you timid creature. Why do you not flee before this esteemed presence?" Hun Tian taunted. The beast appeared to comprehend his words, promptly turning tail and fleeing in a desperate sprint. As Hun Tian watched the beast retreat, his laughter grew more boisterous. In that moment, he was completely intoxicated by the thrill of victory, believing himself to be an invincible force, unstoppable in his pursuit. He even began to fantasize about becoming the most distinguished warrior on the continent of Battle Chi, commanding the respect and awe of all. As he continued onward, The image of Xiao Yan's frustrated and helpless expression flickered through his mind, further elevating his spirits. Xiao Yan, languish in the depths while I soar above you, he murmured to himself. Upon entering the family estate, he immediately attracted the attention of his kin. Their eyes widened in astonishment and envy at the precious herb in his possession. Hun Tian, where did you procure such a rare herb? Inquired one of the family members curiously. Hun Tian proudly lifted his chin and proclaimed, I seized it from that fool Xiao Yan in the magical beast mountains. The family members erupted in praise, exclaiming, Hun Tian, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are the family's prodigy. How could Xiao Yan ever hope to rival you? Their accolades swelled Han Tian's vanity, and he was soon ushered before the family elder, presenting the herb with great reverence. The elder scrutinized the herb with a satisfied glint in his eye. Hun Tian, you have performed admirably. This herb holds significant value for our family. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you additional cultivation resources. Overwhelmed with joy, Hun Tian knelt in gratitude, his heart brimming with elation. As he accepted the rewards from the elder and turned to leave, he caught sight of the envious gazes of his fellow family members. Returning to his chamber, Hun Tian carefully placed the herb and rewards in a secure spot. Sitting upon his bed, he began to chart his path to future cultivation. With these resources, I shall undoubtedly elevate my strength swiftly, becoming the mightiest within the family, he mused confidently. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan had endured a series of trials and tribulations in the magical beast mountains, his power surging rapidly. The hatred within Xiao Yan burned like an inferno, vowing that Hun Tian would pay dearly for his misdeeds. Meanwhile, Hun Tian remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, reveling in his triumphs. As he departed in high spirits, only Xiao Yan remained in the magical beast mountains, grappling with anger and defeat. His eyes aflame with rage as he fixed his gaze on the direction in which Hun Tian had vanished, as if imprinting that figure deep within his soul. As night fell, the surrounding darkness enveloped like thick ink, gradually consuming Xiao Yan's hopes. The frigid wind howled through the forest, branches and leaves rustling together, producing an eerie sound. Xiao Yan tightly wrapped his arms around himself, attempting to ward off the bone-chilling cold, but to no avail. The loss of the precious herbs had turned his once clear cultivation plan into a mere illusion. He was acutely aware that in the perilous and unpredictable Beast Mountain, the absence of sufficient resources rendered the enhancement of his power a mere folly. Without the means to elevate his strength, he would be ill-equipped to confront the myriad dangers lurking within the mountains. In the darkness, Xiao Yan groped around until he finally stumbled upon a cave. The dampness within was pervasive, emanating a foul odor, yet he could spare little thought for such discomfort. Exhausted, he leaned against the cave wall, his mind a tangled mess. The despicable soul heaven had acted so treacherously. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Yan struggled to quell the fury swelling within him. Yet, amidst the anger, a profound sense of helplessness loomed. He understood all too well that with his current abilities, he stood no chance against soul heaven. From his pocket, Xiao Yan retrieved the meager remnants of his provisions, swallowing them with great difficulty. The dry food scraped against his throat, delivering a sharp sting. But he paid it no mind, for it might be his sole sustenance for the coming days. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, Xiao Yan dragged his weary body onward. His gaze was resolute, yet fatigue and confusion were unmistakable. He navigated cautiously, avoiding the potent auras of formidable beasts, fearful of encountering danger once more. However, the beast mountain seemed intent on not letting him escape unscathed. Inadvertently, Xiao Yan stepped into a thicket brimming with thorns. The sharp brambles tore through his garments, leaving crimson trails upon his skin. He gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to free himself, though his body was soon marred with bloodstains. Venturing deeper into the mountains, Xiao Yan found no trace of valuable resources. His water pouch was long emptied, his throat parched as if it were on fire. With every step, it felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him. At one point, he discovered what appeared to be a rare herb, a flicker of hope igniting within him, only to be abruptly interrupted by a ferocious beast leaping from the shadows. The creature, with its gaping maw, lunged at him. Xiao Yan had no choice but to flee desperately, weaving through the trees until he was utterly exhausted, finally evading the beast's pursuit. Yet, the herb was lost amidst the chaos. As night fell once more, Xiao Yan lay beneath a grand old tree, gazing at the star-studded sky, his heart heavy with despair. His body had reached its limits. Hunger, fatigue, and pain tormented him to the brink of unconsciousness. Am I truly destined to perish here? Xiao Yan murmured, his voice trembling. He recalled his family, his once bright aspirations, unwilling to concede his life in this desolate wilderness. Just as he teetered on the edge of surrender, on the third morning, he spotted a humble herb at the precipice of a cliff. The plant swayed gently in the breeze, as if beckoning him. In an instant, a spark of hope ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. He cautiously approached the cliff's edge, striving to pluck the herb. Yet, the cliff was steep, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, extending his hand inch by inch. At the very moment he was about to touch the precious herbs, the stones beneath his feet suddenly shifted. Xiao Yan's body lost its balance in an instant and plummeted towards the abyss. As he stepped into the territory of his clan, the family members surged forth, surrounding him in a throng. Their eyes brimmed with admiration and envy, their voices extolling the bravery and wisdom of Master Hun Tian. Master Hun Tian, you have truly achieved remarkable feats for our family. Indeed, how could Xiao Yan possibly be your match? You are the pride of our Hun Tian clan. Listening to these flattering words, Han Tian's sense of pride swelled even further. He tilted his head slightly, basking in the adulation akin to the moon surrounded by stars, his smile growing ever more radiant. The family held a grand celebration in honor of Han Tian's triumph. The banquet was adorned with exquisite decorations, and a sumptuous array of delicacies graced the long tables. Han Tian occupied the seat of honor, surrounded by his kin who raised their glasses in his honor. He accepted their toasts with enthusiasm, drinking one cup after another, reveling in the boundless joy that victory bestowed upon him. Master Hun Tian, your recent achievements will undoubtedly elevate your prowess. In the future, your status within the clan will be unparalleled. An elder relative beamed, his face alight with smiles. Han Tian set down his cup and proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Of course. With this precious herb and the full support of the family, how could I, Han Tian, not dominate the Duki continent?" Following the clan's secret cultivation methods, he carefully guided the energy of the herbs into his body. As the essence of the herbs was gradually absorbed, Han Tian felt a powerful and pure force coursing through his veins. His Duki accumulated, compressed, and transcended, radiating a faint glow around him. After several days of tireless cultivation, Han Tian finally succeeded in breaking through his current realm, ascending to a new height. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating the room as the very air seemed to stir. "Haha, my strength now far exceeds that of the past," Han Tian exclaimed with glee, delivering a mighty punch that shattered the furniture before him. Feeling the significant surge in his power, Han Tian began to engage more actively within the clan. He frequently appeared at various clan events, showcasing his newfound strength, silencing those who had previously doubted him. In the clan's training grounds, Han Tian issued challenges to his fellow members. One by one, his opponents fell before him. Whether in the application of Duki or combat techniques, Han Tian demonstrated a level far surpassing that of his peers. "You dare to contend with me?" Han Tian gazed down at his vanquished foes with pride, disdain etched across his features. His remarkable performance caught the attention of the clan's leadership, who expressed their admiration and bestowed upon him greater resources and authority for cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, Han Tian forged close connections with key figures within the clan, laying a solid foundation for his future advancement. With such support, I shall ensure that the Han Tian clan becomes the most formidable force on the Duki continent. Han Tian thought, brimming with ambition. However, he remained blissfully unaware that his actions had incited jealousy and discontent among some of his clansmen. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's experiences in the Beast Mountain range gradually transformed him into a formidable adversary. Immersed in the euphoria of victory, Hun Tian remained blissfully unaware of the looming dangers, recklessly pursuing greater power and status. Having narrowly escaped death at the edge of a precipice, Xiao Yan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his heart still racing from the recent peril. Yet, after a brief moment, he mustered the strength to rise, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. "I cannot be easily defeated. I must seek new opportunities to enhance my strength," Xiao Yan vowed silently, dragging his weary body onward through the treacherous terrain of the Beast Mountain range. Each step felt like an exhaustive effort, as if he were expending all his energy with every movement. His clothes were tattered and his wounds, soaked in sweat, throbbed painfully, yet he paid no heed, his eyes resolutely scanning the surroundings for any hidden prospects. Days passed without any discoveries, but his spirit remained unyielded, the conviction within him burning like an unquenchable flame. On this day, Xiao Yan ventured into a shadowy valley. The mist enveloped the area, creating an eerie chill that sent shivers down his spine. However, instead of being deterred by the foreboding atmosphere, he grew increasingly vigilant in his exploration. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound, faint yet distinct, seemingly emanating from the depths of the valley. Cautiously following the source of the noise, he found his path obstructed by dense vegetation. With considerable effort, he pushed through the foliage, revealing a hidden cave. The entrance was narrow, surrounded by moss and vines. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his weapon tightly and slowly entered the cave. A mysterious aura pervaded the chamber, the cold, damp air causing him to shudder involuntarily. As Xiao Yin cautiously traversed the cave's passage, dim light filtered through crevices in the ceiling, barely illuminating the ground beneath his feet. As he progressed, he stumbled upon a stone emitting a faint glow, lying quietly in a corner of the cave, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Approaching the stone, he observed it closely. The surface was etched with ancient and enigmatic patterns, which appeared to harbor some formidable power. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he reached out to touch the stone. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a tremendous force erupted from the stone, knocking him back several steps. Xiao Yin fell heavily to the ground, a dull pain radiating in his chest. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he rose, his eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. What is this object? How can it possess such overwhelming power? He pondered. He steadied his breath and attempted once more to approach the stone. This time, he focused intently, channeling his internal energy to create a protective barrier around himself. As he neared the stone again, the force remained, yet the impact was significantly lessened by his protective energy. After considerable effort, Xiao Yin finally succeeded in touching the stone. The moment his hand made contact, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. Xiao Yin felt an excruciating pain in his head, as though his mind were on the brink of bursting from the influx of information. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving to comprehend and absorb this knowledge. After a considerable amount of time, he finally regained his composure. To his astonishment, the information flooding his mind revealed an ancient cultivation technique. Could this be a divine blessing? A wave of joy surged through Xiao Yin's heart, for he recognized that this might be the key to enhancing his strength. He sought a relatively quiet corner, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced a meticulous study of the cultivation method. The technique was exceedingly intricate and profound, requiring an exceptionally refined control over Do Qi. However, Xiao Yin was undeterred by the challenges. He followed the method's guidance, gradually adjusting the flow of his Do Qi. As he practiced, he could sense his Do Qi continuously condensing and strengthening. The once tumultuous energy began to transform into something docile yet formidable, each cycle bringing forth new insights and advancements. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a metamorphosis. His muscles grew firmer, his bones denser, and his senses sharpened. Immersed in his training, Xiao Yin lost track of time. Eventually, he attained a preliminary mastery of the ancient cultivation technique. Rising to his feet, he executed a gentle punch, unleashing a formidable force that reverberated through the cave, causing cracks to appear in the stone walls. He marveled at the transformation within himself, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Yet, he knew this was merely the beginning. Xiao Yin exited the cave, continuing his exploration of the monster mountain range. One day, atop a mountain peak, he encountered a mysterious old man with flowing white hair. The elder donned a tattered robe, his gaze penetrating and sharp, as if he could see through all things. The elder scrutinized Xiao Yin, nodding slightly and remarking, "Young man, I see remarkable potential in your bones and unwavering resolve. You are a person of great promise." Grateful for the compliment, Xiao Yin respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I have endured numerous trials in this monster mountain range solely in pursuit of methods to enhance my strength." With a faint smile, the elder said, "In that case, I shall impart to you some unique combat techniques and cultivation insights. Your ability to grasp them will depend on your own fortune." Ecstatic, Xiao Yin promptly knelt to express his gratitude. The elder waved his hand gently, signaling him to rise, and began to teach him the techniques and insights. Xiao Yin listened intently to the elder's teachings, committing each word to memory. Under the elder's guidance, he diligently practiced the new combat techniques, continually pondering and applying them. "Hun Tian, await my return. I shall ensure you regret your past actions." Xiao Yin gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with a resolute light of vengeance. Meanwhile, Hun Tian thrived in his family, exhibiting formidable strength and exceptional talent that garnered the expectations of the elders. Yet, his insatiable greed never found solace. He yearned for greater power and sought higher realms. One day, while conversing with a friend from outside his clan, Hun Tian stumbled upon a tantalizing piece of information. It was said that in a distant borderland, there lay an ancient ruin obscured by the sands of time. It is rumored that the ruins conceal boundless treasures, possibly including formidable techniques that could elevate a person to great heights, as well as rare and exquisite artifacts seldom seen in the world. This news ignited a fervent desire deep within the heart of Hun Tian, akin to a spark that sets a prairie ablaze. Without the slightest hesitation, Hun Tian commenced preparations for this adventure. He unearthed the finest weapons and armor from his family's treasury, meticulously selected various potions for restoring fighting spirit and healing, and dedicated considerable time to studying the potential dangers and traps that might lie within the ruins. Once all was in readiness, Hun Tian embarked on his journey into the unknown. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of inclement weather and ferocious beasts. Yet, armed with his formidable strength and extraordinary wisdom, he overcame each challenge one by one. At last, he arrived at the fabled site of the ruins. Hidden within a profound valley, the ruins were encircled by steep peaks and dense foliage, their entrance veiled by a mysterious energy barrier. Hun Tian carefully observed the fluctuations of the barrier, employing his acquired knowledge and skills to successfully discover a method to breach it. The moment he stepped into the ruins, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped him. The surrounding walls were adorned with peculiar runes and patterns, as if recounting tales of past grandeur. Treading cautiously, Hun Tian proceeded forward, each step imbued with vigilance. Deep within the ruins, he stumbled upon a sealed chamber. The door was etched with intricate and mysterious runes, glowing faintly and emanating powerful energy waves. Hun Tian understood that something exceedingly precious lay hidden beyond this door. Calming his mind, he began to meticulously study the runes. Drawing upon years of cultivation experience and knowledge of ancient symbols, Hun Tian persevered until he discerned the patterns of the runes and successfully unraveled the seal on the door. With a low rumble, the door to the chamber creaked open. Hun Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the sight within. At the center of the chamber rested an ancient tome radiating a soft glow, surrounded by several uniquely crafted precious artifacts. Hun Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his exhilaration palpable. Just as he prepared to claim these treasures, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Xiaoyan, having endured countless trials and tribulations, had finally arrived at the chamber. Hearing the commotion emanating from within the ruins, he rushed over with a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing Hun Tian poised to seize the treasures, a surge of anger erupted within him. Hun Tian, you intend to steal a march on me once again. Xiaoyan bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on Hun Tian. Hun Tian turned, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoyan, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Xiaoyan, do you truly believe you can contend with me? These treasures are destined to be mine. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan refrained from further banter, his form flashing as he charged directly at Hun Tian. Channeling his most potent combat techniques, fighting spirit surged around him, coalescing into an overwhelming force. Hun Tian remained unfazed, nonchalantly meeting Xiaoyan's assault. The two figures collided with a sudden force, the clash of their energies causing the surrounding air to crackle with an explosive sound. However, Hun Tian was prepared. Having thoroughly acquainted himself with the intricacies of the ruins beforehand, he skillfully utilized the terrain and mechanisms within the chamber during the battle, while Xiaoyan, caught off guard, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As the conflict raged on, Xiaoyan's stamina and energy dwindled. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Tian unleashed a powerful ultimate move, sending Xiaoyan staggering backward. He fell heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. With a gaze filled with anger and defiance, he looked up at Hun Tian, unwilling to accept defeat. Watching Hun Tian's departing figure, his heart brimmed with frustration and resentment. Yet, rather than succumb to this setback, his resolve to grow stronger solidified. I shall become more powerful. One day, you will pay for your actions. Xiaoyan vowed silently, struggling to rise and continue his exploration of the ruins in search of his own fortunes. Hun Tian emerged from the enigmatic ruins, brimming with confidence and arrogance. For this acquisition had once again propelled his strength to new heights. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's days in the Monster Beast mountain range grew increasingly arduous. His wounds had yet to heal, and he bore the pain as he navigated through the forest, hoping to find precious herbs to mend his injuries. However, fate seemed to mock him. Every time he stumbled upon a potentially useful herb, Hun Tian would appear like a wraith. Cloaked in a swirl of scorching purple flames that danced with a life of their own, Hun Tian's eyes glimmered with disdain and triumph, a smirk gracing his lips. This herb belongs to me, Xiaoyan. Hun Tian proclaimed loudly, his voice dripping with provocation. Xiaoyan glared furiously. Hun Tian, do not go too far. Yet, his protests could not hinder Hun Tian's actions. With a swift flourish of his hands, Hun Tian executed the technique of the 8 Gods Shrine, the 100 styles of demon flame. In an instant, a torrent of formidable flames erupted from his palms, forming a blazing column directed at Xiaoyan. Quickly, Xiaoyan sidestepped to evade, but the searing heat still left him gasping for breath. The purple flames enveloping Hun Tian were a new type of strange fire he had absorbed, endowing him with even greater power. Under his command, the flames morphed into various shapes, launching relentless assaults that left Xiaoyan struggling to cope. Xiaoyan attempted to approach the herbs, but each time he was repelled by Hun Tian's fiery onslaught. Give up, Xiaoyan, you are no match for me. Hun Tian laughed triumphantly, gritting his teeth. Xiaoyan's heart swelled with anger and indignation, yet he understood that confronting Hun Tian head-on was unwise. He could only watch helplessly as Hun Tian snatched the herbs away and departed in triumph. Not long after, Xiaoyan discovered a hidden vein rich with precious ore. Elated, he believed he would finally reap some rewards. However, fate's cruel jest struck once more. Hun Tian, having somehow learned of this location, arrived at the site of the mine. At this moment, Han Tian's flames blazed even more fiercely, his presence radiating with an intensified power. He gazed at Xiaoyan, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Xiaoyan, do you truly believe this mine will belong to you? How naive! Xiaoyan retorted angrily. Hun Tian, I was the one who discovered this mine first. Yet, Hun Tian remained unfazed, charging directly at the formidable beast guarding the mine. With a flourish of his hands, flames coalesced into a massive fireball, which he hurled with great force. A resounding explosion echoed as the beast was struck by the flames, letting out a pained roar. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyan attempted to rush towards the mine, but Hun Tian would not allow him to succeed. In a flash, Hun Tian appeared before Xiaoyan and unleashed the 212th technique, Qin Yuan. A wave of fiery energy surged towards Xiaoyan, who was unable to evade in time and was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Utterly foolish. Hun Tian mocked, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyan. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiaoyan tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart heavy with helplessness and despair as he watched Hun Tian recklessly gather the ore within the mine. After absorbing the energy from the ores, Hun Tian's strength surged once more, the flames enveloping him becoming even more tumultuous and profound. The new skill, Jin Xian Air by Yishur Baji Nu, played repeatedly in his mind, and he sensed his power continually amplifying. In the days that followed, it seemed as if Xiaoyan were cursed. No matter what precious resources or opportunities he uncovered, Hun Tian would invariably appear to seize them. Each encounter saw Xiaoyan attempting to resist, yet he was consistently bested by Hun Tian's overwhelming might and bizarre skills. His heart brimmed with anguish and struggle, yet he refused to be defeated by these setbacks. On the contrary, such failures fortified his resolve. Hun Tian, one day, you shall pay for your misdeeds. Xiaoyan silently vowed, understanding that he must persistently strive to stand a chance against this formidable adversary. Hun Tian reveled in the exhilarating acquisition of power. Each precious resource snatched from Xiaoyan only served to significantly enhance his strength. The newly absorbed raged within him, intertwining with his own to forge a more potent and ferocious force. In the secluded chamber where Hun Tian trained alone, he diligently honed his skills day and night. The techniques of the 8 gods seemed to be imbued with newfound vitality in his hands. The powerful skill, Bajio Bei, now allowed him to conjure an immense fire energy sphere before him in an instant. This energy sphere contained terrifying power, its searing heat distorting the surrounding air, capable of leveling a small mountain to the ground. With his eyes tightly shut, Hun Tian attuned himself to the ebb and flow of and within him. He discovered that as the fused, his body underwent astonishing transformations. His already resilient skin became as hard as stone, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. Moreover, his speed ascended to an unfathomable realm. With a mere flicker, he could leave a series of afterimages in his wake. During a grand tournament within the Soul Clan, numerous outstanding young talents gathered, eager to showcase their prowess and gain their family's attention and resources. Amidst the crowd, Hun Tian emerged as the focal point, confidently stepping onto the contest stage. His first opponent was a renowned young prodigy within the Soul Clan, possessing the peak strength of a battle master. Yet, before Hun Tian, such power appeared utterly inadequate. As the bell signaling the start of the competition rang, Hun Tian remained motionless, merely raising his right hand and uttering a low command, "Dark Hook." A surge of energy imbued with strange flames erupted from his palm, akin to a crimson lightning bolt, racing towards his adversary. The young prodigy attempted to evade, but the speed of the energy wave was overwhelming. He barely managed to register a look of terror before being forcefully propelled away, crashing heavily outside the arena, spitting blood and rendered incapable of further combat. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into gasps of astonishment and cheers. Hun Tian's formidable strength left all in awe, and in subsequent matches, he triumphed with overwhelming ease. The elders of the Soul Clan nodded approvingly from the viewing platform, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. They recognized the boundless potential within Hun Tian, convinced he would undoubtedly become the pillar of the clan in the future. However, Hun Tian's ambitions extended far beyond this. He was acutely aware that in this continent of martial prowess, strength was the ultimate truth, and the presence of Xiaoyan remained a thorn in his side. Despite currently holding absolute dominance, he dared not indulge in complacency. Thus, Hun Tian embarked on a new journey, seeking to explore the unknown and perilous ruins in pursuit of more powerful strange flames and techniques. In a mysterious valley, he encountered a legendary guardian beast. This colossal creature emanated a terrifying aura, its strength comparable to that of a battle spirit. Yet, Hun Tian showed no signs of retreat. His eyes burned with the desire for combat. With both hands in motion, strange flames danced at his fingertips, forming searing chains of fire that surged toward the guardian beast. The creature roared in fury, swinging its massive claws in an attempt to scatter the fiery chains. Hun Tian nimbly navigated the beast's onslaught, persistently searching for weaknesses. He unleashed the Eight Gods Temple's sunflower technique, his form flickering like lightning, instantaneously appearing at the guardian beast's midsection, his fists ablaze with fervent flames, striking out fiercely. The guardian beast, in pain, became even more frenzied in its assaults on Hun Tian. The battle raged on for several hours. The valley shaking with the force of their clash, sand and stones swirling in chaos. Yet, through unwavering determination and exceptional combat skill, Hun Tian gradually gained the upper hand. Eventually, he discerned the guardian beast's fatal weakness, launching a full-force strike imbued with strange flames that ultimately brought the beast down. In the moment, the guardian beast collapsed. A brilliant light erupted throughout the valley. Following the direction of the radiance, Hun Tian discovered a hidden, mysterious, strange flame deep within. This flame radiated a profound blue hue, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly due to its intense heat. Hun Tian took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind, and then slowly approached the strange flame. Sensing his proximity, the flame began to resist violently, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Yet, Hun Tian did not flinch. He channeled the fighting spirit within him, gradually drawing the flame's power into his body. This process was agonizing and protracted, as Hun Tian's body endured immense pressure, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, after a grueling struggle, Hun Tian successfully tamed and absorbed the enigmatic flame. In that instant, his body was enveloped in azure flames, and he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. He let out a triumphant roar, filled with exhilaration and pride. "Xiaoyan, no matter how hard you strive, you shall never surpass me," Hun Tian murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with pride and confidence. In that moment, he was convinced he had ascended to the pinnacle of power in the Duqi continent, unassailable in his position. Deep within the monster mountain range, Xiaoyan treaded cautiously, moving slowly forward. The surrounding silence was stifling, broken only by the faint sound of his footsteps and the occasional call of unknown birds. His garments were somewhat tattered, a testament to his previous encounters with beasts. His face was gaunt, yet his dark eyes still shone with unwavering determination. At this moment, he was wholly focused on sensing everything around him, tightly gripping the mysterious heavy ruler that had accompanied him for days. Xiaoyan ventured along a winding path deeper into the mountains, the trees growing ever taller and sturdier by the roadside, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the leaves, casting fragmented patches of light on the ground, creating a mottled effect. Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar echoed from not far ahead. Xiaoyan's movement halted abruptly, his heartbeat quickening, and beads of sweat unconsciously formed on his forehead. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension, and slowly moved toward the source of the sound. As he drew closer, Xiaoyan finally discerned the looming threat, a colossal two-headed demon wolf. Its immense form resembled a small mountain, cloaked in a layer of black, tough fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen. The twin heads were grotesque, their gaping maws lined with sharp fangs, instilling fear. In its eyes resided an insatiable ferocity and greed, as if it regarded Xiaoyan as a sumptuous meal. A chill ran down Xiaoyan's spine as he instinctively summoned the fighting spirit within him, a greenish glow flickering around his body. He gripped the heavy ruler tightly, bracing himself for the impending battle. The two-headed demon wolf seemed to sense Xiaoyan's fighting intent. Without hesitation, it propelled itself forward like a streak of black lightning. Xiaoyan sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the wolf's assault. However, the wolf's speed was astonishing, and in that fleeting moment of evasion, its powerful tail swept across, catching Xiaoyan off guard. He was violently struck, sent flying several meters before crashing against a sturdy tree. Xiaoyan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. However, he had no time to catch his breath, for the two-headed demon wolf lunged at him once more. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly rose to his feet, wielding the mysterious heavy ruler to confront the beast. The demon wolf, incensed by its missed strike, unleashed a cloud of black smoke from both heads. The noxious mist rapidly enveloped the area, exuding a pungent stench and potent toxicity. Alarmed, Xiaoyan hastily summoned a wind attribute combat technique in an attempt to disperse the smoke, but its density rendered his vision increasingly obscured. At that moment, the demon wolf seized the opportunity and pounced on him. Xiao Yin barely had time to raise the heavy ruler in defense, yet the creature's immense strength overpowered him, sending him crashing to the ground. The wolf's fangs lunged towards his throat, and in a desperate moment, Xiao Yin summoned every ounce of his strength to thrust the heavy ruler into the beast's mouth. Infuriated, the demon wolf became even more frenzied, gnashing at the ruler, allowing Xiao Yin to wriggle free from beneath it. However, he had sustained wounds to his legs, blood flowing profusely, each step sending sharp pain coursing through him. Xiao Yin realized that this could not continue. He needed to discern the wolf's weakness to have any hope of survival. While evading the wolf's attacks, he meticulously observed its movements. At last, he noted that the right head always hesitated for a brief moment during its strikes. Heartened by this discovery, he decided to take a calculated risk. Pretending to be fatigued, he intentionally ran toward the right side of the wolf. The creature, sensing vulnerability, immediately pursued him with its jaws agape, intent on bringing him down once more. Just as the wolf lunged, Xiao Yin abruptly pivoted, channeling all his combat energy into the heavy ruler and delivering a crushing blow to the right head. A piercing shriek echoed as blood sprayed from the injured head, the wolf writhing in agony on the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yin launched a relentless assault on the wounded head. After a fierce struggle, the two-headed demon wolf finally collapsed, lifeless. Exhausted, Xiao Yin fell to the ground, gasping for air. He felt a profound sense of relief. He had narrowly escaped death. Gazing at the slain wolf, he silently rejoiced. Not far from this fierce battle, concealed among the lush branches of a towering tree, Hun Tian observed the conflict with a detached demeanor. His tall figure was framed by a flowing black robe that fluttered gently in the breeze. Yet his handsome visage was marred by an expression of cold indifference. With arms crossed, his gaze was both distant and piercing, as though he were witnessing an event utterly unrelated to himself. A faint, mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth as he mused. Xiao Yin, oh Xiao Yin, how the tables have turned. With such meager skills, you dare to venture into the Beast Mountain range? Truly, you are overestimating your abilities. On the battlefield, Xiao Yin was locked in a desperate struggle with the two-headed demon wolf. His garments were tattered and soaked in blood, his body marred by wounds. Yet the fire of defiance burned brightly in his eyes. Every attack, every evasion, poured forth his utmost strength and determination. Observing Xiao Yan's disheveled state, Hun Tian felt not a shred of compassion. He recalled his esteemed position within the Soul Clan and the formidable resources at his disposal, contrasting it with Xiao Yan's current predicament, which evoked a sense of superiority within him. I, Han Tian, possess a noble bloodline and a powerful background, whereas you, Xiao Yan, are but a fallen scion from a minor family. No matter how hard you strive, you shall never be my equal. The two-headed demon wolf unleashed another ferocious assault, its dual head spewing forth black flames and frost, creating a terrifying realm of ice and fire. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan summoned every ounce of his strength to evade the onslaught, his fighting spirit being pushed to its utmost limits, his body trembling from excessive exertion. Witnessing this scene, Han Tian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He believed Xiao Yan had reached the end of his rope and would soon be vanquished, or worse, slain by the two-headed demon wolf. This is your fate, Xiao Yan. In this ruthless world, without sufficient strength and background, you are destined to be a stepping stone for others. However, just as Han Tian thought Xiao Yan was on the brink of defeat, the latter suddenly erupted with a surge of formidable power. A peculiar radiance enveloped him, his fighting spirit soaring instantaneously, and with a swift motion of his weapon, he struck directly at the demon wolf's vulnerability. The two-headed demon wolf let out a piercing wail before collapsing to the ground, struggling a few times before lying still. Exhausted, Xiao Yan slumped to the earth, gasping for breath. Han Tian, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily froze in expression. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could reverse his fortunes in such dire circumstances, and a flicker of jealousy and caution arose within him. This boy possesses such potential. He must not be allowed to continue his ascent, lest he become a future threat. Yet, Han Tian refrained from immediately confronting Xiao Yan, fully aware that within the Beast Mountain range, danger lurked at every corner. It would be unwise to expose himself prematurely. He resolved to await a more opportune moment to ensure Xiao Yan's demise. Xiao Yan, consider yourself fortunate today, but next time, luck will not be on your side. With a cold snort, Han Tian turned and silently departed, his figure weaving through the trees until he vanished into the vast sea of greenery. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, who lay on the ground gazing skyward, his heart brimmed with a yearning for strength and an unwavering belief in the future. He understood that his journey was far from over, fraught with countless challenges and dangers, yet he vowed never to surrender easily. After successfully slaying the two-headed demon wolf, Xiao Yan felt utterly drained, collapsing weakly onto the ground. He gasped for air, each breath accompanied by sharp pains in his chest. the wounds on his body continuing to bleed, staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. However, Xiao Yin was acutely aware that danger was ever present. The scent of blood from the demon wolf would soon attract other, more ferocious beasts. Enduring the excruciating pain, he braced himself with trembling hands against the ground. Striving to rise, each movement felt as though he bore the weight of the world, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the blood-soaked earth. With great effort, Xiao Yin managed to straighten himself, unsteadily making his way in a singular direction. His footsteps were unsteady, as if he might stumble again at any moment. With each step he took, the wounds on his body felt as though they were being torn further apart, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to faint. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, with a singular thought echoing in his mind. He must leave this place swiftly. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of impending danger. Xiao Yan's senses heightened instantly. He halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, several enormous, saber-toothed tigers leaped from the thicket. Their sharp teeth glinted menacingly in the sunlight, their eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity, evidently drawn by the scent of blood. Xiao Yan felt a wave of despair wash over him, fully aware that in his current state, he stood no chance against these formidable beasts. However, he would not resign himself to fate. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepared for a desperate fight. The saber-toothed tigers began to encircle him slowly, their movements graceful and agile, forming a tight noose around him. His heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from his throat. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and mingling with the blood on his skin. The tigers gradually tightened their formation, growling ominously, their sounds echoing like a death sentence. Xiao Yan's breath quickened, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Just as the saber-toothed tigers prepared to launch their assault, he caught sight of a narrow cave nearby, concealed within a thicket. If he had not glimpsed it by chance, it might have remained undiscovered. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan summoned his last reserves of strength and dashed toward the cave. His figure darted through the forest, stirring the air around him. The saber-toothed tigers, sensing his flight, pursued him relentlessly. Their speed was remarkable, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Xiao Yan felt as if his heart might burst from his chest. He could hear their heavy breaths and the sound of their claws striking the ground behind him. Just as one of the tigers was about to leap onto his back, Xiao Yan sidestepped and narrowly slipped into the cave. Due to the narrow entrance, the saber-toothed tigers could not follow him directly. They lingered at the mouth of the cave, growling in frustration, attempting to claw at him through the opening, but to no avail. Inside the cave, Xiao Yan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His heart continued to race, as if striving to break free from his ribcage. Listening to the tigers' roars outside, he sighed in relief, yet dared not relax even slightly. That had been far too perilous. He had nearly met his end there. Xiao Yan murmured to himself, gazing at the unwilling figures of the saber-toothed tigers outside. Filled with gratitude for having survived, he understood that while he was safe for the moment, the crisis was far from over. He needed to recover his strength quickly and find a way to escape the Beast Mountain. In this treacherous place, every additional moment spent was a moment closer to danger. He gradually closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing. Xiao Yan endeavored to calm his mind, and then focused on circulating his internal energy. The fighting spirit coursed slowly through his meridians, alleviating the pain of his wounds to some extent. Time passed inexorably as Xiao Yan immersed himself in his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world. Gradually, the bleeding from his injuries began to cease, and his strength was restored little by little. After an indeterminate period, tranquility finally descended outside the cave. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of determination shining within them. He rose to his feet and cautiously made his way toward the cave's entrance. As he emerged from the cave, sunlight bathed his weary and scarred body. His clothes were in tatters, bloodstains dried and clinging to the fabric. With each step he took, waves of pain coursed through his body, yet his gaze remained resolute. Fists clenched tightly as he continued to press forward through the Beast Mountain range. Just as Xiao Yan struggled onward, the familiar and loathsome figure of Hun Tian suddenly appeared before him, with arms crossed and a signature disdainful smile plastered on his face. Hun Tian's eyes gleamed with mockery and contempt. Xiao Yan lifted his head and cast a cold glance at Hun Tian, his eyes aflame with anger and defiance. Yet he chose silence, lacking the energy to engage in a verbal spar with Hun Tian at that moment. However, Hun Tian had no intention of letting this opportunity to humiliate Xiao Yan slip away. He strolled leisurely around Xiao Yan, tauntingly remarking, "Look at yourself, tattered clothes, a body covered in wounds. With such meager strength, how dare you recklessly venture into the Beast Mountain range? Truly, you are a fool, utterly oblivious to your own limitations." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan's lips quivered slightly as he struggled to contain the fury threatening to erupt within him. Managing to utter a few words through clenched teeth, "Hun Tian, do not be too complacent." Hun Tian halted his steps, standing before Xiao Yan and pointing at the wounds adorning his body, continuing his derisive commentary. "Behold your scars. Each one stands as evidence of your inadequacy. Every peril you faced in this beast mountain range stemmed from your weakness and foolishness. Do you believe you can escape unscathed time and again? Do not be naive. Fate merely has not yet deemed it time to collect the life of this pitiful creature." Xiao Yan glared at Hun Tian, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. "Even in my dire state, I shall never be as despicable as you, reveling in the misfortunes of others. You take pride in your family's protection. What is there to boast about? A true warrior attains power through perseverance and effort, not by kicking others when they are down. As you do." Hun Tian scoffed coldly, "Humph, still defiant even at death's door. Your so-called efforts are, to me, nothing but futile struggles. In this Duki continent, strength reigns supreme. Background and resources are the keys to everything. And you possess nothing. You claim I am a despicable person? So what? I have the means to be proud, while you will forever gaze up at me from beneath." Xiao Yan's chest heaved violently, his voice hoarse with rage. "Hun Tian, one day, you shall pay for the words you speak today. I will prove with my strength that you are merely a short-sighted scion of privilege." Hun Tian erupted into laughter once more, his voice brimming with contempt for Xiao Yan. "Haha, I shall wait for that moment. Though I fear you may never have the chance. Xiao Yan, continue to indulge in your fantasies, and let reality deliver a resounding slap to your face. Remember, in my eyes, you shall forever remain an insignificant insect." As Xiao Yan gazed at the retreating figure of Hun Tian, his body trembled slightly with rage. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood seeping between his fingers, yet he felt no pain. At this moment, the fire of his anger transformed into unwavering resolve and boundless motivation. "Hun Tian, just wait. I will grow stronger. I will make you regret the humiliation you inflicted upon me today," Xiao Yan vowed silently. Taking a deep breath, he dragged his pained body forward. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he silence those who looked down upon him and establish his place in this ruthless Doqi continent. After Hun Tian departed, Xiao Yan stood alone, his body trembling uncontrollably from extreme anger and exhaustion. Around him, the birds chirped joyfully, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Yet all this beauty failed to penetrate Xiao Yan's senses, as he felt ensnared in an abyss of desolation. With leaden steps, he continued onward, each movement sending sharp waves of pain through the myriad wounds upon his body, as if countless tiny creatures were gnawing at his flesh. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yan appeared to have lost all sensation of pain. His entire focus was devoted to the pursuit of greater strength. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that in this meritocratic Doqi continent, without sufficient power, one would be treated with disdain and trampled upon like an ant. He recalled the injustices and grievances he had endured due to his weakness, the days of being met with cold stares, and the moments of being mercilessly bullied. "No, I refuse to live like this any longer. I shall seize my destiny and command respect from all," he fervently cried within his heart. Arriving at the bank of a crystal-clear stream, he slowly bent down, cupping the cool water in his hands to gently wash away the blood and sweat from his face. The water reflected his somewhat haggard visage, once handsome, now marred by scars and fatigue, yet his eyes blazed with an indomitable flame. He stared into his reflection, as if engaging in a dialogue with another soul. "Xiao Yan, you can do this. You will become one of the top powerhouses in this continent," he murmured to his reflection, his voice soft, yet filled with determination and resolve. At that moment, a large dark cloud drifted across the sky, instantly obscuring the warm sunlight. The world seemed to dim, yet the light within Xiao Yan's heart shone ever more brilliantly. He inhaled deeply, slowly rising to his feet, straightening his spine. A gentle breeze rustled through his tattered garments, but he remained oblivious. His gaze turned toward the horizon. An unknown realm lay before him, yet his steps were resolute. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and trials, with countless obstacles awaiting him. However, he was prepared to press on unwaveringly, regardless of the cost or the suffering he would endure. "I wish to make it known to all that I, Xiao Yan, am not a feeble victim to be trifled with. I aim to ensure that those who once looked down upon me shall pay for their ignorance and arrogance." With resolute steps, Xiao Yan strides forward into the unknown, his silhouette appearing diminutive and solitary against the vastness of the world. Yet, the unwavering conviction radiating from him seems capable of surmounting all obstacles, illuminating the path ahead. After departing from Xiao Yan, Hun Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. He found Xiao Yan's disheveled and resentful demeanor utterly laughable. How could someone like him expect me to pay a price? Such delusions are merely the musings of a fool. A smirk of disdain graced Hun Tian's lips as he murmured to himself, continuing his leisurely exploration of the Beast Mountain range. Clad in a flowing black robe, he moved with assured confidence through the tranquil forest, each step deliberate and steady. Hun Tian possessed the abilities of Yagami from King of Fighters 97, along with the extraordinary power of Xian, which provided him with a sense of security in the face of danger. At this moment, he was utilizing Xian's acute perception of energy to search for the elusive or other treasures hidden within the mountains. As he ventured deeper, a peculiar fluctuation caught his attention. Elated, he quickened his pace. Navigating through a dense thicket, he stumbled upon a moderately sized valley. A thin mist enveloped the area, shimmering with an array of bizarre lights, as if concealing countless secrets. Cautiously, Hun Tian stepped into the valley, Xian pulsating in his palm, ever ready to confront potential threats. Not long after he ventured further, a beast resembling a leopard, adorned with sharp spines, lunged at him from the mist, claws bared. With a cold smile, Hun Tian did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of Xian. The flames morphed into a blazing phoenix, enveloping the beast entirely. The creature emitted a piercing wail before struggling briefly and then disintegrating into ashes. Nothing more than that. Hun Tian brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and pressed onward. As he delved deeper into the valley, the strange fluctuation intensified. Suddenly, his eyes brightened upon spotting a massive stone, upon which grew a herb radiating a captivating blue light. The leaves swayed gently, as if exuding a mysterious allure. Could it be the blue light spirit herb? Hun Tian exclaimed with delight, fully aware of the herb's rarity. It not only enhances the purity of fighting energy, but also possesses remarkable efficacy in repairing damaged meridians. Just as he prepared to approach and pluck the herb, he was startled by a rustling sound behind him. Swiftly turning, he beheld a pack of wolf-like beasts, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, slowly encircling him. The aura emanating from these creatures was far more formidable than that of the previous beast. Hun Tian's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Rapidly forming hand seals, he conjured barriers of flame, with Xian surrounding him. The wolf pack did not immediately attack. Instead, they circled him cautiously, seemingly in search of a flaw. Hun Tian contemplated silently. The prudence of these beasts indicated a certain level of intelligence. If he wished to extricate himself and successfully harvest the herb, he needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, Hun Tian's figure flickered as he charged towards the pack of wolves. His body darted through the throng, with the purple flames in his hands continuously morphing into various shapes, at times transforming into sharp blades, at others into long spears. Each strike aimed with precision at the vital points of the wolves. The sudden onslaught from Hun Tian disrupted the formation of the pack, eliciting furious roars as they began to retaliate wildly. In an instant, the valley was illuminated by the interplay of purple flames and the eerie green glint of wolf eyes, while the cries of battle and the howls of wolves echoed back and forth. Utilizing the agile movements of the 8 gods and the formidable power of the purple flames, Hun Tian engaged in a fierce battle with the wolves. However, the sheer number of the pack was overwhelming, and they pressed forward without fear of death. Gradually, Hun Tian's stamina began to wane, and several wounds appeared on his body. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, with a singular thought occupying his mind. He must not relinquish the blue-glowing Lingyun grass. After fending off several attacking wolves once more, Hun Tian seized the moment and leaped towards a massive stone. He grasped the blue-glowing Lingyun grass, uprooting it with determination. Just then, a particularly large wolf king, seizing the opportunity while Hun Tian was still landing, lunged at him like lightning. With no time to evade, Hun Tian summoned all his purple flames to form a sturdy defense in front of him. The Wolf King's strike crashed violently against the purple flame barrier, producing a deafening roar. Hun Tian was propelled backward by the tremendous force, landing heavily on the ground. Yet, he clutched the blue-glowing Lingyun grass tightly, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Finally in my grasp, Hun Tian murmured, his voice slightly weak from his injuries. But his eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. Seeing the Wolf King's attack fail, and wary of the purple flames in Hun Tian's possession, the pack hesitated to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Tian slowly rose to his feet, aware that lingering here was unwise. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he executed his agile movements and swiftly departed from the valley. Upon leaving the valley, Hun Tian sought a secluded spot to tend to his wounds. He consumed some medicinal pills he had brought along and, aided by the power of the blue-glowing Lingyun grass, began to mend his damaged body and meridians. During his recovery, thoughts of Xiaoyan surfaced in his mind. Once my injuries heal and my strength increases, what will you use to contend with me, Xiaoyan? A fierce glint flashed in Hun Tian's eyes as he vowed to ensure that Xiaoyan fully comprehended the chasm between them. After a period of recuperation in his hidden refuge, Hun Tian's injuries gradually improved, and the fighting spirit within him, nourished by the medicinal properties of the blue glowing Lingyun grass, grew increasingly robust. He slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance shining within, a confident smile forming at the corners of his mouth, reigniting his fervent desire to explore the mountain range. Once prepared, Hun Tian resumed his journey. He navigated through the dense jungles of the Beast Mountain range, guided by the keen perception of special energies afforded by the purple flames, akin to a hunter with a sharp sense of smell, seeking out unknown opportunities. Hun Tian gazed intently at the mysterious cave, feeling both excitement and caution within. He understood well that in the Beast Mountain range, what appeared to be opportunities often concealed significant dangers. He circulated his fighting spirit, the purple flames swirling around him, enveloping him in a protective cocoon, and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave, Hun Tian meticulously examined the mouth of the cavern. The cave entrance was adorned with the marks of time's relentless erosion, strewn with fragments of stone that bore witness to countless collapses and restorations. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped into the cavern. The interior was dim and damp, infused with a faint, musty odor, while the walls flickered with a weak luminescence that barely illuminated the path ahead. As he navigated the winding passage, each step was taken with utmost care, his ears attuned to the slightest sounds in the stillness. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the depths of the cave, jarringly piercing the silence. He halted instantly, muscles tensed, as violet flames coalesced in his hand, forming a blazing sword, ready to confront any lurking menace. The rustling grew nearer, accompanied by a heavy, labored breathing. A gigantic silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows, a colossal lizard, its body resembling a mountain, covered in ebony scales. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, emitted a chilling glow, and a viscous green slime dripped from its maw, exuding a pungent aroma. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature, far surpassing any beast he had previously encountered. Yet, he did not falter. A fierce resolve ignited within him. Come forth and test the strength I have garnered from the fusion of the azure spirit herb, he bellowed, swinging the fiery blade toward the giant lizard, unleashing a torrent of violet flames. The lizard, sensing the threat, let out a thunderous roar. With a powerful leap of its formidable limbs, it lunged at him like a cannonball, spewing a cloud of toxic mist that collided head-on with the violet flames. A resounding explosion echoed through the cavern as the violet fire and toxic fumes neutralized each other, sending shockwaves that caused stones to tumble from the cave walls. Seizing the moment amidst the dispersing smoke, he darted like a wraith to the rear of the giant lizard, bringing his blade down with ferocious intent. The lizard reacted with astonishing speed, its tail whipping around like a steel whip. He narrowly evaded the strike, but the tail grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, undeterred by the pain, and launched another assault. This time, he summoned the full extent of the violet flames, transforming himself into a blazing inferno as he charged at the colossal lizard. The creature, equally unwilling to yield, opened its cavernous jaws, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Within the cave, a heart-stopping battle for survival ensued, with flashes of light and deafening roars as both combatants exerted their utmost strength, intent on annihilating one another. The clash between him and the giant lizard unfolded fiercely within the confined space, the air saturated with the potent energies of their combat. Each of the lizard's strikes bore the weight of a tidal wave, its powerful limbs crashing against the ground, sending countless stones flying. Meanwhile, he, harnessing the violet flames and agile maneuvers, danced like a flickering flame, exploiting the lizard's openings to counterattack. Once again, the lizard unleashed a stream of toxic mist, which he deftly avoided as it corroded the cavern walls with a hissing sound. He seized the fleeting opportunity after the lizard's assault, surging towards it like lightning. Gripping the violet flame-infused blade tightly, he channeled all his energy into it, leaping high to deliver a decisive strike at the creature's neck. This strike embodied the unwavering resolve of a desperate gamble. As the purple flame longsword made contact with the lizard's scales, it erupted in an even more resplendent radiance. Sensing the imminent threat, the lizard emitted a frenzied roar, its neck scales standing erect in a futile attempt to withstand the ferocious blow. With a sharp thrust, the purple flame longsword successfully pierced through the lizard's protective armor, unleashing a torrent of dark green blood. The lizard, in agony, thrashed violently, its robust tail sweeping ferociously toward Soul Heaven. Like a kite severed from its string, Soul Heaven was hurled away, crashing against the rocky cavern wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he did not yield. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and quickly regained his composure. The lizard, now more enraged from its injury, charged recklessly towards Soul Heaven once more, with unwavering determination in his gaze. Soul Heaven understood that retreat was not an option at this critical moment. He focused all his energy, summoning the remnants of his fighting spirit. Just as the lizard lunged at him, Soul Heaven aimed for its gaping maw and hurled the remaining purple flame longsword with all his might. The sword soared like a blazing meteor, piercing straight into the lizard's mouth and detonating instantaneously. Boom! A brilliant explosion of purple flames erupted from the lizard's head, accompanied by its anguished wails, as its massive body collapsed, sending tremors throughout the cavern. Exhausted, Soul Heaven rose to his feet and gazed at the lifeless lizard, internally rejoicing in his narrow victory amidst peril. After a brief respite, he began to meticulously search the cavern. He knew that such a formidable guardian beast likely concealed precious treasures. Delving deeper into the cavern's passage, he stumbled upon a hidden corner, where he discovered a stone box emanating a gentle glow. With excitement coursing through him, Soul Heaven slowly opened the stone box. At the moment it unsealed, a peculiar light burst forth, illuminating the entire cavern. Inside lay an ancient tome of fighting techniques and a crystal radiating a mysterious aura. As he picked up the ancient tome, Soul Heaven read the inscription on the cover, Purple Thunder Radiant Dragon Flame Technique. Flipping through its pages, he was overwhelmed with joy. This technique not only promised a significant enhancement to the power of the purple flame, but also bestowed the practitioner with strength akin to that of a celestial dragon. Mastering its profound depths could even harness the forces of heavenly thunder and flames, rendering it an unparalleled martial art. Turning his attention to the enigmatic crystal, he observed its hexagonal shape, within which stars seemed to flicker and swirl. Although he could not immediately ascertain its origin, he sensed the immense and pure energy contained within. He speculated that it might be a type of celestial spirit crystal, potentially offering substantial aid in augmenting his strength. Haha, what a bountiful harvest. Soul Heaven could not suppress his laughter, the fatigue and pain from his earlier battle with the lizard momentarily forgotten. Clutching these two treasures, he felt a surge of joy, knowing he was now significantly closer to overpowering Xiaoyan. With aspirations of a monumental leap in strength, Soul Heaven carefully exited the cavern, seeking a secure location to thoroughly study his newfound acquisitions. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, weary and injured, continued his arduous quest through the monster beast mountains. In stark contrast to Soul Heaven, his fortunes seemed to have plummeted to the depths. He encountered neither the celestial materials nor earthly treasures that could enhance his strength, but instead faced a relentless onslaught of perilous magical beasts. He traversed through a dark and dense forest, where the towering trees obscured the sunlight, allowing only scattered rays to penetrate through the layers of leaves above. Xiaoyan vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, gripping the Xuanzhong ruler tightly. With his fighting spirit circulating steadily within him, ever prepared to confront any impending crisis. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly. He hadn't eaten in a long while, and his strength was waning. Yet, he dared not let his guard down, for in these perilous mountains, even the slightest lapse in attention could plunge him into dire straits. As he walked, Xiaoyan noticed a seemingly open patch of grass ahead. A flicker of hope ignited within him, as he contemplated the possibility of finding wild fruits or other sustenance there, and perhaps taking a brief respite. However, the instant he stepped onto the grass, a menacing aura enveloped him. Instinctively, he leaped backward, witnessing the ground where he had just stood fracture dramatically, as a spiky earth beast erupted from the soil. Though not massive in size, the creature exhibited remarkable agility, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam as it fixated on Xiaoyan. "Come on," Xiaoyan exclaimed under his breath, the fighting spirit surging within the Xuanzhong ruler. The earth beast let out a ferocious roar, propelling itself towards Xiaoyan with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. Xiaoyan sidestepped deftly, evading the beast's charge, while simultaneously bringing the Xuanzhong ruler crashing down on its back. Bang! The beast's back was as hard as iron, and Xiaoyan's strike only elicited a slight shudder. Fueling its rage, the earth beast pivoted and lunged again, moving even faster than before. Xiaoyan, wary of a direct confrontation, utilized the surrounding trees to evade, seeking a moment to counterattack. After a fierce exchange, he finally seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into the Xuanzhong ruler, delivering a decisive blow to the beast's head. The creature emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Panting heavily, Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite his victory, this battle had further drained his already fatigued body. He continued to scour the area for food, but alas, aside from some inedible weeds, his search yielded nothing. Subsequently, he encountered several more minor magical beasts, each skirmish significantly depleting his stamina and fighting spirit. As nightfall descended, Xiao Yin reluctantly sought refuge in a relatively safe cave. Seated within the cave, he gazed at the enveloping darkness outside, a pang of despondency creeping into his heart. At that very moment, his rival, Hun Tian, was likely enhancing his strength through various fortuitous encounters, while he himself was wandering these mountains, achieving naught. Yet, Xiao Yin did not succumb to despair. He understood that on the arduous path to power, setbacks and challenges were inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and resolved to cultivate within the cave for the night, restoring his strength and fighting spirit. With the intention of continuing his quest for power the following day, he settled onto the ground, closed his eyes, and commenced his cultivation, striving to immerse himself in the practice. However, the pangs of hunger intermittently disrupted his focus, yet Xiao Yin gritted his teeth and persevered, his conviction shining like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating his path forward. With hurried steps, he exuded an air of determination. As he moved onward, the various magical beasts within the mountain range seemed to sense the impending danger, instinctively retreating to a distance. Occasionally, a few Na'vi and feeble magical beasts, oblivious to their fate, ventured closer. However, as they approached within several yards of Hun Tian, the violet flames enveloping his form awakened like a slumbering beast, exuding a terrifying pressure that sent these creatures fleeing in terror. As Hun Tian continued his journey, the landscape of the mountains gradually transformed. The once dense and overshadowing vegetation became sparser, allowing sunlight to pierce through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden patches of light upon the ground. Hun Tian perceptively sensed an increasing presence of life around him, realizing he was nearing the edge of the Beast Mountain range. Just as Hun Tian was about to step out of the mountains, a group of individuals suddenly appeared ahead, clad in fitted attire. Their expressions were marked by vigilance and caution, revealing them to be practitioners accustomed to traversing these mountains in search of opportunities. Upon seeing Hun Tian, solitary yet radiating an unsettlingly formidable aura, they could not help but display expressions of trepidation. Hun Tian cast a sweeping glance, absorbing their reactions. In his eyes, they were merely ants, unworthy of his attention. With a disdainful snort, he transformed into a streak of black light, darting past the crowd like a specter. The onlookers felt a fierce wind rush by, stirring up dust and debris. By the time they regained their composure and rubbed their eyes, still clouded by the gust, Hun Tian had vanished without a trace. His strength is unfathomable, a middle-aged man in the crowd exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, look at how hastily he departed. He must have gained immensely within the mountains. It would be wise not to provoke him, lest we bring misfortune upon ourselves. An elder beside him concurred, his eyes filled with a lingering fear. Finally, after days and nights of relentless travel, Hun Tian beheld the magnificent architectural complex of the Hun clan from a distance. The towering walls and lofty pavilions radiated an air of majesty and solemnity under the sunlight. As he gazed upon this familiar sight, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He quickened his pace, stepping into the territory of the Hun clan. Immediately, sharp-eyed clan members noticed him and hastily approached with respect. Hun Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and strode purposefully towards his residence. At this moment, his mind began meticulously planning the various aspects of his upcoming seclusion for cultivation. Upon returning to his abode, Hun Tian promptly ordered his trusted confidant to seal off any news, forbidding anyone from disturbing him during his retreat. He intended to immerse himself in the profound mysteries of the purple thunder radiant dragon flame technique within this tranquil environment, harnessing the immense power contained within a mysterious crystal to achieve a significant leap in strength, preparing thoroughly for the inevitable confrontation with Xiao Yin. Once all arrangements were in place, Hun Tian entered the seclusion chamber, slowly closing the stone door behind him, isolating himself from the clamor of the outside world, and dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the imminent cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin endured a long and arduous night in a damp cave. The cave resembled a natural ice cellar, with an insidious chill permeating every corner. Despite his efforts to circulate his energy and construct a barrier against the cold upon his skin, the gnawing sensation of hunger clung to him like a parasite, relentlessly undermining his resolve. As dawn's first light began to break, Xiao Yin slowly opened his eyes, the determination and resolve in his gaze akin to the initial rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds at daybreak. He understood all too well that in the ruthless environment of the Beast Mountain range, survival and the evolution of his strength demanded unwavering diligence and courage. Xiao Yin emerged from the cave, his body still somewhat stiff. The gentle morning sun cascaded softly onto his weary visage. He slightly moved his limbs, and the myriad of wounds crisscrossing his body immediately sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him, akin to countless needles piercing his skin. Yet, he merely furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and bore the agony as he began to strategize for his survival by seeking sustenance. He meticulously searched the winding paths surrounding the cave, his gaze keen and unwavering, leaving no potential hiding spot for food overlooked. However, this area seemed to have been ravaged, and after a lengthy search, he could only find a few withered wild fruits, their dull hues betraying their unappetizing state. At least they could stave off his hunger. Xiaoyan forced a bitter smile as he popped the wild fruits into his mouth. The sour juice burst forth, flooding his palate with a flavor so disagreeable that it almost contorted his features, yet he resolutely swallowed it down, seeking to replenish his frail body with a modicum of energy. With his immediate hunger temporarily quelled, Xiaoyan fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware that lingering in this vicinity, akin to waiting for a rabbit to stumble upon him, would yield little in the way of substantial gains. To acquire the celestial and earthly treasures needed to enhance his capabilities, he musters the courage to delve deeper into the mountains. Though he recognized that this would lead him into perilous territory, fraught with imminent danger, the thought of Soul Heaven's mocking visage, alongside the vow he had sworn, left him with no alternative. Thus, he resolutely set forth on this path fraught with uncertainty and peril. Xiaoyan ventured down a winding, shadowy trail deeper into the mountains, each step taken with utmost caution, as if traversing a tightrope. His nerves were taut, ever vigilant to the slightest sound around him. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed from a short distance ahead, reverberating like thunder in the valley. Xiaoyan's heart raced, akin to a startled bird, as he swiftly ducked behind a sturdy tree. Peering cautiously through the gaps in the foliage, he beheld a massive unicorn rhinoceros advancing with heavy steps. This creature loomed like a moving mountain, its body encased in iron-hard black scales that shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Its formidable horn, thick and sharp as a spear, radiated a chilling brilliance that inspired dread. Xiaoyan pondered grimly that confronting the rhinoceros in his current condition would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg. In that moment, he held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the tree trunk, striving to minimize his presence, silently hoping the unicorn rhinoceros would soon move on. However, it seemed that the lingering scent of humanity in the air had alerted the unicorn rhinoceros, which abruptly twisted its massive body, altering its course and advancing directly towards the tree where Xiaoyan was concealed. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if proclaiming its majesty and inviolability. A sense of foreboding engulfed Xiaoyan. Beads of sweat instantly adorned his brow. He gripped the Xian Zhongqi tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging from exertion as his fighting spirit surged within him, his muscles taut like a drawn bow, ready to confront the impending battle of life and death. Just as the unicorn rhinoceros was but a few steps away from the tree, Xiaoyan seized the moment, darting forth from behind the tree like a bolt of black lightning. The Xian Zhongqi, infused with all his fighting energy, struck down upon the beast's head with the resolve of a desperate gamble. The thunderous impact resounded like a clap of thunder in his ears. Yet his full-force strike merely caused the rhinoceros's head to sway slightly. However, this blow ignited a fury within the colossal creature, provoking a roar of rage that echoed through the wilderness, sending leaves crashing to the ground. Its forehooves lifted high, stirring up clouds of dust, and it charged at Xiaoyan like an uncontrollable heavy war chariot, a force of nature. Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. He sidestepped with agility, propelling himself like a cannonball to the side. The rhinoceros's horn, as hard as steel, grazed his attire, creating a sharp gust of wind and carving a deep trench in the earth. Yet, the creature's assault was relentless, following up with another furious charge. In a moment of panic, Xiaoyan stumbled over a branch that lay across the ground, crashing heavily onto the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the unicorn rhinoceros sensed an opportunity, swiftly turning its immense body and launching itself at him once more, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. In a life-and-death moment, Xiaoyan gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through him, rolling aside at remarkable speed. The rhinoceros's horn barely missed him, passing by with mere millimeters to spare, almost piercing him. Struggling to his feet, Xiaoyan realized that if he continued to be passive, death was his only fate. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his inner fear and began to maneuver around the unicorn rhinoceros, fixating on its every movement in search of a flaw. After a period of careful observation, he discerned that each time the rhinoceros turned, its enormous size caused a brief delay in its movements. Panting heavily, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, splattering upon the dust-laden ground. He gazed at the fallen unicorn rhinoceros, his heart filled with a mix of relief from surviving the ordeal and profound exhaustion. This harrowing battle had further weakened his already fragile body, yet he understood that in the perilous monster mountain range, each narrow escape from death represented a rare opportunity for growth. After a brief respite, he resumed his journey, each step heavy with the weight of uncertainty. At this moment, he not only had to endure physical pain, but also confront the harshness of the natural environment and the formidable beasts that could emerge at any time. The gnawing sensation of hunger lingered around him like a ghost, yet Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly resolute, akin to the stars in the night sky that never extinguish. He firmly believed that as long as he harbored unwavering conviction and never surrendered, he would eventually discover precious opportunities to enhance his strength amidst the arduous trials. Achieving his goals and making Hun Tian pay dearly for his past ridicule, Hun Tian hurried onward, his heart racing with urgency. As if his very emotions could ignite the ground beneath him. At last, the majestic outline of the Soul Clan's vast territory appeared within his sight. The grand and imposing clan gate loomed like an insurmountable mountain, standing silently between heaven and earth. The runes etched upon it shimmered with a mysterious and ancient brilliance, silently narrating the illustrious past and profound heritage that the Soul Clan had accumulated over the years. Upon entering the secluded residence, two astute attendants swiftly sensed his arrival and hurried forth to greet him. Understanding Hun Tian's temperament, they dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, standing quietly with bowed heads, awaiting his commands. Hun Tian's expression was grave, and his gaze cut through them like a sharp blade. In a tone that was both cold and resolute, he declared, "I shall enter seclusion for my cultivation immediately. Until I emerge, no one is permitted to approach, regardless of the circumstances. Should anyone dare to defy my orders, they shall not escape my wrath and will face severe punishment." Upon hearing this, the two attendants felt a shiver run through them and quickly lowered their heads, responding in unison with a tremor in their voices, "Yes, young master." Their tone clearly reflected their deep fear of Hun Tian's authority. After ensuring everything was in order, Hun Tian strode confidently into the seclusion chamber. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a cold stone bed and an alchemy furnace adorned with ancient and mysterious engravings. He walked directly to the stone bed, slowly settling into a cross-legged position. Then, with utmost care, he retrieved the ancient and weighty tome, Purple Thunder Radiant Dragon Flame Technique, along with a crystal exuding a mysterious and alluring aura, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. He gently placed the enigmatic crystal before him, his gaze fixed intently upon it, as if attempting to peer through its surface and uncover the boundless secrets hidden within. The crystalline interior shimmered with star-like radiance, pulsating in unpredictable patterns, seemingly harboring the mysterious laws of the cosmos. Hun Tian took a deep breath, gradually circulating his internal energy, and cautiously infused a thread of his energy into the crystal, endeavoring to perceive its unique and potent energy characteristics. As his energy flowed into the crystal, it instantly blazed with brilliance, and an overwhelming and exquisitely pure energy surged forth, akin to a wild beast breaking free from its confines. Rushing through Hun Tian's meridians with tremendous force, he felt a violent jolt throughout his body, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This formidable energy rampaged within him, scorching his meridians like searing flames, inducing excruciating pain. The countenance of Hun Tian paled to a ghostly white, yet he valiantly suppressed the excruciating pain, concentrating all his mental faculties to transform his consciousness into an invisible tether, endeavoring to guide the tumultuous energy to navigate slowly through his meridians, gradually assimilating it into his own fighting spirit. This arduous endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Each strand of energy he sought to direct felt akin to wrestling with an immensely powerful bull. Beads of sweat cascaded from Hun Tian's brow, soaking his garments. Yet he clenched his teeth, his gaze betraying an unwavering determination, never once yielding. Time became a nebulous concept as he labored, fatigue and frustration creeping in. Suddenly, he astutely sensed a faint presence of thunderous fire energy, like a specter wandering outside his being. A surge of joy welled within him, akin to glimpsing a sliver of dawn in the depths of darkness. He hastily focused his entire being, channeling all his attention to this elusive force, cautiously extending his fighting spirit like a gentle hand soothing a frightened creature, gradually coaxing the thunderous fire energy into the violet flame. However, this energy seemed to possess a will of its own. The moment it came into contact with the violet flame, it ignited an explosive reaction, akin to a spark igniting volatile dynamite. The violet flames surged violently, resembling a tempestuous sea of fire, and Hun Tian felt a searing agony coursing through his meridians, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing him, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Yet, gritting his teeth, he endured the overwhelming pain that threatened to consume him, with a singular conviction in his heart. This was the key to his breakthrough, and he could not falter. With unyielding tenacity and resolute will, he persisted in guiding the rebellious thunderous fire energy. After a harrowing struggle and fusion, the thunderous fire was eventually tamed by the violet flame, the two energies merging flawlessly to emit an even more potent and enigmatic aura. A profound joy surged within Hun Tian as he sensed the transformation of the violet flame. He understood that this was merely the beginning. A longer and more arduous path of cultivation lay ahead. Yet, he firmly believed that with the two extraordinary treasures in his possession and his unwavering resolve, he would surely succeed in mastering this technique. At that moment, Xiao Yin would appear as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any threat. Embracing this steadfast belief, Hun Tian once again immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. In the secluded chamber, only the sound of his steady and powerful breaths remained, as if he were engaged in a silent yet intense contest against time and adversity. Within the confines of the chamber, Hun Tian was wholly absorbed in the realm of cultivation, while the external world flowed by like a rushing river, fleeting and ephemeral. After countless days and nights of arduous training, he finally took a crucial step in the cultivation of the Violet Thunder Radiant Dragon Flame technique, achieving a new level of mastery over the mysterious crystalline power. In that moment, he resembled a blade honed through relentless trials, his strength significantly enhanced, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura that seemed to declare his transformation to the world. With meticulous care, Hun Tian adjusted his attire and strode forth from the seclusion chamber with measured, yet powerful steps, his presence commanding and resolute. The attendants who had waited outside the door for several days were initially taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of his emergence. Soon after, their gazes filled with profound shock and reverence. In their eyes, the present Hun Tian seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, appearing as a completely different individual. The potent aura he radiated from within felt like an invisible weight, instilling a sense of awe that compelled them to lower their heads. Unable to meet Hun Tian's gaze directly, Hun Tian strode purposefully towards the solemn and dignified assembly hall of the Hun clan. At that moment, several esteemed elders, revered for their wisdom and standing, were gathered in earnest discussion regarding significant matters of the clan. As Hun Tian entered the hall with unwavering composure, all conversations ceased abruptly, and a multitude of gazes converged upon him like spotlights. Hun Tian, you have emerged from seclusion. What bounties have you brought back from the Beast Mountain range? An elder with a head of white hair and a visage exuding authority and gravity broke the silence, his tone imbued with concern and anticipation. Hun Tian felt a surge of pride within, though he masked it expertly. He discreetly retracted the purple flame and, as if performing a magical feat, carefully retrieved the ancient tome entitled Purple Thunder Radiance Dragon Flame Technique from his robe. With both hands cradling the tome, he presented it respectfully to the elders, a hint of pride in his voice as he proclaimed, "Esteemed elders, during my fortunate encounter in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, I had the privilege of acquiring this extraordinary technique." Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes sparkled with delight. They hastily accepted the tome, eagerly poring over its contents. As their eyes scanned the pages, their expressions gradually transformed from initial astonishment to uncontainable elation. This technique is indeed profoundly arcane. If one could master it, it would undoubtedly bolster our Hun clan, granting us a formidable ally, exclaimed one elder, his voice trembling with excitement, barely concealing his joy. Subsequently, Hun Tian slowly unveiled the mysterious crystal. The moment it appeared, a radiant light filled the hall, akin to a brilliant star gracing their presence. Within that dazzling luminescence, an energy of unparalleled purity surged forth, flooding the entire hall. The assembly felt a gentle yet potent force wash over them, as if their very beings underwent a cleansing. This crystal, though its secrets remain partially elusive to me, harbors an immense and boundless energy, promising immeasurable benefits for our cultivation, Hun Tian expounded with meticulous detail. Hastily, Hun Tian bowed respectfully, speaking earnestly, "I am profoundly grateful for the love and support of my esteemed elders. I vow to live up to your expectations, dedicating myself to relentless training and continually enhancing my strength, so that I may contribute my utmost to the clan." Having showcased his achievements, Hun Tian departed the assembly hall with a heart full of ambition and determination. He understood that the path of cultivation ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. Yet fortified by the unwavering support of his clan, he brimmed with confidence, firmly believing he would realize his aspirations and demonstrate his unparalleled prowess to Xiao Yin, repaying all past humiliations and disdain in kind. After Hun Tian departed from the council hall, his astounding achievements and remarkable surge in power within the Beast Mountain range created ripples akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of excitement throughout the Soul clan. The news spread like wildfire, and the clan's youth displayed a complex tapestry of envy and admiration upon hearing the tidings. Those familiar with Hun Tian could scarcely contain their curiosity and reverence, eagerly anticipating the chance to behold his prowess and listen to the legendary tales of his adventures in the mountains. Draped in an exquisitely tailored black robe, Hun Tian strode confidently into the training arena with poise and assurance. His presence instantly captivated the attention of all, illuminating the venue like a brilliant star. Eyes converged upon him, and a thunderous applause erupted, resonating throughout the arena. With a smile, Hun Tian gracefully waved to the crowd. In that moment, he undeniably became the focal point, relishing the admiration and respect of those around him. Hun Tian's valor and astuteness serve as an exemplary model for every member of our clan. In the perilous and treacherous Beast Mountain range, he ventured alone, harnessing his innate abilities and fortuitous opportunities to secure such invaluable treasures. This achievement not only marks his personal glory, but also embodies the pride of our entire Soul Clan. The esteemed elder spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration for Hun Tian. Subsequently, the elder personally handed Hun Tian a cup of exquisite wine, symbolizing the highest honor, and spoke with weighty earnestness. Hun Tian, this goblet represents recognition and praise for your accomplishments, as well as our hopes for your future endeavors. May you continue to strive relentlessly, forging even greater achievements for the Soul Clan. The youth of the clan, inspired by Hun Tian's impassioned words, erupted into fervent cheers. Brother Hun Tian, you are our role model. Go, Hun Tian, we stand behind you. Their voices rose and fell like tumultuous waves, reverberating through the training arena and elevating the evening's atmosphere to a crescendo. During the banquet, the elders of the clan, intrigued, eagerly inquired about Hun Tian's extraordinary experiences in the Beast Mountain range. Hun Tian, with unreserved enthusiasm, recounted his adventures with vivid detail. He animatedly described how he engaged in fierce battles with colossal and fearsome beasts, how he astutely discovered the deeply hidden mysterious caves within the dense forests, and how he endured harrowing challenges within those caves, ultimately triumphing in acquiring the treasures. The clan's youth listened with rapt attention, as if transported to those moments, their admiration for Hun Tian swelling like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, having braved countless trials in the Beast Mountain range, appeared increasingly gaunt, his tattered garments stained with a mixture of blood and dirt. Yet, his gaze exuded a resolute determination, reflecting the calmness and decisiveness forged through adversity. Over these days, Xiao Yan continued to search tirelessly for opportunities to enhance his power, encountering innumerable beast assaults, with each battle serving as a life-or-death trial. Nevertheless, through these relentless skirmishes, he became increasingly adept in the use of his fighting energy, gradually refining his combat skills. Nonetheless, prolonged exhaustion had brought both his body and spirit to the brink of collapse. One crisp morning, Xiao Yan took a moment's respite beneath a concealed rock face. He gazed at the half-piece of dry rations remaining in his hand, hesitating for a brief moment before placing it in his mouth to chew slowly. For a man consumed by intense hunger, this meager portion offered little more than a drop in the ocean, yet it provided him with the faint strength to forge ahead. Once he had finished his meager meal, Xiao Yan rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and steeled himself to delve deeper into the mountains. At that very moment, a strange sound pierced the air, akin to that of a colossal magical beast roaring in fury, intermingled with the ominous crack of splintering branches. A surge of trepidation gripped Xiao Yan's heart as he swiftly concealed himself behind a massive boulder to observe. Not far off, an enormous two-headed demon wolf was locked in a fierce battle with a pack of fiery-scaled leopards. The demon wolf, corpulent in stature, exhaled plumes of black toxic mist from its two heads, while the leopards, adorned with scales resembling flames, exhibited agile movements as they tirelessly assailed the beast. Xiao Yan weighed the risks and rewards in his mind. He understood that this was a rare opportunity, for acquiring the coveted herb would significantly bolster his strength. Yet, the perilous situation posed an imminent threat. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grim fate. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yan resolved to take the risk. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by the beasts. One fiery-scaled leopard spotted him, emitted a furious roar, and abandoned its skirmish with the demon wolf to charge towards Xiao Yan. A wave of fear surged through Xiao Yan as he summoned every ounce of energy to flee. The leopard's speed was astonishing, and it quickly closed the distance between them. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yan pivoted, channeling all his energy into the Xian heavy ruler, and struck fiercely at the approaching leopard. The sudden assault caught the beast off guard, sending it reeling, but it swiftly regained its footing and continued its relentless pursuit. Realizing he was no match for the leopard, Xiao Yan fled once more. At this juncture, The two-headed demon wolf seemed to have sensed the intruder, letting out a thunderous roar that temporarily interrupted its conflict with the leopards, now joining the chase after Xiaoyan. He dashed through the forest, evading the strikes of the formidable beasts, relying on his familiarity with the terrain and his agile movements to narrowly escape their grasp. Uncertain how long he had been running, Xiaoyan soon found himself confronted by a steep cliff. At this point, exhaustion had consumed him, leaving him unable to continue. As he glanced back at the encroaching beasts, a wave of despair washed over him. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his resolve, gripping the Xian heavy ruler tightly, preparing to make one final stand. Xiaoyan walked resolutely along the precipice of the mountain. After several days of arduous travel, he finally beheld the familiar expanse beyond the mountains. Drawing in a deep breath, he stepped out of the realm of magical beasts. He understood that new challenges awaited him, but he no longer felt fear, for he had undergone a transformation within the treacherous domain of the magical beasts. Meanwhile, Hun Tian, after basking in the praises and glory from his kin, did not linger in the fleeting joy of the moment. He was acutely aware that in this world where strength reigns supreme, even a moment's complacency could render him vulnerable. Though he had merely scratched the surface of the purple thunder dragon flame technique and gained some mastery over the power of the mysterious crystal, he still found himself significantly distant from his ultimate goal of utterly overpowering Xiaoyan. Within his dwelling, Hun Tian sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, his eyes closed in contemplation. Vivid memories of his encounter with Xiaoyan flooded his mind. The latter's disheveled visage, filled with a blend of defiance and tenacity, pierced through his pride like a needle. Xiaoyan, do you truly believe that enduring a few more days in the Monster Mountain range will enable you to rival me? Such delusions are nothing but folly, Hun Tian muttered to himself, his tone laced with disdain. Yet, he understood that Xiaoyan was no ordinary adversary. He must swiftly enhance his strength to deliver a decisive blow. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of resolve shone within them. He resolved to depart from the Hun clan and venture to the enigmatic Yuan Valley on the continent. According to the ancient texts of his clan, the valley concealed countless opportunities, brimming with rich spiritual energy and housing many ancient relics. There, he might discover rare treasures to aid in his cultivation of the purple thunder dragon flame technique or other avenues to fortify his power. Moreover, the valley was often frequented by formidable magical beasts. Engaging them in battle would refine his practical combat skills. To prepare for this undertaking, Hun Tian meticulously gathered his resources. He first visited the clan's treasury, selecting artifacts suitable for his expedition. The treasury shimmered with a dazzling array of rare treasures. After a thorough search, he ultimately chose an item known as the Shadow Cloak. This cloak not only concealed his presence, but could also transform into a shadowy force at critical moments, helping him evade fatal strikes. Additionally, he selected several vials of high-grade elixirs for use in battle or during cultivation to restore his fighting spirit and heal injuries. Once his treasures were secured, Hun Tian entered a period of seclusion, diligently fortifying his strength in preparation for the impending adventure. During his seclusion, he devoted day and night to studying the purple thunder dragon flame technique, persistently striving to achieve a more perfect fusion of the purple flame and thunder flame within him. As time passed, his mastery over these two powers became increasingly adept, with the essence of the thunder flame intensifying within the purple flame, amplifying its might. At last, his seclusion came to an end, and Hun Tian felt himself fully prepared. Clad in a black robe, with a long sword upon his back and the shadow cloak draped over him, he emerged from his dwelling with an air of elegance and vigor. The younger members of the clan looked upon him with envy and admiration. Hun Tian made his way directly to the elders of the clan, articulating his intentions. Yuan Valley? That is an exceedingly perilous place. Even with your current strength, you must exercise utmost caution, one elder remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Undeterred, Hun Tian journeyed tirelessly, employing his exceptional agility to traverse the land like a black comet streaking across the earth. The scenery blurred past him, but he had no mind to appreciate it. At this moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by the opportunities within Yuan Valley and the loathsome figure of Xiaoyan. Days later, Hun Tian finally arrived at the outskirts of Yuan Valley. Before him lay the valley's entrance, shrouded in a thick mist, from which he could faintly hear the roars of beasts and the peculiar fluctuations of energy emanating from within. Taking a deep breath to steady his excited heart, he strode forward with unwavering determination, stepping into the mysterious and perilous Yuan Valley. He understood that unknown challenges awaited him ahead. Yet he firmly believed that with his strength and preparation, he would undoubtedly discover the key to enhancing his power within the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Abysses. Taking a significant step towards utterly defeating Xiaoyan, he stumbled upon a secluded valley, encircled by towering mountains, with only a narrow passage connecting it to the outside world, as if it were cut off from civilization. Although the spiritual energy within the valley was not abundant, its tranquility and serenity rendered it an excellent place for cultivation. Xiao Yin found a natural cave within the valley, and after a brief tidying up, he decided to use it as his private training chamber. Once the effects of the medicinal herbs were fully absorbed, Xiao Yin softly called out, "Elder Yao." A flash of light emanated from the ring. And Elder Yao's ethereal figure materialized. Xiao Yin respectfully said, "Elder Yao, I am prepared to cultivate the burning art. I hope you can guide me." Elder Yao nodded slightly, his expression serious. "Xiao Yin, the burning art is a supreme technique of great significance to you. The path of cultivation will undoubtedly be arduous, so do not rush." Xiao Yin pressed on, channeling more Do Qi into transformation. As the flame energy within him increased, he, under Elder Yao's guidance, attempted to merge flames of different attributes. The power of the burning art lies in its ability to fuse various exotic flames to enhance their potency. Although Xiao Yin had yet to acquire exotic flames, he could begin by merging ordinary flames. He circulated his Do Qi, drawing fire attribute energy from his surroundings, and condensed it into 2 spheres of flame, each differing in temperature and shape. Cautiously, he guided the 2 flames closer together for fusion. Upon contact, the flames violently repelled each other, colliding with a sizzle, and a powerful shockwave surged forth, nearly sending Xiao Yin flying. Steadying himself, Xiao Yin attempted once more. Elder Yao reminded him, "Xiao Yin, feel the fluctuations of the flame energy and adjust your Do Qi output." He followed the advice closely, exercising greater caution. After countless attempts, the 2 flames gradually merged, their temperature rising and their power increasing. Xiao Yin felt the strength of the fused flames and rejoiced in his heart. This marked a significant advancement in his cultivation of the burning art. In addition to practicing the burning art, Xiao Yin diligently honed his close combat skills under Elder Yao's guidance every day. Wielding the heavy Xin staff, he exerted himself in the valley. The staff weighed 100 pounds, and each swing drained immense physical energy. Yet Xiao Yin gritted his teeth and persevered. He began with fundamental strikes, chops, and thrusts, striving for precision in every movement. Under Elder Yao's instruction, his mastery over the heavy Xin staff grew increasingly proficient, causing the air to resonate with his vigorous swings. During his leisure, Xiao Yin, utilizing the knowledge imparted by Elder Yao, searched for medicinal herbs in the valley to concoct elixirs to aid his cultivation. Although the elixirs he produced were not of high grade at present, they nonetheless provided considerable assistance in his training. Day by day, month by month, Xiao Yin immersed himself in cultivation, steadily enhancing his strength under Elder Yao's meticulous guidance. His Do Qi became ever more robust, and his understanding of the burning art deepened profoundly. He was acutely aware that the day of his confrontation with Hun Tian was drawing near, and he was preparing with all his might for it. Upon entering the Valley of 10,000 Abysses, Hun Tian did not hastily seek out the opportunities within. He was well aware that in this realm filled with mystery and danger, acting recklessly would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Thus, he first sought a concealed location to meticulously observe the valley's environment and the behavioral patterns of the magical beasts. During his observations, Hun Tian unexpectedly discovered the presence of a mysterious force within the Valley of 10,000 Abysses. This force appeared to be based in an ancient ruin and seemed to be plotting something significant. In the shadows, Hunted Heaven discreetly tracked several members of a formidable faction, discovering that they were in pursuit of a legendary artifact, rumored to possess cataclysmic power. Should one acquire it, dominion over a realm would surely follow. A scheme began to take root in Hunted Heaven's heart. He pondered that by manipulating this force, he could not only seize the artifact to augment his own strength, but also create turmoil for Xiao Yin, achieving a dual advantage. Hunted Heaven meticulously devised his plot. Initially, he employed his abilities to disseminate false information about Xiao Yin within the Abyssal Canyon. He asserted that Xiao Yin was aware of the artifact's whereabouts and was leading the elite of the Xiao clan to seize it. This misinformation spread like wildfire, swiftly capturing the attention of the enigmatic faction. The leader of this faction was a middle-aged man named Mo Chun, a figure of great power and ambition. Upon hearing of Xiao Yin's intention to claim the artifact, he promptly summoned his subordinates to devise a strategy. "This Xiao Yin dares to covet our artifact. We cannot allow him to succeed," Mo Chun declared, his countenance dark. "What shall we do, leader?" one subordinate inquired. Mo Chun contemplated for a moment before responding. "Send someone to closely monitor Xiao Yin's movements. The moment he enters the Abyssal Canyon, report back to me immediately. We must eliminate him before he locates the artifact." Upon learning of Mo Chun's plan, Hunted Heaven felt a surge of satisfaction. He continued to stoke the flames of discord within the canyon, drawing more factions into the fray. He intentionally leaked misleading clues, leading various forces to believe that the artifact's location lay in the direction where Xiao Yin might appear. Simultaneously, Hunted Heaven did not neglect to enhance his own prowess. He scoured the abyssal canyon for rare treasures, utilizing these resources to accelerate his cultivation of the purple thunder radiant dragon flame technique. During one daring venture, he stumbled upon a spiritual herb capable of amplifying lightning and flame powers. After a fierce contest, Hunted Heaven successfully acquired the herb. Upon consuming it, the fusion of his purple and lightning flames became even more harmonious, further elevating his strength. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Yin felt an intense conflict within. He was acutely aware that Hunted Heaven was no benign character, and this information could very well be a trap. Yet, he also realized that if a method to counter the Soul Clan's techniques truly existed, it would hold monumental significance for the Xiao clan and the entire Duqi continent. After considerable contemplation, Xiao Yin resolved to venture into the abyssal canyon, despite the risks. Once Hunted Heaven learned that Xiao Yin had taken the bait, he immediately began to orchestrate the subsequent phases of his plan. He contacted Mo Chun, feigning the role of a wandering cultivator eager to join their ranks, and disclosed Xiao Yin's route into the abyssal canyon. Mo Chun, unquestioning of Hunted Heaven's intelligence, promptly led his subordinates to lay an intricate ambush along Xiao Yin's path. Hunted Heaven concealed himself in the shadows, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yin's arrival. He envisioned the despair etched upon Xiao Yin's face as he fell into the trap, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Xiao Yin, this time, I wonder how you shall escape my grasp, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. To ensure the flawless execution of his plan, Hunted Heaven also established various special formations around the trap. These formations would not only confine Xiao Yin's movements, but also thwart any attempts at escape. Simultaneously, he had also prepared several contingencies against Xiao Yin, ensuring that even if Xiao Yin were to miraculously evade the ambush set by Mo Chun and others, he would not escape his relentless pursuit. Once everything was in place, Hun Tian awaited Xiao Yin's appearance with quiet anticipation. He firmly believed that this time, his scheme would undoubtedly succeed, leading to Xiao Yin's complete annihilation within the abyssal valley, while he would emerge as the ultimate victor of this conspiracy. Upon receiving the message from Hun Tian, Xiao Yin fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware of Hun Tian's cunning nature, and the purported information about a method capable of countering the Soul Clan's martial arts was likely a meticulously crafted trap. Nonetheless, the mere thought that such a tome could potentially bolster the Xiao clan and the entire Duqi continent against the Soul Clan stirred an irrepressible impulse within him. Xiao Yin halted his steps, lifting his gaze with determination tinged by a hint of hesitation. Elder Yao, I understand your concerns. Yet, you are also aware of the formidable strength of the Soul Clan and the immense threat they pose to the continent. If there truly exists a tome that can restrain their techniques, even if there is but a sliver of possibility, I wish to pursue it. This matter not only pertains to the future of the Xiao clan, but also to the peace of the entire Duqi continent. Elder Yao nodded slightly, his expression grave. I comprehend your perspective, Xiao Yin. However, the risks involved are considerable, and we must tread carefully. How about this? You should first investigate the source and transmission of the information in detail to see if you can uncover any flaws. In the days that followed, Xiao Yin devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. Day and night, he channeled the burning art, guiding the Duqi within him to continually fuse with the power of fire and tempering it. Under Elder Yao's meticulous guidance, Xiao Yan's understanding of the burning art deepened, and the flow of his Duqi became increasingly smooth. Additionally, Elder Yao imparted to him some ancient and enigmatic movement techniques and combat skills, which were immensely powerful and exceedingly clever, capable of yielding unexpected results at critical moments. As Xiao Yin approached the abyssal valley, he sensed an increasingly eerie atmosphere surrounding him. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with sporadic flashes of lightning piercing through, accompanied by deafening roars. A stifling aura permeated the forest, and the once lively birds and beasts had vanished, seemingly evading some dreadful presence. Upon entering the abyssal valley, Xiao Yin discovered a starkly different scene from the outside world. The valley was veiled in mist, severely limiting visibility, allowing him only to faintly discern objects not far ahead. Strange sounds echoed throughout the valley, as if countless pairs of eyes were lurking in the darkness, observing him intently. Xiao Yin tightened his grip on the Xian Zhongqi, proceeding with utmost caution. Relying on his keen perception, he sought to uncover any irregularities around him. However, the arrangements made by Hun Tian and Mo Chun were exceedingly meticulous, and Xiao Yin remained completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into a colossal conspiracy. He believed that what awaited him ahead might indeed be the mysterious tome capable of altering the situation, unaware that a life-and-death crisis was stealthily closing in on him. Hun Tian concealed himself in a shadowy corner of the abyssal valley, akin to a lurking falcon, patiently awaiting Xiao Yan's entrance into the trap he had so carefully orchestrated. Clad in black attire that melded seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, only his eyes glimmered with a cold and exhilarated light. Xiao Yan, you consider yourself clever. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that all of this has been meticulously orchestrated into a dire predicament tailored just for you. Hun Tian murmured softly, his voice laced with derision. He envisioned the shock and despair that would wash over Xiao Yan upon realizing he was ensnared, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips. As Xiao Yan's footsteps drew ever closer, Hun Tian's heart raced uncontrollably. He understood that this moment would be pivotal in determining the fate that awaited him and Xiao Yan. Should this scheme come to fruition, Xiao Yan would find it impossible to rise again, while Hun Tian would not only acquire a divine artifact, but also greatly elevate his standing within the Soul Clan, emerging as an undeniable paragon. To ensure that Xiao Yan could not escape, Hun Tian meticulously examined the contingency plans he had prepared. In his grasp was a black crystal, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This crystal had been discovered by chance in a hidden cavern within the abyssal gorge, and upon investigation, he found it to harbor formidable sealing powers. Once activated, it could instantaneously seal the surrounding space, preventing any fluctuations of Dou Qi from escaping. Even if Xiao Yan were to miraculously break through the onslaught of Mo Chun and the others, he would still be ensnared by this sealing force. Left at Hun Tian's mercy, Hun Tian raised his gaze towards the mist-laden valley, as if he could already see Xiao Yan stepping into the trap. He silently counted down in his mind, gauging the moment when Xiao Yan would reach the core of the ambush. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant growls of beasts, as if heralding the impending hunt. At last, Hun Tian keenly sensed that Xiao Yan was nearing the trigger zone of the trap. He inhaled deeply, his muscles tensing, poised to strike at any moment. In this instant, his heart brimmed with excitement at the prospect of success, tempered by a hint of anxiety. After all, Xiao Yan's strength was not to be underestimated. And until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome. He's here, Hun Tian whispered, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, ready to activate the formation and deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, in the surrounding darkness, Mo Chun and the others held their breath, weapons gripped tightly, awaiting Hun Tian's signal as a thrilling hunt was about to commence. Within him, Dou Qi surged like a profound lake, magnificent and steady. Under the meticulous guidance of the medicinal elder, Xiao Yan's comprehension of the burning technique had reached unprecedented heights. Now, as he channeled the burning technique, the flow of Dou Qi began to subtly integrate with a fiery essence, as if the very Dou Qi had been imbued with the searing and tumultuous nature of flames. This fusion was not merely a simple layering. It was a profound amalgamation that propelled Xiao Yan's Dou Qi to a new realm of potency. Xiao Yan endeavored to summon the Dou Qi within him, and a pale azure flame gradually manifested in his palm. This flame appeared gentle, yet its temperature was exceedingly high, causing the surrounding air to sizzle and warp under its scorching influence. This was the result of Xiao Yan's current integration of Dou Qi and flame power, which he named Azure Flame Dou Qi. Unlike his previous singular Dou Qi attacks, the Azure Flame Dou Qi not only inflicted direct harm upon adversaries, but the fiery essence that accompanied the assault would continue to burn upon contact, delivering a more enduring torment. In addition to his advancements in combat spirit, Xiao Yan has also made significant strides in close-quarters combat techniques. Grasping the Xianzhong, he feels as though this once bulky weapon has now seamlessly fused with his arm, allowing him to wield it with remarkable ease. The ancient footwork and fighting techniques imparted by Yao Lao have been thoroughly assimilated through countless hours of practice. At this moment, he moves like lightning, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages as he darts through the valley. Crack the mountain, Xiao Yan murmured, as he forcefully swung the Xianzhong toward a nearby boulder. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the boulder shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering like cannonballs in all directions. This strike encapsulated Xiao Yan's formidable strength. Had it been in the past, he would never have been able to obliterate such a massive stone with such ease. Xiao Yan's perceptiveness has also sharpened considerably. Even the slightest fluctuations of energy within the valley do not escape his awareness. He can anticipate potential dangers by sensing the elemental changes in the air, providing him with an added layer of security amid the treacherous Yuan Valley. He is acutely aware that, despite his remarkable progress, he must not allow himself to become complacent in the face of impending unknown challenges. As he advances, he continuously channels his fighting spirit to maintain peak combat readiness. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scours the mist for any potential clues or threats. As he delves deeper into the Yuan Valley, Xiao Yan perceives an increasingly oppressive atmosphere, as though myriad eyes are watching him from the shadows. Yet, rather than retreating, a more fervent fighting spirit wells up within him. No matter what awaits me ahead, I shall not falter. For the Xiao family, for the entire Do-Chi continent, I must brave this Wan Yuan Valley, he resolves, his steps growing ever more resolute. At this moment, Xiao Yan resembles a majestic eagle breaking free from its cocoon, courageously poised to embrace the forthcoming storm. He believes that with his current strength and unwavering faith in his growth, he will undoubtedly discover his own opportunities amidst the dangers of the Wan Yuan Valley, even if the path ahead is fraught with traps meticulously laid by Hun Tian. He is confident in his ability to surmount them. Hun Tian, like a phantom cloaked in darkness, silently observes Xiao Yan's every move. Concealed behind a massive rock and utilizing the surrounding dense fog as a veil, he suppresses his presence to remain undetected. His eyes fixate intently on Xiao Yan, shimmering with a complex mix of anticipation for his fall into the traps and trepidation regarding Xiao Yan's burgeoning power. Since Xiao Yan's entrance into the Wan Yuan Valley, Hun Tian has initiated a comprehensive covert surveillance. Utilizing the rare treasures he has gathered within the valley, he has established a unique perception system. This system comprises several crystals emitting a soft glow, interconnected by mysterious strands of energy, capable of keenly detecting any movement in specific areas of the valley. At this moment, Xiao Yan is under the meticulous watch of this system. Observing the progress in Xiao Yan's strength, Hun Tian cannot help but feel a flicker of astonishment. He vividly recalled his last encounter with Xiao Yan. Although the latter had displayed remarkable tenacity, there remained a significant disparity in their strengths. However, now, Xiao Yan not only exhibited an impressive surge of fighting spirit, but also demonstrated an extraordinary mastery over the power of flames. With azure flames igniting in the palm of his hand, emanating an aura that even the formidable Hun Tian dared not underestimate. How surprising it is that this young man has made such progress in such a short span of time, Hun Tian mused, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Yet, even with this newfound power, he would merely be a cornered beast in the face of the meticulously crafted traps I have laid out. Hun Tian continued to observe Xiao Yan, seeking any weaknesses in his movements. He noted that while Xiao Yan appeared cautious, he seemed oblivious to the myriad hidden mechanisms Hun Tian had set in place. Those concealed formations, lurking beneath the ground, within the trees, and amidst the mist, awaited activation, ready to become the shackles that would ensnare Xiao Yan. Just a few more steps, and once you enter that area, it will all be over. Hun Tian silently chanted within himself, his fingers instinctively tightening as he envisioned Xiao Yan trapped in a dire predicament. Simultaneously, Hun Tian contemplated strategies to counter Xiao Yan's enhanced capabilities. He understood well that Xiao Yan was no ordinary foe, should he manage to escape the trap. His current strength would undoubtedly pose substantial challenges for Hun Tian. Thus, he discreetly summoned the powers of Purple Flame and Thunder Flame within him, optimizing his strength for the impending confrontation. And the others must be ready by now, Hun Tian thought, anticipating that once Xiao Yan stepped into the ambush zone, they would launch their assault without delay, ensuring that he was subdued at the earliest opportunity, leaving him no chance for resistance. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, do you truly believe that this slight enhancement in your prowess can match my might? You are woefully naive, Hun Tian muttered to himself, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Today shall mark your demise. As Xiao Yan cautiously approached the core of the trap, Hun Tian's heartbeat quickened. He knew the pivotal moment was drawing near. His hand slowly reached for his waist, where lay the token capable of activating all the trap formations. Should Xiao Yan take just a few more steps, he would not hesitate to press the token and plunge Xiao Yan into an abyss from which there would be no return. Meanwhile, within the surrounding darkness, the members of the enigmatic force led by Mo Chun were poised for battle, weapons gripped tightly as they awaited Hun Tian's signal to strike. An exhilarating contest of life and death was on the verge of unfolding in the depths of Wan Yuan Valley. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, who treaded carefully through the valley, he was being secretly monitored by Hun Tian and was about to step into the intricately devised trap. Just as he focused intently on his surroundings, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It resonated deep and distant, as if emerging from another realm. Startled, Xiao Yan halted abruptly, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, apart from the pervasive mist and the eerie valley, he discerned nothing amiss. Who goes there? Show yourself, Xiao Yan demanded loudly, his fighting spirit surging around him as he firmly gripped the Xian Zhongqi, prepared to confront any unforeseen danger. Fear not, Xiao Yan, I mean you no harm. The voice resonated once more, revealing its awareness of your pursuit of immense power to combat the Soul Clan and to rescue the Xiao family and the Do-Chi continent. I can offer you an opportunity, a pivotal mission to accomplish all of this. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, his mind awash with uncertainty. Was this enigmatic voice a friend or a foe? What was the nature of the task? Yet, he did not lower his guard and replied coldly, "Who are you? Why entrust this mission to me? On what grounds should I believe you?" A flicker of desire stirred within him. The promise of great power capable of rivaling the Soul Clan was precisely what he yearned for. Nevertheless, he maintained his caution. "Why do you not seek this power for yourself? What makes me the chosen one? I am unable to venture forth myself." The voice conveyed a hint of resignation. "You, Xiao Yan, have shown remarkable growth amidst adversity, displaying unyielding tenacity and possessing potential and opportunities that others lack. Hence, I deem you the most suitable candidate. Completing this task will benefit both you and me." Xiao Yan fell into contemplation. This could be a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength and confront the Soul Clan, yet it was fraught with unknown perils. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the true intentions behind this mysterious voice. "I need to consider this," Xiao Yan stated. "There is no time to waste, Xiao Yan." The voice sounded increasingly urgent. "The situation within Wanyuan Valley is rapidly evolving. If you do not act swiftly, this power may be seized by others, leaving you with no chance. Moreover, Hun Tian has set traps for you within the valley. If you do not complete the mission promptly and acquire the power, escaping his machinations will be exceedingly difficult." At the mention of Hun Tian's name, a chill ran through Xiao Yan. He recognized Hun Tian's treachery and surmised that his entrance into Wanyuan Valley might entail danger, yet he had not anticipated that Hun Tian had indeed laid traps. "Very well. I accept the mission." Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, resolute. "However, you must divulge the specifics of the task and how to counteract Hun Tian's traps." "The task is straightforward," the voice elucidated. "Deep within Wanyuan Valley lies an ancient ruin, home to a mysterious tower. You must ascend to the pinnacle of this tower and retrieve a treasure located at its summit. This treasure is the key to the formidable power you seek. As for Hun Tian's traps, I shall provide you with hints along your path to help you evade danger. Ultimately, your success hinges upon your own abilities." "How shall we maintain communication?" Xiao Yan inquired. "I will converse with you within your mind. Now, set forth. Time is of the essence." With that, the voice faded from Xiao Yan's consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan gazed into the mist-laden depths of Wanyuan Valley, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, for the sake of the Shao family and the Duki continent, he must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. He steadied himself, grasped the Xuanzhong, and ventured deeper into Wanyuan Valley, embarking on this new journey filled with uncertainty, while Hun Tian's traps awaited him, heralding an impending fierce confrontation. In the shadows, Hun Tian closely observed Xiao Yan, perplexed by his sudden pause and engagement with the mysterious voice. Although he could not hear the content of their exchange, the shifts in Xiao Yan's expression alerted him that something was amiss. "What is this boy up to? Has he sensed my traps?" The expression on Hun Tian's face tightened, a sense of unease surging within him. He would not permit Xiao Yan to encounter any unforeseen circumstances as he approached the impending trap, which would jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan. Determined to take the initiative, Hun Tian resolved to expedite the execution of his scheme. Swiftly, he retrieved the token that would activate the trap from his hiding place, preparing to launch an assault preemptively, denying Xiao Yan any respite or opportunity to respond. "Humph. No matter what you are scheming, you cannot escape my grasp," Hun Tian murmured to himself, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's improvement in strength and understood that if he did not subdue him while he was still unsteady, it could lead to dire consequences. As he prepared to activate the trap, Hun Tian signaled to Mo Chun and the others. Through a unique fluctuation of fighting spirit, he conveyed the command to launch a preemptive strike to the members of the mysterious force concealed nearby. Upon receiving the signal, Mo Chun and his companions immediately readied themselves for battle, weapons in hand, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as they awaited Hun Tian's final command. "As soon as Xiao Yan takes a few more steps forward, activate the trap, and you must charge in immediately to ensure his demise." Hun Tian emphasized to Mo Chun via fighting spirit transmission. Once more, Hun Tian's gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, contemplating how to maximize the trap's efficacy. He understood that Xiao Yan possessed a keen sense of danger. Thus it was imperative to ensnare him with overwhelming force at the moment the trap was triggered, leaving him no chance of escape. "Xiao Yan, you are walking to your own demise. Do not blame me for my mercilessness." Hun Tian gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the token, poised to press it at any moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was following the guidance of the mysterious voice, venturing deeper into the Wanyuan Valley. Unbeknownst to him, an attack was imminent. His sole focus was on completing the newly assigned task and acquiring the formidable power capable of countering the Soul Clan. As Hun Tian watched Xiao Yan approach the core of the trap, excitement and tension intertwined in his heart. He recognized that success hinged upon this decisive moment. When Xiao Yan stepped into the predetermined trap zone, Hun Tian did not hesitate to press the token. In an instant, the ground erupted with radiant light. Intricate array patterns illuminating the space as powerful energy waves surged into the sky. The area surrounding the trap seemed to warp under an invisible force, forming a colossal energy cage that ensnared Xiao Yan within. Attack! With a commanding shout, Hun Tian ordered, and Mo Chun led the members of the mysterious force to surge forth from all directions, rushing toward Xiao Yan. Their faces contorted with ferocity. Weapons glinting ominously in the light, they sought to obliterate him. From his elevated position, Hun Tian coldly observed the unfolding chaos. He was confident that, ensnared by the trap and besieged by the crowd, Xiao Yan would find escape impossible. Yet, a trace of concern lingered in his heart. After all, Xiao Yan's strength had exceeded his expectations, and this battle might not proceed as smoothly as he had envisioned. Regardless, he vowed that there must be no escape for Xiao Yan. Hun Tian silently swore, also preparing himself to act at a moment's notice should Xiao Yan truly manage to break free. Confronted by the sudden trap and the onslaught of his adversaries, Xiao Yan was momentarily startled, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that panic was futile. Only through calmness could he seize a glimmer of hope. Just in time, Xiao Yan let out a thunderous roar, elevating the Xianzhong high above his head, as a surging torrent of battle aura and azure flame energy erupted instantaneously. Preparing to confront this battle of life and death, his gaze held no trace of trepidation. Rather, it brimmed with indomitable spirit. He was determined to demonstrate to Hun Tian that plotting against him would not be a simple endeavor. Thus commenced a fierce clash within the depths of Yuan Valley, where the uncertainty loomed. Could Xiao Yan escape the meticulously laid traps of Hun Tian and the onslaught of his adversaries, while also fulfilling the task bestowed upon him by the mysterious voice? Amidst the heart of the trap orchestrated by Hun Tian, Xiao Yan faced a relentless tide of foes. Showing not an ounce of retreat, his battle aura surged around him, the azure flame energy roaring like a phoenix reborn. The Xianzhong sliced through the air with razor-sharp arcs. Each swing summoned a tempest, forcing back the encroaching enemies. To obstruct me is no easy feat, Xiao Yan bellowed, channeling his battle aura into the Xianzhong and smashing it down upon the ground. With a resounding crash, a powerful ripple of energy radiated outward from him, sending surrounding foes tumbling in disarray. However, Mo Chun and his companions, elite members of the enigmatic force within Yuan Valley, swiftly regained their footing and closed in once more. Aware that lingering here was perilous, Xiao Yan understood he must break free and expedite his mission. Fixing his gaze on a particular direction, he executed the exquisite movement technique imparted by Yao Lao, weaving through the throng of enemies like a wraith. Chase him down. Do not let him escape, Mo Chun shouted, rallying his subordinates in relentless pursuit. As Xiao Yan pressed forward, he remained attuned to the guidance of the mysterious voice echoing in his mind. Charge towards the left ahead. The power of the trap there is slightly diminished. You can break through. Heeding the advice, Xiao Yan concentrated his battle aura in his legs and propelled himself toward the left like a cannonball. Approaching the trap's edge, he encountered a formidable resistance. Yet with his robust battle aura and unyielding resolve, he shattered through the obstruction. Hun Tian, witnessing Xiao Yan's audacious escape from the trap, felt his expression darken with fury. This brat possesses more prowess than anticipated, he seethed. He must not be allowed to leave. Without hesitation, he activated his movement technique and pursued Xiao Yan. Having freed himself from the entanglement of the trap and Mo Chun, Xiao Yan raced deeper into Yuan Valley. The environment grew increasingly treacherous, with formidable magical beasts emerging sporadically. Yet, filled solely with the conviction to complete his mission, Xiao Yan faced the beasts without fear. A colossal two-headed demon bear obstructed his path, towering several meters high, its body cloaked in black scales, with both heads bellowing a thunderous roar. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan summoned his azure flame energy and initiated an offensive. The Xianzhong, enveloped in searing flames and potent battle aura, struck fiercely at the bear. The beast swung its enormous paw in defense, yet the intense heat of the azure flame energy seared its paw instantaneously. In pain, the demon bear roared in retaliation, while Xiao Yan adeptly evaded its attacks, searching for an opening. After an intense exchange, seizing the opportune moment, Xiao Yan leaped into the air and plunged the Xianzhong into the bear's neck. The demon bear struggled momentarily before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Xiao Yan did not linger and continued forward in the direction indicated by the mysterious voice. As he ventured deeper into the abyssal valley, he finally beheld the enigmatic tower. The tower stood majestically at the center of a vast plaza, emanating an ancient and mystical aura, as if it were recounting the vicissitudes of time. However, the surroundings of the plaza were laden with various traps and guardian beasts. The mysterious voice resonated once more. Xiaoyan, these mechanisms and guardian beasts are formidable. You must proceed with caution. Only by ascending to the pinnacle of the tower and obtaining the treasure can you acquire the strength to contend with the Soul Clan. Xiaoyan took a deep breath, gazing intently at the tower before him, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that this would be the final hurdle in his quest, a critical juncture for enhancing his power to confront the Soul Clan. No matter how arduous the challenge, I shall persevere, Xiaoyan murmured, then cautiously stepped into the plaza. Upon entry, the surrounding traps were triggered, and countless arrows shot forth from all directions. Xiaoyan swiftly wielded the Xian heavy ruler, deflecting the arrows with deft precision. Simultaneously, the guardian beasts emerged, lunging toward him. A fierce battle erupted in the plaza, wherein Xiaoyan, drawing upon his own strength, the techniques imparted by Yao Lao, and the guidance of the mysterious voice, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the traps and guardian beasts. Whether he could successfully ascend to the tower's summit, acquire the treasure, and fulfill his mission remained uncertain. Yet Xiaoyan was resolutely prepared to give his all. Meanwhile, Hun Tian, witnessing Xiaoyan evade the traps, felt a mixture of surprise and rage. He would not permit Xiaoyan to escape his grasp and seize the potentially transformative power. Thus, he unhesitatingly employed his swift movements to closely trail Xiaoyan. Hun Tian's movements were both peculiar and rapid, darting through the forests of the abyssal valley like a shadow. As he pursued, he pondered Xiaoyan's intentions. This lad is rushing so eagerly into the depths of the valley. Could it be that he is aware of some hidden opportunity? Regardless, he must not succeed. Along the way, Hun Tian encountered Mo Chun and others who were also in pursuit of Xiaoyan. Seeing Hun Tian, Mo Chun hurried forward, his expression laden with guilt. "My lord, that Xiaoyan is exceedingly cunning. He managed to escape. I implore you to punish me." Hun Tian furrowed his brow and coldly retorted. "Now is not the time to assign blame. Xiaoyan has gone that way. We must continue our pursuit and ensure we intercept him. If he obtains any treasures, it could significantly hinder our acquisition of the divine artifact." Mo Chun and the others nodded in agreement, quickening their pace in the direction Xiaoyan had fled. During their pursuit, Hun Tian noted that Xiaoyan seemed to be advancing toward a specific target. His curiosity intensified, and he became increasingly vigilant. It appeared that the depths of the abyssal valley concealed unknown secrets, and Xiaoyan must have gleaned something significant to venture forth recklessly. Shortly thereafter, Hun Tian and his companions arrived near the plaza where the mysterious tower stood. From a distance, they observed Xiaoyan engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanisms and guardian beasts. Hun Tian's heart sank. He had never heard of such a mysterious tower existing within the abyssal valley. It seemed that Xiaoyan's objective was indeed the treasure at the tower's summit. What secrets could this tower possibly harbor? If Xiaoyan were to obtain the treasure at the pinnacle of the tower, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, a strategy must be devised to thwart him. In the depths of his mind, Hun Tian contemplated this predicament. Mo Chun, standing nearby, inquired softly, "Master, what shall we do now?" After a moment of reflection, Hun Tian replied, "Let us not act impulsively. Xiaoyan is currently engaged in a fierce struggle against the traps and guardian beasts. Should we rashly intervene, he may turn the situation to his advantage. We shall wait until both he and the guardians are exhausted, and then we will strike, reaping the rewards of a scheming fisherman." Mo Chun and the others nodded in agreement, choosing to conceal themselves as they quietly observed Xiaoyan's every move. Hun Tian, watching Xiaoyan valiantly battling in the plaza, felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was astonished by Xiaoyan's prowess. In such perilous circumstances, Xiaoyan managed to contend with the formidable traps and guardian beasts without faltering. On the other hand, he was consumed by jealousy and concern over the treasures that Xiaoyan might acquire. Xiaoyan, no matter how formidable you are, today you shall not lay claim to the treasures at the tower's summit," Hun Tian muttered through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was wholly immersed in the combat. He deftly evaded the arrows shot from the traps while engaging in close-quarters combat with the guardian beasts. The azure flame energy surged around him, and with each swing of the mysterious heavy ruler, flames erupted, inflicting considerable damage upon the guardians. However, the sheer number and ferocity of the beasts began to wear him down. Yet, the unwavering conviction within him bolstered his resolve. He understood that surrendering was not an option. Doing so would render his previous efforts futile and forfeit the invaluable opportunity to resist the Hun clan. Observing Xiaoyan's arduous struggle, Hun Tian felt a sense of satisfaction brewing within him. "Just a little longer. Once you exhaust your strength, it will be my moment to strike," he mused. Envisioning the scene of Xiaoyan collapsing at his feet, the treasures of the tower falling into his grasp. concealed in the shadows. Hun Tian's gaze remained fixed upon the fierce clash between Xiao Yin and the guardian beasts, akin to a hungry wolf awaiting the perfect moment to pounce. He recognized that Xiao Yan's power should not be underestimated. Any reckless move could ensnare him in peril. Thus, he resolved to wait until both Xiao Yin and the guardians were mutually weakened. Only then would it be the opportune moment to launch their attack. Mo Chun and the others stood silently, hardly daring to breathe as they awaited Hun Tian's command. They watched in awe as Xiao Yin maneuvered skillfully across the plaza, marveling at his strength while simultaneously yearning for the imminent treasures. Master, it seems that Xiao Yin is nearing his limit. Should we not take action? Mo Chun cautiously queried, a hint of urgency glimmering in his eyes. Hun Tian raised a hand, signaling for silence, his focus unwavering upon the battlefield. Wait a moment longer. Now is not the time. This cunning lad may possess hidden tricks. When he is truly fatigued and unable to resist, we shall strike decisively, ensuring our success. On the battlefield, the clash between Xiao Yin and the guardian beasts intensified. Suddenly, a massive six-winged griffin descended from the sky, its claws like blades aimed at Xiao Yin. Sensing the threat above, Xiao Yin swiftly sidestepped and, with a flourish of the mysterious heavy ruler, conjured a serpent of azure flames that surged towards the griffin with a deafening roar. The griffin, caught unawares, was struck on the wing by a fiery serpent, letting out a pained wail as its body swayed in the air. Seizing the moment while Xiao Yin was preoccupied with the griffin, several smaller, yet incredibly swift shadow leopards launched a surprise attack from the side. Xiao Yin promptly pivoted, his Xianzhong Qi spinning rapidly before him, forming a barrier of fighting spirit that temporarily warded off the leopard's assault. However, the leopards did not retreat. They circled around Xiao Yin, relentlessly seeking a chink in his defenses to initiate another round of attack. Watching Xiao Yin entangled in this siege, Hun Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that the young man was growing increasingly beleaguered. Clenching his weapon, he leaned forward slightly, poised to strike at any moment. Just then, Xiao Yin let out a thunderous roar, his fighting spirit surging wildly. He concentrated all his energy into the Xianzhong Qi and then slammed it downwards with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from Xiao Yan's position. The shadow leopards, caught off guard, were sent flying by the energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. The six-winged griffin was also affected, losing its balance in midair and nearly plummeting. Hun Tian was startled, realizing that Xiao Yin could unleash such formidable power even in dire straits. This young man indeed had more in reserve. He was fortunate not to have acted impulsively earlier. Taking advantage of the brief chaos among the guardian beasts, Xiao Yin quickly recalibrated himself. He understood that his time was running short and that he must swiftly breach the guardian beast's defenses to ascend the tower. Thus, he executed the supreme agility techniques imparted by Yao Lao, his figure darting towards the tower like lightning. Seeing Xiao Yin attempt to break through, Hun Tian's heart raced with urgency. He could not allow him to escape so easily. No longer hesitating, he commanded Mo Chun and the others, attack. We shall encircle him from both sides and cut off his escape route. We must stop him. Receiving the order, Mo Chun and the others immediately surged from both flanks. Converging on Xiao Yin, Hun Tian himself advanced directly toward Xiao Yin, his weapon glinting ominously, his eyes betraying a ruthless determination. As Xiao Yin noticed Hun Tian and the others suddenly charging forth, a weight settled in his heart. He realized that Hun Tian had been biding his time, waiting for this very opportunity to reap the rewards. Yet, Xiao Yin did not succumb to panic. He swiftly assessed the situation, contemplating his countermeasures. Since you wish to engage, then come. A flicker of resolve ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes as he tightened his grip on the Xianzhong Qi, bracing himself for Hun Tian's impending assault. An even more intense battle was about to unfold. Whether Xiao Yin could find a glimmer of hope and successfully ascend the tower amidst the dual onslaught of Hun Tian and the guardian beasts remained uncertain. As Xiao Yin beheld Hun Tian and his minions lunging at him like ravenous wolves, he rapidly weighed his options. With Hun Tian's formidable strength, now bolstered by Mo Chun and his band of subordinates, along with the ever-watchful guardian beasts surrounding them, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet, instead of fear, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, today you shall find it impossible to escape. Surrender willingly, and perhaps I shall allow you a complete corpse. Hun Tian shouted as he closed the distance, attempting to overwhelm Xiao Yin with sheer intimidation. As he spoke, the azure flames of Xiao Yin's fighting spirit surged with increasing intensity, casting a towering silhouette against the searing blaze. He understood all too well that in such a dire predicament, even a flicker of trepidation could lead to irrevocable ruin. Only by remaining vigilant and composed could he seize a glimmer of hope. Mo Chun and his companions swiftly encircled him from both flanks, fanning out in a crescent formation, intent on trapping Xiao Yin in their midst. Sensing their intentions, Xiao Yin calculated his escape route, while keeping a wary eye on Hun Tian and discreetly observing the movements of Mo Chun and the others. Let us all attack together. Don't let him escape, Mo Chun shouted, launching himself towards Xiao Yin with a fierce determination. Grasping a long blade that gleamed with a chilling light, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed at Xiao Yin's neck. With a deft sidestep, Xiao Yin evaded the lethal blow, simultaneously wielding the Xianzhong Qi, which blazed with azure flames, and brought it crashing down upon Mo Chun like a fiery meteor. Mo Chun, taken aback, raised his blade in defense. A thunderous clang resonated through the air as sparks flew, and he felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his weapon, numbing his arms and forcing him to stagger backward. In that fleeting moment of confrontation between Xiao Yin and Mo Chun, Hun Tian seized the opportunity and, like a specter, lunged forward. With a flick of his long sword, he transformed it into multiple shimmering sword shadows, lunging toward Xiao Yin's back. Sensing the impending attack, Xiao Yin's heart sank. He had no time to turn around. He could only twist his body to evade the vital areas. Nonetheless, Hun Tian's sword grazed Xiao Yin's clothing, leaving a shallow wound on his shoulder. Blood seeped forth, staining his garments crimson, yet he showed no sign of retreat. With a fierce determination, he pivoted, swinging the Xianzhong Qi, fueled by rage and strength, toward Hun Tian. Hun Tian leapt back just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. Meanwhile, the guardian beasts encroached once more. Seemingly aware of the turmoil among Xiao Yin and his adversaries, eager to seize the opportunity for themselves. In an instant, Xiao Yin found himself ensnared in a dual siege by Hun Tian, Mo Chun, and the guardian beasts. Hun Tian, today you shall pay for your misdeeds, Xiao Yin roared, unleashing a supreme fighting technique imparted by the revered Yao Lao. The Xianzhong Qi in his grasp radiated with blinding brilliance as azure fighting spirit surged into it, revealing a faint silhouette of a colossal fire dragon encircling the weapon. Flame dragon sky-shattering slash, Xiao Yin bellowed, bringing the Xianzhong Qi down upon Hun Tian with tremendous force. The ethereal fire dragon roared as it surged toward Hun Tian, igniting the air with a series of crackling sounds. Upon witnessing this formidable strike, Hun Tian's heart plummeted in fear. He hastily summoned all his fighting spirit, conjuring a violet shield of energy before him. The flaming dragon collided with the violet shield, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The shockwave of immense energy radiated outward, sending Mo Chun and the guardian beasts sprawling in disarray. Hun Tian was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yin could unleash such formidable power even in the depths of despair. As Xiao Yin ran, he remained vigilant, keenly aware of the movements behind him. He understood that this battle was far from over. Hun Tian and his companions would not easily relent, and unknown dangers awaited him ahead. Yet, the unwavering belief within him burned like an inferno, propelling him forward toward the towering edifice. Hun Tian, shaken by Xiao Yan's flame dragon cleave, crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he was filled with astonishment and fury. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yin could unleash such formidable power in such dire circumstances, nearly incapacitating him with that single strike. Seeing Hun Tian injured, Mo Chun and the others hurriedly gathered around, concern etched on their faces. "Master, are you all right?" they inquired, waving them off. Hun Tian wiped the blood from his chin and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I am fine. This boy possesses some skill. It appears I have underestimated him." Despite his seething anger, years of experience allowed Hun Tian to regain his composure swiftly, prompting him to reassess the situation at hand. Observing Xiao Yin sprinting toward the tower, he realized that a rash pursuit would provoke Xiao Yin to resist with all his might. Given the power Xiao Yin had just displayed, coupled with the lurking guardian beasts, it was uncertain whether he and Mo Chun could gain the upper hand. They could very well find themselves in an even more perilous predicament. "Let us not pursue for now," Hun Tian instructed, halting Mo Chun and the others who were eager to chase after Xiao Yin. His gaze, cold and calculating, fixed on Xiao Yan's retreating figure. This boy is like a cornered beast, desperate and dangerous. Moreover, the tower is fraught with traps, and the guardian beasts are fierce. He may not ascend to the summit unscathed. We shall remain still for the time being and observe." Though reluctant, Mo Chun and the others dared not dissent from Hun Tian's command, helplessly watching as Xiao Yin disappeared further into the distance. Hun Tian was acutely aware that Xiao Yin was determined to reach the tower's summit to acquire treasures, and he would undoubtedly exert himself against the traps and guardian beasts along the way. This was precisely the opportunity Hun Tian awaited. He intended to strike when Xiao Yan was exhausted from battling the obstacles. Master, what shall we do next? Shall we simply wait here? One of his subordinates asked cautiously. Hun Tian let out a cold chuckle. Certainly not. You all, disperse and keep a close watch on Xiao Yan's every move. Should he show signs of fatigue or successfully reach the tower's peak, report to me immediately. Understood. His subordinates complied, swiftly scattering to conceal themselves in the shadows. Continuing their surveillance of Xiao Yan, Hun Tian then found a relatively concealed spot with a good line of sight. Sitting cross-legged to begin healing his wounds with his fighting spirit. While tending to his injuries, he contemplated strategies to counter Xiao Yan. He knew that if Xiao Yan truly managed to obtain the treasures at the tower's summit, his strength would undoubtedly increase, making him an even more formidable opponent. Therefore, under no circumstances could Hun Tian allow Xiao Yan to succeed. Xiao Yan, do you think you can easily escape me? This is merely your final struggle. Once your strength wanes, your demise will follow, Hun Tian murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. At this moment, Xiao Yan was racing toward the tower with all his might. He was acutely aware that Hun Tian and his cohorts lurked just behind him, eyes fixed with predatory intent. Leaving no room for complacency. Along his perilous journey, he deftly evaded the concealed projectiles unleashed by the traps, all while fending off the ferocious assaults of the guardian beasts. Yet, within Xiao Yan's heart resided a singular conviction: to ascend the towering spire, procure the coveted treasures, enhance his prowess, and decisively vanquish Hun Tian, thereby eliminating this looming threat to the Xiao clan and the entire Doqi continent. As he drew ever closer to the tower, the guardian beasts intensified their onslaught. A colossal hydra emerged from the depths, its 9 heads simultaneously unleashing a torrent of black venom towards Xiao Yan. Swiftly, he sidestepped, the venom splattering onto the ground and corroding it into deep pits. Undeterred, Xiao Yan wielded the Xianzhong staff, executing fierce martial techniques as he engaged the hydra in a fierce confrontation. Through the skirmish, he discerned the beast's attack patterns. Seizing the opportune moment to deliver a powerful blow, striking one of the hydra's heads, the creature howled in agony, thrashing violently. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao Yan pressed onward towards the tower. At long last, he arrived at its base. Yet he was acutely aware of the considerable toll his body and Doqi had endured. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breath grew labored. Nevertheless, he understood that halting was not an option, for Hun Tian could emerge at any moment. Taking a deep breath, he gazed up at the towering edifice, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. With resolute steps, he crossed the threshold of the tower, where an unknown challenge awaited him. Meanwhile, Hun Tian remained concealed in the shadows, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Hun Tian traveled relentlessly, day and night, propelled by his exceptional agility and formidable Doqi, swiftly making his way towards Wutan City. As he neared his destination, a new scheme began to take shape within him. He planned to exploit the circumstances within Wutan City to create turmoil for Xiao Yan, compelling him to reveal vulnerabilities that Hun Tian could then exploit to achieve total victory. Days later, Hun Tian finally reached Wutan City. This once thriving metropolis, though still retaining a semblance of its former grandeur after Xiao Yan's departure, appeared dilapidated and antiquated through Hun Tian's discerning eyes. Cloaked in a flowing black robe and donning a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his features in shadow, he strode boldly through the city gates. Upon entering the city, Hun Tian immediately sensed a familiar aura, the presence of the Xiao clan. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Xiao Yan, since you thwarted my efforts in the Wanyuan Valley, I shall commence my destruction of all that you hold dear, starting from your very homeland. He first sought refuge in an inconspicuous inn within the city, before inquiring about the Xiao clan's current standing. Through conversations with the local populace, he learned that although the Xiao clan remained one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City post Xiao Yan's departure, their influence had significantly waned. Other families had long coveted the Xiao clan's territory and resources, but had refrained from acting out of fear of Xiao Yan's once displayed might. With Hun Tian's instigation, the other families of Wutan City began to stir with ambition. They secretly convened, plotting a surprise assault on the Xiao clan to seize their wealth and lands. All of this lay within the grasp of Hun Tian. Yet, Hun Tian remained oblivious to the treasures Xiao Yan had unearthed within the high tower. Nor was he aware of the extent to which Xiao Yan's power had surged. He was consumed by his own machinations, convinced that this time would surely lead to Xiao Yan's utter ruin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan diligently labored to transcend his own limitations. Completely unaware of the impending crisis approaching Wutan City, a tempest surrounding the Xiao clan was quietly brewing above the city, with Hun Tian poised at the eye of the storm. Awaiting Xiao Yan's arrival, Hun Tian methodically advanced his conspiracy against the Xiao family in Wutan City. While he awaited the other families to act against the Shaos, he fortuitously learned of an impending grand auction in the city. A spark ignited within him. He perceived this as an opportune moment to gather intelligence, enhance his own power, and further his plans. To delve deeper into the details of this auction, Hun Tian departed from his concealed inn and traversed the bustling streets of Wutan City once more. He infiltrated the taverns and tea houses, masquerading as an ordinary passerby, engaging in casual conversations with those around him. Through the diverse array of voices, Hun Tian gradually pieced together intricate details regarding the auction. This auction was organized by a powerful merchant guild in Wutan City and had been in preparation for some time. It was rumored that a plethora of rare items would be unveiled, including high-grade elixirs capable of enhancing fighting spirit, formidable combat techniques, and perhaps even some extraordinary natural treasures. For Hun Tian, these items held immense allure. Acquiring even a few of them would undoubtedly bolster his odds against Xiao Yan in their forthcoming confrontation. Whispers spoke of a mysterious centerpiece item for the auction, its nature shrouded in secrecy even among the guild's senior members, who only knew that it had taken considerable effort for the guild to acquire it. An elderly gentleman sipping tea in the tea house murmured, prompting curious glances from those nearby. Han Tian's heart quickened. This mysterious centerpiece? Such intrigue only heightened his interest. He continued to listen intently to the discussions around him, seeking to unearth more clues from the fragments of conversation. Alas, the auction had a high threshold for entry. It was not accessible to the general populace. Only those possessing an invitation from the guild or proof of considerable wealth were permitted to enter the auction hall, lamented another merchant. After departing the tea house, Han Tian commenced preparations to gain entry into the auction. He first utilized the wealth he had amassed within the Han Tian clan to exchange for a sufficient proof of wealth. Subsequently, he employed a transformation technique, altering his appearance and aura, thus reinventing himself as an affluent merchant from afar. With all preparations complete, Han Tian returned to the guild's location. He strode confidently into the guild, presenting his proof of wealth to the staff. The personnel, noting Han Tian's lavish demeanor, treated him with utmost respect and promptly facilitated his entry into the auction, informing him of the specific time and venue. Perhaps he would encounter acquaintances of Xiao Yan at the auction, from whom he might extract further information about Xiao Yan. A cunning smile crept across Han Tian's face as he contemplated this possibility. He intends to proceed with utmost discretion at the auction, keenly observing the dynamics of various factions in Wutan City while remaining vigilant for any treasures that may prove advantageous to him. As for that enigmatic centerpiece item, he is resolutely determined to acquire it, regardless of the cost. As the date of the auction draws near, Hun Tian's excitement intensifies. He envisions himself laden with treasures at the auction, while Xiao Yan unwittingly steps into the meticulously crafted traps he has laid. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that the auction may not unfold as he desires, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Within the confines of that mysterious tower, Xiao Yan has faced numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately succeeding in obtaining a treasure. This artifact is a crystal imbued with ancient and formidable powers. During the process of absorbing the crystal's energy, Xiao Yan experiences a qualitative leap in strength. His fighting spirit is now more vigorous than ever, and his mastery over the flames ascends to unprecedented heights. Upon concluding his training, Xiao Yan departs the tower, preparing for his journey home. On his way out of the Wanyuan Valley, he unexpectedly encounters a hurried merchant. Noticing Xiao Yan's exceptional demeanor, despite his somewhat tattered attire, the merchant perceives an ineffable aura of power emanating from him, instilling a sense of awe within. Driven by a desire to associate with the powerful, the merchant initiates a conversation with Xiao Yan. During their discourse, the merchant inadvertently mentions the grand auction soon to be held in Wutan City. My lord, you may not be aware, but this auction is set to be a grand affair. The merchant guild has devoted years to preparing for it, and it is rumored that countless rare treasures will be showcased, enticing various factions from surrounding cities. The merchant describes animatedly what treasures might be featured at this auction. Xiao Yan inquires nonchalantly, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Yan's interest, the merchant becomes increasingly animated, exclaiming, I have heard that there will be high-level elixirs capable of instantly restoring fighting spirit, as well as top-tier battle techniques suitable for practitioners of various attributes. Moreover, the guild seems to have procured an extraordinarily mysterious centerpiece item. Its exact nature remains unknown, but the mere rumors suggest it is nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Yan's heart leaps with joy upon hearing this. Both the high-level elixirs and top-notch battle techniques hold immense allure for him. Acquiring them would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. The mysterious centerpiece item further ignites his curiosity. What are the requirements for entry to this auction? Xiao Yan continues to inquire. The merchant chuckles, replying, the requirements are rather stringent. One must either possess an invitation issued by the guild or demonstrate sufficient wealth. Otherwise, one cannot even enter the venue of the auction. As he continues on his journey, Xiaoyan contemplates the potential ramifications of this auction. Other factions in Wutan City are likely to covet these treasures as fiercely as he does, ensuring that competition will be fierce at the event. Moreover, he must not only secure his desired items amidst numerous strong contenders, but also be vigilant for any plots directed against the Xiao family or himself. Regardless, I must attend this auction. Perhaps the auction would present an opportunity to enhance the strength of the Xiao family, while simultaneously allowing for an understanding of the current situation in Wutan City. Xiaoyan resolved within himself, his eyes reflecting a steadfast determination. After organizing his belongings, he utilized the wealth accumulated during his training in the Wanyuangu to successfully secure a place at the auction. Cloaked in a black robe and donning a wide-brimmed hat, he discreetly entered the auction venue. At this moment, the hall was already bustling with a throng of people, representatives from various factions engaged in cordial exchanges. The atmosphere vibrant with excitement. Xiaoyan chose a relatively secluded corner to sit, his gaze subtly sweeping the surroundings, striving to glean useful information from the crowd. Meanwhile, Hun Tian had also infiltrated the auction, disguised as a wealthy merchant. Adorned in a resplendent robe, he ostentatiously projected an air of affluence. Striding boldly towards the front row of the VIP section under the envious and awed gazes of others. As soon as Hun Tian settled into his seat, he eagerly began to survey the room, seeking potential targets that might prove advantageous to him. The auction was on the brink of commencing, and the cacophony within the hall gradually subsided. The host ascended the stage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, welcome to this grand auction. In the forthcoming moments, you shall have the opportunity to bid on numerous rare treasures. I now declare the auction officially underway." The first item on the block was a vial containing a potion capable of enhancing the cultivation speed of low-level fighters. With a modest starting bid that was swiftly claimed by a representative of a minor family at a price slightly above the base. As treasures were auctioned off one after another, the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly fervent. Xiaoyan remained patient, awaiting the appearance of something genuinely valuable to him. Hun Tian was similarly poised, his gaze persistently searching for that elusive, mysterious centerpiece, casually bidding on other items without genuine desire to win them. At that moment, the host excitedly announced, "Next, we have a remarkable item up for bid, an intermediate-level fighting technique manual, Rending Wind Blade. This technique harnesses the power of the raging wind, transforming it into a lethal blade with astonishing might. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins." Xiaoyan's interest was piqued. An intermediate-level fighting technique held considerable allure for him. Just as he prepared to place his bid, a familiar voice rang out from the front of the hall, 150,000 gold coins. Xiaoyan's heart tightened. The voice belonged to none other than Hun Tian. He slightly lifted his head and, through the gaps of his hat, caught sight of Hun Tian seated in the VIP area. It seemed Hun Tian had also sensed Xiaoyan's gaze, turning to meet his eyes. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. The clamor of the hall fading into the background, leaving only the intensifying hostility reflected in their eyes. After a brief moment of eye contact, Xiaoyan did not allow Hun Tian's provocation to disrupt his composure. He calmly assessed his financial resources, preparing to contend with Hun Tian for the fighting technique manual. 200,000 gold coins. Xiaoyan bid steadily, his voice resonating throughout the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Hun Tian, taken aback, registered a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyan would possess such confidence to compete against him. 250,000 gold coins. Hun Tian promptly raised the bid, simultaneously pondering Xiaoyan's intentions. He harbored doubts about Xiaoyan's intentions, believing that his pursuit of the combat skill manual was not merely superficial, but that there were ulterior motives at play. 300,000 gold coins. Xiaoyan raised his bid once more, his tone resolute. He was acutely aware of the pivotal role this combat skill manual would play in enhancing his power, and in this contest against Hun Tian, retreat was not an option. Hun Tian hesitated internally. Spending such a substantial sum on a mid-level mysterious combat skill manual seemed imprudent. Yet, witnessing Xiaoyan's unwavering determination, he was loath to concede easily. 350,000 gold coins. Hun Tian gritted his teeth and placed his bid again. At that moment, the other attendees were captivated by the fervent auction, speculating about the identities of the two enigmatic bidders. Whispers circulated. Who are these two? They are so affluent, quarreling fiercely over a mere combat manual. Xiaoyan weighed his options, realizing that further bidding could jeopardize his pursuit of more significant treasures. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to relinquish the combat manual. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate," he muttered, his gaze still fixed intently on Hun Tian. Seeing Xiaoyan relent, Hun Tian felt a surge of triumph as he successfully acquired the Howling Wind Split Sky Blade. However, he understood that his rivalry with Xiao Yin was only beginning. The forthcoming auction promised to be even more thrilling and fraught with uncertainty. 250,000 gold coins. Xiao Yin initiated the bidding, his voice firm and clear. Almost simultaneously, Hun Tian countered 300,000 gold coins. He turned, casting a slightly provocative glance towards Xiao Yan's corner. In his estimation, Xiao Yan's recent withdrawal from bidding for the Howling Wind Split Sky Blade likely depleted his finances, and he was determined to ensure Xiao Yan returned empty-handed once more. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and after a moment's contemplation, he clenched his teeth. 500,000 gold coins. This was already a considerable stretch of his budget. Should Hun Tian continue to escalate the bidding, he might truly need to reconsider his stance. Hun Tian momentarily faltered upon hearing Xiao Yan's bid. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's resoluteness. Glancing at the tally of gold coins in his hand, and then at Xiao Yan, he weighed his options. While raising the bid could undermine Xiao Yan, it might also jeopardize his ability to contend for the final, mysterious item. Conversely, conceding now felt unsatisfying, as he was unwilling to let Xiao Yan prevail effortlessly. As Hun Tian hesitated, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What are the backgrounds of these two? To contend so fiercely over a mere pill? Indeed, it seemed likely that the bidding would escalate further. Finally, Hun Tian slowly lowered his bidding card and let out a scoff. Xiao Yan, you are indeed ruthless. This pill is yours, he thought to himself, allowing Xiao Yan a moment of triumph, but he was determined that when the final mysterious item made its appearance, Xiao Yan would learn the consequences of vying for treasures against him. The auction proceeded, with rare treasures being showcased one after another, the sounds of bidding rising and falling. There were defensive armors capable of enhancing protection, as well as fragments of techniques suited for practitioners with unique attributes. Throughout this, Xiao Yan and Hun Tian mostly observed with detached interest, occasionally placing bids, yet neither genuinely sought to win. Both were conserving their strength, awaiting the arrival of that enigmatic final item. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the host offered a mysterious smile and announced, "Esteemed guests, we now present the pièce d'argent of this auction. After extensive inquiries and efforts by the guild, we have acquired this treasure. It is a piece of enigmatic ancient jade, which, according to ancient texts, may be linked to a primordial relic, potentially concealing boundless opportunities within. The starting bid is set at 1 million gold coins." These words sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathering. Whispers and speculations erupted among the attendees. Xiao Yan's gaze fixated intently on the ancient jade upon the stage, a strong premonition swelling within him. This jade might hold extraordinary significance for him. Hun Tian, equally fervent in his gaze, regarded the jade with fervor, knowing well that seizing this ancient relic could grant him immense power, allowing him to decisively overshadow Xiao Yan. 1,200,000 gold coins. Hun Tian was the first to bid, resolutely determined not to grant Xiao Yan any opportunity, initiating the auction with a formidable offer. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before declaring 1,500,000 gold coins. He understood that this auction would be a fierce contest, yet for the sake of the unknown opportunity, he must give his all. Thus commenced the heated bidding war surrounding the mysterious ancient jade, intensifying the conflict between Xiao Yan and Hun Tian. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's bid of 1,500,000 gold coins, Hun Tian's expression darkened ominously. He glanced towards the corner where Xiao Yan stood, inwardly musing, "Xiao Yan, you have indeed taken the bait. It seems you are determined to claim this jade, and I shall ensure you pay a steep price for it. 1,800,000 gold coins." Hun Tian raised his bid without hesitation, his voice laced with an undeniable ferocity. He sought to impress upon Xiao Yan that he would not yield easily in this auction. Xiao Yan's countenance grew solemn, acutely aware that Hun Tian was deliberately inflating the price to intimidate him into retreat. However, Xiao Yan was not one to concede lightly. Gritting his teeth, he countered with 2 million gold coins. He recognized the limitations of his financial resources. If the bidding continued at this pace, he would soon reach his threshold. Yet, the allure of the mysterious jade's potential made it exceedingly difficult for him to withdraw. The audience below was rendered speechless by the fervent bids of these two enigmatic participants. What had initially seemed a staggering starting price of 1 million gold coins had escalated dramatically. Speculations regarding the identities of these two bidders swirled. Yet both Xiao Yan and Hun Tian had concealed themselves adeptly, leaving no one able to discern their origins. 2,300,000 gold coins. Hun Tian's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a sense of conviction, as if he were certain that Xiao Yan lacked the means to raise the bid further. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan sensed the astonished gazes directed at him and felt the provocative glare from Hun Tian. At that moment, he He weighed the pros and cons rapidly within his mind. To forego the ancient jade would leave him unsatisfied, yet to continue bidding could exceed his financial limits, resulting not only in defeat but also jeopardizing his future plans. Hun Tian, upon hearing Xiao Yan's bid, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's tenacity, believing that he would have conceded at 2,300,000 gold coins. In the depths of his heart, Hun Tian began to waver. Although he possessed ample financial resources to continue bidding, the price would be substantial, and he was uncertain whether Xiao Yan had any hidden cards to play. Upon hearing Hun Tian relinquish his bid, a sigh of relief surged within Xiao Yan. He ascended the stage, cautiously accepting the brocade box containing the mysterious ancient jade amidst the envious and astonished gazes of the crowd. The moment his fingers brushed against the box, a faint and peculiar energy pulsated into his being, solidifying his conviction that this ancient jade was anything but ordinary. After the auction concluded, Xiao Yan clutched the brocade box and prepared to depart the venue. However, just as he stepped outside, he sensed several malicious gazes fixating upon him. A sense of vigilance enveloped him. He knew that many had coveted the ancient jade during the auction, and a fierce confrontation likely awaited him. As he exited the auction hall, his keen perception detected the lurking danger surrounding him. He feigned ignorance, walking steadily toward the streets of Wu-Tin City, where dusk had quietly settled. The dim streetlights swayed in the gentle breeze, elongating his shadow. Xiao Yan understood that those harboring ill intentions toward the ancient jade would strike in these unnoticed shadows. True to his instincts, as he traversed a secluded alley, a group of cloaked figures emerged from the darkness. Masked and wielding glimmering blades, they encircled Xiao Yan menacingly. "Hand over the ancient jade, and we shall spare your life." The leader of the cloaked figures intoned coldly, his voice deep and hoarse. Xiao Yan remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the assailants as he calculated their strength. Judging by their auras, most were at the fighter level, while the leader was slightly stronger, having reached the fighter master realm. Although these opponents posed some trouble, they were not a lethal threat to Xiao Yan. "Do you think you can take the ancient jade from me?" Xiao Yan scoffed, his fighting spirit quietly surging, enveloping him in a shimmering blue flame that radiated intense heat. "Humph, you refuse to drink the wine offered, and will taste the punishment instead. Attack, and the ancient jade shall be ours." With a command from their leader, the cloaked figures lunged at Xiao Yan like ravenous wolves. In a flash, Xiao Yan darted between them like a specter. The Xian heavy ruler had materialized in his grip, and with each swing, it unleashed a tempest of formidable fighting energy, sending the approaching assailants staggering in disarray. Cries of agony echoed through the alley. Seeing the tide turning, the leader of the cloaked figures decided to intervene personally. His blade gleamed with a chilling light as he aimed for Xiao Yan's throat with astonishing speed and a cunning angle. Xiao Yan sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal strike while countering with a powerful blow to the leader's arm. With a resounding crack, the leader's arm shattered, and the blade clattered to the ground. "Who are you?" The leader gasped, terror etched across his face, unable to comprehend how this young man could be so formidable, thwarting their entire group. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you have chosen the wrong opponent," Xiao Yan replied coldly, his Xian heavy ruler pointed at the cloaked figures. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A tightness gripped Xiao Yan's heart. Could there be reinforcements? However, upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, his brow furrowed in displeasure. It was none other than Hun Tian, who approached with an air of smugness adorning his face. "Xiao Yan, I anticipated you would encounter difficulties. So, do you require my assistance?" Hun Tian remarked with a mocking tone. "Hun Tian, is it you who is orchestrating this chaos?" Xiao Yan glared at him, fully aware that the figures clad in black were likely under Hun Tian's covert command. "I assure you, I have done nothing but happen upon this scene. However, given your current predicament, it seems rather dire. How about this? Surrender the ancient jade to me, and I shall guarantee your troubles will dissipate." Hun Tian's eyes gleamed with avarice as they fixated on the brocade box in Xiao Yan's possession. Xiao Yan scoffed inwardly. Hun Tian's scheming was audacious indeed. "Do you truly believe you can intimidate me in this manner? The ancient jade shall remain mine." He clutched the brocade box tightly to his chest, his fighting spirit surging to its zenith, ready to engage Hun Tian at a moment's notice. Seeing Xiao Yan's resolute demeanor, Hun Tian's expression darkened. "Xiao Yan, do not mistake my patience for weakness. Do you think you can safeguard the ancient jade from me and my associates? Let us put that to the test." With a fierce shout, Xiao Yan charged towards Hun Tian, igniting a tumultuous battle within the dimly lit alleyway. Fully aware that facing a formidable adversary like Hun Tian required his utmost effort, Xiao Yan understood that failure would not only jeopardize the ancient jade, but potentially his very life as well. Likewise, Hun Tian was equally determined. convinced that this time he would seize the ancient jade from Xiaoyan. With the ferocity of a tiger, Xiaoyan lunged at Hun Tian, wielding the Xianzhong Qi enveloped in a robust azure flame, transforming into a blazing beam aimed directly at Hun Tian's face. Hun Tian's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated Xiaoyan's bold initiative. He swiftly sidestepped while his right hand morphed into a claw, coalescing the potent forces of purple fire and thunder into a strike aimed at Xiaoyan's wrist, intending to seize the Xianzhong Qi and neutralize the oncoming assault. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, as purple flames intertwined with violent lightning, creating a vast vortex of thunder and fire that surged toward Xiaoyan. Sensing the immense power contained within the vortex, Xiaoyan dared not take it lightly. He summoned all his fighting spirit to conjure a protective shield before him, while employing the intricate martial arts taught by Yao Lao, seeking a flaw in the vortex's assault to counterattack. The vortex of thunder and fire relentlessly battered against Xiaoyan's protective shield, emitting crackling sounds, as ripples danced across its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan exerted every effort to maintain the shield's stability. Simultaneously, he keenly observed the vortex's movements and, at last, discerned a vulnerability within its swirling form. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyan thrust the Xianzhong Qi into the maw of the vortex while infusing it with a significant amount of azure flame energy. A deafening roar echoed as the vortex of thunder and fire was forcibly torn open, creating a gap. Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to burst forth from the vortex and once more charged at Hun Tian. Hun Tian, astonished that Xiaoyan had breached his meticulously executed technique, felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, forming hand seals to summon several pillars of purple fire and lightning directed toward Xiaoyan. With agility, Xiaoyan navigated through the pillars of purple fire, drawing ever closer to Hun Tian. Xiaoyan sensed the looming threat around him and inwardly cursed. Yet, he did not succumb to panic. While continuing to battle with Hun Tian, he remained vigilant of the movements of the cloaked figures. He understood all too well that he must swiftly eliminate Hun Tian or risk being caught in a precarious pincer attack, which would be gravely disadvantageous for him. Hun Tian, do you truly believe that these petty tricks can snatch the ancient jade from my grasp? Today, you shall learn the consequences of opposing me, Xiaoyan. With a thunderous roar, Xiaoyan's fighting spirit surged violently, and the azure flames enveloped him, coloring the surrounding air in a vivid hue of blue. Hun Tian, witnessing the dramatic escalation of Xiaoyan's aura, felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to relinquish the ancient jade, gritting his teeth as he declared, Xiaoyan, do not rejoice too soon. This ancient jade is destined to be mine. Let us see how long you can endure. As he spoke, Hun Tian unleashed a series of combat techniques, intensifying his assault on Xiaoyan. Simultaneously, he covertly signaled the cloaked figures to launch a flanking attack. In an instant, Xiaoyan found himself under unprecedented pressure. Yet, he did not waver. His gaze was imbued with unwavering determination. He recognized that this battle was not merely about the ancient jade, but the very future of the Shao clan. He could not afford to lose. Thus, he summoned his most formidable combat techniques, engaging in a desperate struggle against both Hun Tian and the cloaked assailants. In this fierce confrontation, whether Xiaoyan could break free and safeguard the ancient jade remained shrouded in suspense. Hun Tian, too, was constantly devising strategies, seeking an opportunity amidst the chaos to seize the ancient jade from Xiaoyan's hands. He resembled a fervent gambler, relentlessly raising the stakes, vowing to triumph in this contest against Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan faced the dual assault from Hun Tian and the cloaked figures, the situation grew increasingly dire. Yet, his eyes remained resolute, and the Xianzhong in his hands moved with impeccable precision, while the searing azure flames transformed into fierce waves of energy, forcing the approaching cloaked figures to retreat. Meanwhile, he had to remain ever vigilant against Hun Tian's cunning and formidable lightning fire attacks. Seeing that the cloaked figures had failed to pose a substantial threat to Xiaoyan, Hun Tian grew anxious, his hand seals becoming a blur. Suddenly, the sky crackled with purple lightning, and thick beams of lightning fire cascaded down upon Xiaoyan like torrential rain. Unable to evade in time, Xiaoyan felt a searing bolt graze his arm, leaving behind a charred mark that elicited a sharp pain. Xiaoyan, today you shall find no escape. Surrender the ancient jade willingly, Hun Tian shouted, manipulating the lightning fire assault while attempting to further suppress Xiaoyan's spirit through sheer force. Hun Tian, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, swiftly crossed his arms in front of him, conjuring a purple lightning shield. With a resounding crash, the Xianzhong struck against the purple lightning shield, generating a tremendous impact that caused Hun Tian's feet to sink into the ground several inches, and his arms to tremble slightly. The recoil from Xiaoyan's strike also caused his own blood to surge. Just as Xiao Yin and Hun Tian reached a stalemate, the cloaked figures launched another wave of attacks. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Yin was preoccupied with Hun Tian, they surged from all directions. Their gleaming blades aimed directly at Xiao Yan's vital points. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Xiao Yan's heart raced. However, at that moment, he was locked in a struggle with Hun Tian, unable to evade. In a split second of desperation, Xiao Yan channeled his internal fighting spirit, unleashing the azure flames to their utmost potential, creating an immense barrier of fire. The figure clad in black collided with the blazing barrier, emitting a piercing scream as the searing heat of the flames scorched him, forcing him to retreat. Observing this, Hun Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Perceiving it as an opportune moment, he abruptly intensified the power of the purple flame thunder shield, pushing Xiao Yin back several steps. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, resembling a specter, and lunged towards Xiao Yin, his right hand transforming into an eagle's claw, aimed directly at the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's grasp. Fully aware of the importance of the ancient jade, Xiao Yan swiftly adjusted his stance while retreating, using the Xian heavy ruler to deflect Hun Tian's assault. Hun Tian's hand collided with the Xian heavy ruler, the fervent azure flame energy clashing with his purple flame thunder energy, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds and scattering sparks. The two remained locked in a close-quarters stalemate, their energies surging violently as they endeavored to suppress one another. Hun Tian's eyes glimmered with a frenzied light, while Xiao Yin wore an expression of resolute determination, refusing to yield. The surrounding figures in black hesitated to advance, fearful of being harmed by the overwhelming residual energies of the two combatants. Xiao Yin, you cannot hold on much longer, surrender. Hun Tian gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly having expended considerable stamina. As the two remained at an impasse, their energies wreaked havoc, stirring the dust of the alley into a swirling tempest. Aware that such a stalemate was disadvantageous to him, Hun Tian recognized that Xiao Yan's tenacity exceeded his expectations. If he did not swiftly break the deadlock, allowing Xiao Yan to regain even a fraction of his energy could turn the tide against him. Thus, Hun Tian devised a plan, opting for provocation to unsettle Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, look at yourself now, reduced to this pitiful state over a piece of dubious ancient jade. Do you truly believe you can safeguard it? Do not overestimate your own worth. Hun Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Noticing that Xiao Yan remained unfazed, he continued, you are merely a country bumpkin from Wutian City. Even if you acquire this ancient jade, what of it? You cannot possibly unlock its true potential. You might as well hand it over, and perhaps in a moment of kindness, I shall spare your life. At the insults directed at Wutian City and the Xiao clan, a fierce rage ignited within Xiao Yan. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his anger and retorted coldly, Hun Tian, do not be so arrogant with your words. If you possess the skill, continue to strike, and we shall see who ultimately prevails. Seeing that verbal taunts were insufficient, Hun Tian unleashed his full might, attacking while continuing to deride. Xiao Yan, do you think your fortunes in the Abyssal Valley make you remarkable? In my eyes, you remain the same fragile waste. Today, not only will I seize the ancient jade, but I will also ensure you realize that opposing me, Hun Tian, is a path to ruin. With that, Hun Tian unleashed a more ferocious assault, intertwining purple flames and lightning, forming massive flame thunderblades that relentlessly struck toward Xiao Yan. Swiftly, Xiao Yan wielded the Xian heavy ruler, deflecting each blade, yet with every impact, searing pain shot through his arms, forcing him to stagger back. Xiao Yan, are you not capable of enduring? Keep going. Let us see how much longer you can last. Hun Tian mocked, his attacks relentless. The fire of fury within Xiao Yan burned ever brighter, but he understood that succumbing to rage would only cloud his judgment. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he began to seek out the flaws in Han Tian's relentless assault. Under Han Tian's frenzied onslaught, Xiao Yan gradually discerned that although the attacks were fierce, there existed a fleeting moment of instability in Han Tian's breath during the intervals of his strikes. Humph, Han Tian, do you think you can provoke me this way? You underestimate me. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan launched a counterattack during Han Tian's next offensive pause. Employing the supreme agility taught by Yao Lao, he surged forward like a streak of black lightning, wielding the Xianzhong ruler imbued with searing azure flame energy. Striking fiercely at Han Tian's chest. Caught off guard by Xiao Yan's ability to retaliate amidst such a fierce attack, Han Tian's heart jolted with surprise. He hastily concentrated his energy, forming a defensive barrier before him. Boom! The Xianzhong ruler crashed against the barrier, the immense force shattering it instantaneously, sending Han Tian hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Han Tian, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the silence? Holding the Xianzhong ruler, Xiao Yan advanced step by step toward Han Tian, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Struggling to rise, Hun Tian wiped the blood from his lips, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyan, do not revel in your triumph. This is merely the beginning. Our grievances will not conclude here. With that, he glanced at the surrounding black-clad figures, trembling in fear, and gestured, commanding, leave. Watching Hun Tian and the black-clad figures retreat, Xiaoyan's fury surged like a molten lava. Boiling within him, Han Tian's venomous words, laced with disdain for Wutan City and the Xiao clan, pierced Xiaoyan's heart like sharp daggers. Hun Tian, Xiaoyan growled through gritted teeth, his voice heavy with unbridled rage and hatred. Clenching the Xianzhong ruler tightly, the veins in his arms bulged as if he were on the verge of crushing it. At that moment, the energy within him fluctuated violently, the azure flame energy flickering uncontrollably at his surface, scorching the surrounding air with a crackling intensity. Xiaoyan understood well that Han Tian would not easily relinquish his pursuit of the ancient jade. This escape was merely temporary, and he would undoubtedly return with even greater strength. Moreover, the Soul clan behind Han Tian harbored sinister plots against the Xiao clan and the entire Doqi continent, which undoubtedly weighed heavily on Xiaoyan's mind. Yet, at this moment, rage had completely consumed his heart, allowing him to momentarily forget all his concerns. To dare humiliate the Xiao clan in such a manner, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. His eyes blazed with fiery azure flames, and Han Tian's arrogant visage and taunting words incessantly replayed in his mind. This fury was not solely due to Han Tian's personal provocation, but also stemmed from the desecration of the Xiao clan, which he held most dear. Turning his gaze toward Wutan City, his homeland and the foundation of the Xiao clan, he recalled the clan's former glory upon this land, now beset by the clandestine machinations of the Soul clan and the covetousness of other forces. As a descendant of the Xiao clan, he bore the heavy burden of revitalizing his family and safeguarding his homeland. No matter what, I cannot allow Han Tian's schemes to succeed. Xiaoyan silently vowed within his heart that he would make the utmost use of this ancient jade, enhancing his strength and compelling Hun Tian and the Hun clan to pay a heavy price for their misdeeds. Fueled by a torrent of anger and unwavering conviction, Xiaoyan swiftly departed from the narrow alley. He understood that the immediate priority was to find a secure location to thoroughly examine this enigmatic ancient jade, seeking opportunities to elevate his power. Simultaneously, he needed to recalibrate his state of mind, preparing himself for the impending, more intense battles. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiaoyan made a beeline for his chamber. Along the way, the clan members, noticing his grim countenance and the formidable, oppressive aura surrounding him, instinctively recoiled in fear. Once inside his room, he forcefully shut the door behind him, isolating himself within the confines of the small space. He sat upon his bed, taking several deep breaths in an attempt to quell his turbulent emotions. However, the mere thought of Hun Tian's provocation reignited the flames of rage within him. Xiaoyan recognized that while such fury could kindle his fighting spirit, if left unchecked, it might adversely affect his forthcoming research on the ancient jade and his cultivation. Calmness. He must remain calm. Xiaoyan continuously reminded himself, channeling his internal energy as per the principles of the burning art, guiding the energy to flow gently through his meridians. Gradually, his emotions began to stabilize, and the surging anger was forcibly suppressed deep within his heart. Xiaoyan retrieved the brocade box containing the ancient jade from his robe and gently opened it. The jade's warm luster flickered in the dimly lit room, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. Fixating on the jade, determination and resolve glimmered in his eyes. From this moment forth, I shall race against time. Hun Tian, brace yourself. I shall ensure that you regret your actions today, Xiaoyan murmured to himself. Subsequently, he devoted all his focus to the ancient jade, embarking on a meticulous study. Meanwhile, Hun Tian, having fled the scene of his conflict with Xiaoyan in disarray, was consumed by resentment and fury. He had believed that, with his strength and meticulous planning, he would successfully seize the ancient jade from Xiaoyan, only to be thwarted yet again. Nevertheless, Hun Tian did not abandon hope. Instead, his resolve to acquire the opportunities linked to the jade intensified. He understood that to utterly vanquish Xiaoyan and obtain the jade, he must augment his own power. He pinned his hopes on an upcoming grand auction to be held within the Hun clan's territory. It was said that this auction would showcase rare treasures from across the Doqi continent, including divine artifacts capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. Upon returning to the Hun clan, Hun Tian immediately commenced preparations for the auction. Leveraging his status and connections within the clan, he amassed a wealth of valuable items to serve as bidding capital. Concurrently, he discreetly mobilized a contingent of powerful Hun clan experts, ready for any eventuality. At long last, the day of the auction arrived. Clad in a resplendent black robe and adorned with a crown symbolizing his high status within the Hun clan, Hun Tian strode confidently into the auction hall. The venue was already teeming with a multitude of representatives from various factions, the air thick with a palpable tension and excitement. As the auction commenced, rare treasures were unveiled, and bidding fervor erupted in a cacophony of voices. Hun Tian remained poised and unmoving, awaiting the emergence of a treasure capable of truly altering the tide of events. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. At last, the host ascended the stage and proclaimed with great fervor, "Next, we shall unveil the piece de resistance of this auction, the Chaos Spirit Crystal. This crystal harbors the essence of chaotic energy. Should one successfully refine and absorb it, not only will their fighting prowess see a substantial enhancement, but they may also grasp a unique principle of chaos, leading to a transformative leap in their capabilities. The starting bid is set at 10 million gold coins. 15 million gold coins. Hun Tian immediately raised the bid, his voice resolute and resonant, capturing the attention of all present. The other bidders gasped at such a lofty offer from Hun Tian, some displaying hesitation as they weighed the prospect of competing against him. Yet others, equally eager to augment their strength, defiantly entered the fray. 18 million gold coins. A formidable Dozun from a rival faction declared, his gaze unwavering as he directed his challenge at Hun Tian, undeterred by the might of the Soul Clan. Hun Tian scoffed internally, thinking, "Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" He promptly elevated the bid, 20 million gold coins. The bidding escalated rapidly, the tension in the hall reaching a fever pitch as Hun Tian and several others vied fiercely, each unwilling to yield. As the price soared, some bidders gradually withdrew, leaving only Hun Tian and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe locked in a stalemate. 35 million gold coins. The black-robed figure's voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet resolute. Hun Tian felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such tenacity from this enigmatic opponent. However, Hun Tian was now too deeply invested to retreat, for the Chaos Spirit Crystal was of paramount importance to him. Gritting his teeth, he raised the bid once more, 40 million gold coins. The black-robed figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he slowly lowered his bidding paddle, letting out a resigned sigh. Hun Tian emerged victorious in acquiring the Chaos Spirit Crystal. As he accepted the jade box containing the crystal from the host, his heart brimmed with joy and triumph. He envisioned the moment he refined the Chaos Spirit Crystal, dramatically enhancing his strength and subduing Xiaoyan beneath his feet, claiming the ancient jade for himself. "Xiaoyan, do you truly believe that possessing the ancient jade secures your safety? Once I refine this Chaos Spirit Crystal, your end shall be nigh," Hun Tian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Subsequently, under the watchful protection of several Soul Clan elites, he hastily departed from the auction venue, eager to find a secure location to commence the refinement of the Chaos Spirit Crystal, enhancing his prowess in preparation for the ultimate confrontation with Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had been diligently researching the mysterious ancient jade within the Xiao clan for several days. Although he sensed threads of enigmatic power emanating from the jade, he had yet to uncover a method to activate and delve deeper into its mysteries, making little progress. Concurrently, he sensed that Hun Tian would not relent easily. The latter was undoubtedly scheming a more lethal strike in the shadows. Just as Xiaoyan fretted over this matter, a scout from the Xiao clan rushed in with urgent news, informing him that Hun Tian had acquired an extraordinary treasure named the Chaos Spirit Crystal at an auction within the Soul Clan's territory, reputed to significantly amplify one's strength. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoyan felt a heaviness in his heart, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. In a hushed whisper, Xiaoyan murmured, his fists clenching unconsciously. He was acutely aware that once Hun Tian successfully refined the Chaos Spirit Crystal, his power would undoubtedly surpass his own, plunging him into an unprecedented crisis and placing the Xiao family in an even more perilous situation. He had not anticipated that Hun Tian would acquire such a fortuitous opportunity, obtaining such a rare treasure. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyan's expression was laden with helplessness. He understood that the gap between himself and Hun Tian could widen further in the near future. Although he had gained some enhancement in the Wanyuan Valley, it paled in comparison to the immense aid that the Chaos Spirit Crystal could offer. Perhaps I could hasten the absorption of the power within the ancient jade. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaoyan's mind. Yet, he soon shook his head in resignation. The power within the ancient jade was both mysterious and obscure, and with his current capabilities, it was exceedingly difficult to harness. Forcing the absorption could not only yield no strength, but could also result in severe backlash against himself. Xiaoyan was acutely aware that he could not remain passive. He resolved to seek counsel from several elders of the Xiao family, hoping to gain some advice or assistance from them. Upon arriving at the elders' council hall, Xiao Yan detailed Hun Tian's acquisition of the Chaos Spirit Crystal and his current predicament to the assembly. The elders, upon hearing this, wore grave expressions. One elder, with hair as white as snow, spoke slowly. Xiao Yan, the Chaos Spirit Crystal is an exceedingly rare treasure in this world. Hun Tian's possession of it indeed poses a significant threat to us. However, do not be overly discouraged. Our Xiao family has a long-standing heritage, and we may uncover a solution in our ancient texts. The other elders nodded in agreement, and soon they commenced searching through the family's library for relevant ancient tomes. However, after several days of diligent effort, they found no records pertaining to the Chaos Spirit Crystal, let alone any strategies to counter it. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and frustration as he observed the weary faces of the elders, guilt swelling within him. I have troubled you all. It seems I must find a way on my own, he stated, his eyes betraying a mix of resignation yet remaining resolute. After departing from the library, Xiao Yan ventured alone to the back mountain of the Xiao family. Gazing at the distant, undulating mountains, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Could it be that I truly have no means to thwart Hun Tian? He pondered, a fire of unwillingness igniting within him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words of the medicine elder, who had mentioned a mysterious ruin in the far west of the Dochi continent, rumored to house boundless opportunities and powerful techniques. A spark ignited in Xiao Yan's heart. Perhaps there he could discover a method to enhance his strength and combat Hun Tian. Regardless of the obstacles, I must endeavor to try. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan resolved firmly. Although he was aware that the journey to the far west would be fraught with peril and might not yield a solution to counter Hun Tian, at this moment, it was his only glimmer of hope. With no other option, Xiao Yan prepared to fight against the odds and embark on this uncertain yet challenging journey. Meanwhile, Hun Tian secluded himself in a hidden location of the Hun clan, dedicating all his efforts to refining the Chaos Spirit Crystal. As time passed, the radiant essence infused with chaotic power gradually merged with his being, amplifying his strength, while his fighting spirit surged like a tumultuous tide within him. At long last, after several arduous days of rigorous training, Hun Tian successfully refined most of the power of the Chaos Spirit Crystal, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in strength. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement and pride. Rising to his feet, he gently waved his hands, causing the surrounding space to ripple, a testament to his newfound might. Xiao Yan, what do you possess to challenge me? Hun Tian murmured to himself, a look of disdain etched on his face. In a bid to showcase his prowess and further undermine Xiao Yan's confidence, Hun Tian resolved to journey to Tian City, where he intended to mock Xiao Yan mercilessly. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the city. Before long, Hun Tian arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family in Tian City. He did not conceal his aura. A formidable pressure enveloped the entire Xiao household. The guards felt the terrifying force, their faces turning pale, nearly losing their footing. Soon, Xiao Yan learned of Hun Tian's arrival. He felt a chill run down his spine, aware that Hun Tian's intentions were far from benign. However, he felt no fear. Adjusting his attire, he strode purposefully towards the main gate of the Xiao family. What brings you here again, Hun Tian? Xiao Yan confronted him at the entrance, his gaze unwavering, refusing to retreat. Hun Tian regarded Xiao Yan with a mocking smile. Xiao Yan, it seems you remain as disheveled as ever after our brief separation. I hear you acquired an ancient jade. Have you discovered anything of worth? Upon hearing this, Hun Tian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan, spare me your bravado. Do you truly believe that a mere piece of inconsequential jade can stand against me? I have just refined the Chaos Spirit Crystal. My strength has surged. In my eyes, you are but an insignificant insect. As he spoke, Hun Tian unleashed a torrent of powerful fighting spirit, creating an invisible pressure that bore down on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt as though a colossal mountain lay upon him, making it difficult to breathe and causing his footing to falter. Yet, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to resist. How does it feel, Xiao Yan? Have you sensed my power? If you are wise, surrender the ancient jade, and perhaps I may spare your life. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of the Xiao family. Hun Tian threatened, his gaze brimming with arrogance and hubris. A fire of fury ignited within Xiao Yan. He recognized that Hun Tian had come solely to humiliate him and erode his confidence. Yet, he would not allow Hun Tian to succeed. Hun Tian, do not be so arrogant. Even if my strength pales in comparison to yours, I shall never yield. The ancient jade shall not be surrendered to you. If you dare, kill me, Xiao Yan declared, his voice resolute and unwavering. Hun Tian, infuriated by Xiao Yan's defiance, scoffed. Humph, still defiant even when facing death. Do you think I lack the courage to kill you? Today, you shall learn the consequences of opposing me. With that, Hun Tian conjured a sphere of dark purple chaos flame in his hand and hurled it violently towards Xiaoyan. As the formidable chaos flame surged towards him, Xiaoyan understood the magnitude of the impending strike and knew he must respond with all his might. He swiftly wielded the Xianzhong staff, executing his most potent fighting technique, unleashing a torrent of azure flame fighting spirit to collide with the chaos flame. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from the two combatants, engulfing the surroundings. The grand entrance of the Xiao family was shattered in an instant, with surrounding structures collapsing in a cascade of destruction. Xiaoyan was violently propelled backward by the overwhelming force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing the injured Xiaoyan, Hun Tian wore a cruel smile. Xiaoyan, this is merely the beginning. If you fail to surrender the ancient jade, I shall ensure that you and the Xiao family pay a far more excruciating price. Struggling to rise, Xiaoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with hatred as he glared at Hun Tian. Hun Tian, do not revel in your triumph for too long. I will make you pay dearly for your actions today. Despite being rocked by Hun Tian's chaotic flames, causing his blood to surge and his body to sway perilously, Xiaoyan summoned his indomitable will to stand tall. Gazing at Hun Tian's arrogant countenance, a tempest of resentment surged within him, igniting every cell with the fiery passion for revenge. Hun Tian. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, forcing the name through clenched jaws, his voice low yet laced with murderous intent. Never had he harbored such animosity towards anyone as he did at this moment. Hun Tian's relentless provocations, threats against the Xiao family, and the recent merciless assault had driven Xiaoyan's hatred to its zenith. Hun Tian, witnessing Xiaoyan's disheveled state, only laughed more boisterously. Look at you, Xiaoyan. In such a pitiful condition, what do you have left to contest with me? Cease your futile struggles and hand over the ancient jade. Perhaps I might leave your family with intact corpses. Xiaoyan understood that Hun Tian was deliberately humiliating him, attempting to crush his spirit. Yet, Xiaoyan would not yield to his desires. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Hun Tian, enunciating each word with conviction. Hun Tian, the grudge of this day will be etched in my heart. You shall wait for the day when I make you pay 100-fold for your transgressions. Hun Tian scoffed derisively. You? Spare me your bravado. I advise you to recognize the reality. The chasm between us will only widen. With that, Hun Tian turned to leave, believing that he had achieved his aim of humiliation, seeing Xiaoyan as nothing more than a feeble failure. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Xiaoyan reassured those around him before striding directly to his room. He sought a tranquil environment to contemplate his upcoming training regimen. Once in his chamber, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on his confrontation with Hun Tian. He realized that the disparity between them was not merely one of strength, but also encompassed the mastery and application of formidable power. After refining the chaotic spirit crystal, Hun Tian's prowess had surged, surpassing Xiaoyan's expectations in both techniques and strength. I must discover a means to rapidly enhance my power, Xiaoyan mused, recalling the mysterious crystal obtained from the Abyssal Valley and the ancient jade that he had yet to fully comprehend. Perhaps within these two treasures lay the key to his breakthrough. Xiaoyan first retrieved the mysterious crystal. After absorbing the enigmatic forces from the Abyssal Valley, the crystal had become increasingly translucent, seemingly harboring boundless energy within. Xiaoyan attempted once more to channel the power within the crystal. However, its energies remained elusive and difficult to command fully. It appears that in order to harness the power from the crystal, more time and opportunity are required. Xiaoyan let out a helpless sigh, subsequently storing the crystal away and retrieving a mysterious ancient jade. He meticulously examined the jade, seeking to uncover the method to activate it through its intricate patterns and aura. In the days that followed, Xiaoyan devoted himself day and night to studying the enigmatic jade, relentlessly experimenting with various approaches. He channeled his fighting spirit, infusing it into the jade and observing its reactions. He endeavored to perceive the internal structure of the jade with his mental energy, probing its secrets. Yet, progress seemed elusive. Nonetheless, Xiaoyan remained undeterred. The humiliation and derision from Hun Tian felt like a relentless hammer, striking at his heart and preventing any semblance of complacency. Hun Tian, just wait. I shall undoubtedly find a way to enhance my strength and personally defeat you. Xiaoyan clenched his fists, resolve shimmering in his eyes, as the hatred within him transformed into a powerful impetus, driving him to strive relentlessly toward a higher realm of strength. Hun Tian, reveling in the humiliation he inflicted upon Xiaoyan at the gates of the Xiao clan, felt a surge of satisfaction as he beheld Xiaoyan's defiant yet powerless demeanor. He believed he had thoroughly crushed Xiaoyan's spirit, achieving his goal. Thus, he made no further delay, his figure flashing like a streak of black light as he sped toward the direction of the Hun clan. Along the way, Hun Tian's mood was buoyant, his mind replaying Xiao Yan's furious yet helpless expression. "Humph, Xiao Yan, you are far too inexperienced to contend with me," he mused with a slight smirk. "Once I fully comprehend the power of the Chaos Spirit Crystal, who in the entire Do Chi continent could possibly stand in my way? That ancient jade will eventually belong to me as well." Closing his eyes, Hun Tian circulated his internal fighting spirit, cautiously guiding the residual power from the Chaos Spirit Crystal. With each effort, the mysterious and formidable chaos energy gradually melded into his meridians, intertwining with his own fighting spirit. With each infusion of power, Hun Tian felt his strength escalating, his fighting spirit becoming ever more robust, and his mastery over power increasingly adept. The acquisition of the Chaos Spirit Crystal by Hun Tian is likely to incite a tempest of bloodshed across the Do Chi continent, a renowned Do Zun expert expressed with concern. Indeed, the Hun clan has always been ambitious. With Hun Tian's newfound strength, who knows what he will do next? Another expert concurred. Meanwhile, in Wutan City, news of Xiao Yan's injuries spread within the Xiao clan. Family members expressed their worries for Xiao Yan's condition and felt outraged by Hun Tian's arrogance. Several of Xiao Yan's closest friends, filled with righteous indignation, vowed to stand by him in confronting Hun Tian. "Xiao Yan, rest assured, we will fight alongside you and make Hun Tian pay for his actions," Xiao Suner declared. Gripping Xiao Yan's hand tightly, her gaze resolute, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Suner and his other friends, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. "Thank you all. But Hun Tian is incredibly powerful. We must not act impulsively. We need to devise a long-term plan to elevate our own strength so we can contend with him," Xiao Yan stated, a glimmer of determination evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan did not cease his exploration of the enigmatic ancient jade, acutely aware that it held the key to his ascension in power. Within the confines of the Xiao family's library, he tirelessly pored over ancient texts day and night, seeking any hint related to the jade. However, after several days of relentless endeavor, he remained empty-handed. Was there truly no means to unravel the jade's secrets? Seated in a corner of the library, his brow furrowed, Xiao Yan was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Just as despair began to creep in, he recalled an aphorism uttered by Master Yao. Sometimes, the key to overcoming a predicament lies not within known knowledge, but in the exploration of the unknown. A spark ignited within Xiao Yan. Perhaps he should adopt a different approach, examining the jade from a fresh perspective. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside the ancient texts and to communicate with the jade through intuition and insight. He retrieved the ancient jade once more, cradling it in his palm, closing his eyes to dismiss all distractions, and immersing himself in the essence of the jade. As Xiao Yan focused his perception, the jade seemed to undergo subtle transformations. A faint, elusive force began to resonate gently with his spiritual energy. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yan's heart as he recognized that he had finally grasped a thread of insight. At that moment, within the training chamber of the Soul Clan, Hun Tian had nearly perfected the fusion of the chaotic spirit crystal's power. He slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glimmer flashing within them. It was time to take action. Rising, Hun Tian harbored new plans in his mind. Upon sensing the jade's subtle changes, Xiao Yan temporarily halted his deeper exploration, for a more pressing plan had taken root in his thoughts. The significant enhancement of Hun Tian's strength posed a grave threat to him, compelling Xiao Yan to clandestinely track Hun Tian in order to ascertain his next moves and prepare accordingly. With meticulous preparation, Xiao Yan employed the concealment techniques imparted by Master Yao, perfectly masking his presence and aura. He stealthily departed from the Xiao residence, heading toward the general vicinity of the Soul Clan's territory. Along the way, he remained vigilant, relying on his keen instincts and extensive tracking experience to leave no trace behind. As he neared the Soul Clan's domain, his caution intensified. The multitude of formidable figures within the clan meant that any misstep could reveal his presence. After several days of lurking in the vicinity, he finally caught sight of Hun Tian. Leading a cohort of Soul Clan warriors, Hun Tian was advancing toward a mysterious valley within their territory. Xiao Yan's intuition stirred. He sensed that Hun Tian's expedition was far from ordinary. He followed at a safe distance, careful to remain concealed. The valley, dense with trees and complex terrain, provided some cover for Xiao Yan's pursuit, yet also heightened the challenge of tracking. As they progressed, Hun Tian seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly halting and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Xiao Yan's heart raced. He quickly held his breath, retracting his presence to the utmost, hiding behind a colossal ancient tree. After a careful observation, Hun Tian detected no anomalies and continued onward. Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained ever more cautious. He noted that Hun Tian and his entourage were intimately familiar with the paths of the valley, as if journeying toward a designated destination. As they ventured deeper into the valley, The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, with a palpable surge of powerful energy resonating in the air. At last, the group, led by Hun Tian, arrived at the entrance of a vast cave nestled within the heart of the valley. The cave was adorned with ancient runes, each radiating a mysterious luminescence. Reciting incantations, Hun Tian formed intricate hand seals, causing the runes to blaze with intensified light. And the stone door of the cave began to creak open. Xiao Yan, filled with curiosity, pondered the secrets concealed within this cave. Seizing the moment while Hun Tian and the others entered, he stealthily approached. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, a formidable energy barrier materialized at the cave's entrance, thwarting his advance. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Yan. It was evident that the cave was protected by powerful restrictions. Undeterred, he began to search for alternative means of entry. After a meticulous search around the cave's periphery, Xiao Yan stumbled upon a concealed passageway. The tunnel was remarkably narrow and riddled with various traps and mechanisms, yet Xiao Yan, with his exceptional agility and keen instincts, deftly navigated through the perils. Progressing through the passage, he finally breached the cave's interior. The dimly lit space was permeated by a pungent odor. He sensed that Hun Tian and the others were not far ahead, prompting him to advance with utmost caution. In a grand hall within the cave, Xiao Yan beheld Hun Tian and his companions gathered around an ancient stone pedestal. Upon the pedestal rested a crystal orb, emanating a ghostly glow, within which lay a vague map. Hun Tian gazed upon the crystal ball, his face alight with excitement. At last, we have found it. By following this map, we shall uncover the legendary artifact. With its power, the entire Doqi continent will be under the dominion of our Soul Clan. Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hun Tian was in pursuit of an artifact. He understood all too well that should Hun Tian acquire it, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved to remain concealed, observing Hun Tian's next moves while devising a plan to thwart him, cautiously shrouded in shadows. Xiao Yan fixated on every action of Hun Tian and his retinue. He was acutely aware of the perilous situation he was in. A moment's lapse in caution could lead to his discovery and plunge him into irretrievable doom. Yet, the dread of Hun Tian's scheme and the determination to prevent him from obtaining the artifact spurred him to persist in his concealment. Standing beside the ancient pedestal, Hun Tian fixated on the indistinct map within the crystal orb, his visage exuding an unwavering resolve. The Soul Clan's formidable allies, brimming with elation, appeared to envision the impending supremacy of their clan over the Doqi continent. Suddenly, Hun Tian's brow furrowed, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if they were being watched from the shadows. Slowly, he turned, his gaze piercing the cave like a hawk scanning for prey. Xiao Yan's heart sank. He could sense Hun Tian's sharp eyes piercing through the darkness, threatening to expose him. Holding his breath, he suppressed his presence to the utmost. Pressing his body against the cold cave wall, daring not to move. Hun Tian's gaze swept across the cave, yet he found no anomalies. Nevertheless, the unease within him only intensified, growing ever more pronounced. Everyone be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. It seems there is someone nearby. Hun Tian whispered to the powerful members of the Soul Clan beside him. Upon hearing this, the Soul Clan warriors immediately became vigilant, drawing their weapons as their fighting spirit surged around them, illuminating the cave in a brilliant glow. They began to meticulously search the cavern, leaving no corner unexplored. Xiao Yan was filled with anxiety, knowing that if discovered, he would face a siege from Hun Tian and numerous Soul Clan warriors, with his chances of survival being exceedingly slim. His mind raced as he devised a plan. Just as a Soul Clan warrior was nearing his hiding spot, Xiao Yan suddenly conceived a clever idea. He quietly retrieved a stone from his spatial ring and hurled it toward another corner of the cave. The sound of the stone striking the ground resonated loudly within the stillness of the cave. The searching Soul Clan warriors, alerted by the noise, immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. Hun Tian furrowed his brow and followed suit. Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, seizing the opportunity to swiftly relocate his hiding place. However, Hun Tian did not dismiss the suspicious sound so easily. Upon examining the corner where the noise originated, he found only an ordinary stone, deepening his suspicions. This stone could not have appeared here without reason. Someone is deliberately diverting our attention, Hun Tian remarked. Hun Tian scanned the cave once more, this time his gaze lingering upon a faint trace left by Xiao Yan during his hasty retreat. It was a minuscule fiber that had come loose from his clothing as it brushed against the cave wall. A cold smile crept on Hun Tian's lips. Xiao Yan, I knew it was you. Did you think you could evade my gaze? Following the trace, Hun Tian advanced step by step toward Xiao Yan's new hiding place. His pace unhurried yet suffused with an oppressive aura. Xiao Yan, come forth. You have been discovered, and hiding is futile now, Hun Tian called out. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. he had ultimately been found. Acknowledging the futility of further concealment, he slowly emerged from his refuge, tightly gripping his mystic-heavy ruler, his gaze resolutely fixed on Hun Tian. Hun Tian, I did not expect you to uncover my presence, Xiaoyan declared. Xiaoyan, do you really believe your trifling tricks can deceive me? You are woefully naive. Hun Tian sneered. Since you have presented yourself, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today marks your demise. As soon as Han Tian's words fell, the surrounding Soul Clan warriors swiftly encircled Xiaoyan, trapping him. Xiaoyan understood the unprecedented peril he faced, yet he did not exhibit a trace of fear. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. Han Tian, do not celebrate your victory too soon. It will not be so easy to take my life. Xiaoyan bellowed, his fighting spirit surging wildly as azure flames enveloped his body, heralding the imminent onset of a fierce battle. Observing Xiaoyan, who was encircled yet still brimming with resolve, Han Tian secretly scoffed. He had anticipated Xiaoyan's pursuit, knowing full well that Xiaoyan would not idly stand by while he seized the divine artifact, posing a threat to the Xiao clan and the entire Doqi continent. At this moment, Han Tian resolved to play along, intentionally luring Xiaoyan into a trap he had long since set. Xiaoyan, do you still believe you possess a chance of victory? Look around you. Today marks your final resting place. Hun Tian bellowed, striving to exert further pressure on Xiaoyan through sheer force of presence. Simultaneously, he discreetly conveyed covert signals to the powerful members of the Huan clan beside him. Xiaoyan's gaze was piercing, surveying the predatory Huan clan warriors encircling him, rapidly assessing the precarious situation. He understood that a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome, yet surrender was an option he could never entertain. Hun Tian, do not be so arrogant. Even in death, I shall ensure you pay the price. Xiaoyan roared, feigning to wield the Xian Zhongqi and charge towards Hun Tian. Hun Tian, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. He feigned a hint of panic, hurriedly retreating while exclaiming, everyone be cautious. Do not allow him to harm our esteemed leader. The Huan warriors grasped the unspoken plan, appearing to obstruct Xiaoyan in a state of chaos, yet inadvertently creating a passageway that permitted Xiaoyan to pursue Hun Tian in the direction of his retreat. While perplexed, the flames of revenge and the apprehension of Hun Tian's treachery left Xiaoyan no time for contemplation. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to strike at Hun Tian and thus followed the opening. Hun Tian, while pretending to flee in disarray, stealthily observed Xiaoyan's movements. Inwardly gloating, Xiaoyan, you have indeed taken the bait. Let us see how you escape my grasp this time. Xiaoyan delved deeper into the cavern in pursuit of Hun Tian, the surroundings growing increasingly eerie and foreboding. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapsed without warning, revealing a massive pit before him. Caught off guard, Xiaoyan plummeted into the abyss. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyan, you have finally fallen into my trap. Hun Tian stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at the fallen Xiaoyan, bursting into laughter. This trap had been meticulously prepared in advance, fortified with formidable restrictions that rendered escape nearly impossible once ensnared. As Xiaoyan fell, he swiftly adjusted his position, attempting to stabilize himself against the pit's walls. However, the surface was exceedingly smooth, and an unusual force permeated the air, disrupting his Doqi. He crashed hard against the pit's bottom, pain radiating through his body. Xiaoyan, you shall remain here, awaiting my return once I procure the divine artifact. I shall deal with you then, Hun Tian declared, turning to depart. Hun Tian, do not rejoice too soon. I, Xiaoyan, shall certainly escape and thwart your malevolent scheme. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. He understood the gravity of being trapped here. Should Hun Tian acquire the artifact, the consequences would be dire. Enduring the pain coursing through him, Xiaoyan began to channel his internal Doqi in an attempt to break free from the restrictions. Yet, the power of the restrictions was overwhelming. Each time he began to gather even a fragment of Doqi, it was swiftly quelled by the prohibitions. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan refused to surrender. He recalled the faces of his family, those who had once placed their hopes in him, and a powerful conviction surged within him. I cannot perish here. I must escape. Xiaoyan continuously encouraged himself within, while attempting to perceive the weaknesses of the barrier with his mental prowess, seeking a method of breakthrough. Meanwhile, Hun Tian led the powerful members of the Hun clan further towards the location of the divine artifact, firmly believing that Xiaoyan was no longer a threat, and that the artifact would soon fall into his grasp. Xiaoyan's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and every muscle in his body tensed from exertion. His garments were already drenched in perspiration, clinging to him and rendering him a pitiable sight. Yet, even in such dire straits, an indomitable light flickered in his eyes. He could not give up. There had to be a way out. Xiaoyan continuously bolstered his spirit, concentrating all his mental energy in an endeavor to uncover the flaws in the barrier. However, it seemed as if the barrier was an impenetrable prison. No matter how hard he tried, he struggled to find even the slightest crack. Simultaneously, Hun Tian and the Hun clan's formidable warriors pressed onward through the cavern. Following the direction indicated by the mysterious crystal ball, they delved deeper into the heart of the cave. A faint halo enveloped the area, surrounded by an array of ancient artifacts, each exuding a mysterious and potent aura. Hun Tian's gaze swept over these relics, finally resting upon a colossal stone coffin. The surface of the coffin was engraved with obscure, incomprehensible runes, emanating a powerful force. Hun Tian's heart raced with excitement. He knew that the divine artifact was likely concealed within this coffin. Master, this coffin appears to be quite extraordinary. How shall we open it? A cautious member of the Hun clan inquired. Hun Tian furrowed his brow, meticulously examining the runes on the coffin. These symbols were unlike any he had encountered before. Imbued with ancient and enigmatic power, he attempted to touch the runes with his own fighting spirit, but as soon as he made contact, a tremendous recoil sent him staggering back several steps. Humph, it seems this coffin is not so easily opened. Hun Tian snorted coldly, yet he remained undaunted. He began to search the surroundings for clues, hoping to uncover a method to unlock the coffin. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan found himself ensnared in an even deeper crisis within the trap. The power of the barrier relentlessly eroded his body, making the operation of his fighting spirit increasingly arduous, and his mental focus began to wane. Xiaoyan recognized that time was running short. If he could not find a method of breakthrough soon, he would truly be trapped here forever. Am I truly destined to fail? A fleeting despair flickered through Xiaoyan's heart, but he swiftly suppressed it. No, I have much to accomplish. I cannot perish here. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan refocused his mind, channeling all his mental energy into a slender thread, probing deeper into the barrier. Just as Xiaoyan was on the verge of surrender, he suddenly sensed his mental energy brushing against a minute fluctuation. This tremor, though exceedingly faint, felt like a glimmer of dawn in the suffocating darkness of the barrier. A surge of joy filled Xiaoyan's heart as he followed this fluctuation, ultimately discovering a weakness in the barrier. However, to breach this vulnerability in his current state would be no simple feat. He needed to gather a formidable force in a short span of time, which would require a substantial expenditure of both fighting spirit and mental energy. Xiaoyan was acutely aware that this was his singular opportunity. Even if there existed but a glimmer of hope, he would exhaust every ounce of his strength to seize it. Taking a deep breath, he began to mobilize the scant remnants of his fighting spirit, while simultaneously honing his mental focus to a razor's edge. He concentrated all of his might into a singular point, preparing to launch a final assault on the weak spot of the barrier. Hun Tian, I shall not allow you to succeed, Xiaoyan bellowed, as an immense force erupted from within him, surging toward the barrier's vulnerable point. On the other side, the uncertainty loomed. Would Hun Tian successfully open the stone coffin and obtain the artifact? Could Xiaoyan break free from the trap? Every aspect was shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. Xiaoyan gathered all his fighting energy and mental acuity into a single point, akin to a cannonball primed for launch, and struck fiercely at the barrier's weak point. With a resounding bang, the entire trap trembled, and the shockwave from the collision swept outward. A searing pain shot through Xiaoyan from the point of impact. His arm was instantly drenched in blood, yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly fixating on the barrier's vulnerable spot. Under Xiaoyan's desperate strike, the previously impregnable barrier finally revealed a faint crack. The fissure spread rapidly like a spider's web, and the strange force that had been suppressing Xiaoyan began to wane. Elation surged within him. He recognized this as a prime opportunity for escape that he could not afford to squander. Enduring the agony, Xiaoyan once more summoned his fighting spirit, channeling every remaining ounce of strength into his legs, and with a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself upward. With a crisp crack, the barrier shattered entirely, and Xiaoyan shot into the air like a bolt of black lightning. He had succeeded. A triumphant cry echoed in his heart, his eyes shimmering with excitement and determination. He executed a somersault in midair, landing securely on the ground. Though battered and tattered, a resolute spirit shone through his gaze, a testament to his survival against the odds. Hun Tian, I shall not permit you to attain the artifact, Xiaoyan murmured to himself, before dashing toward the direction in which Hun Tian and the others had departed. Meanwhile, Hun Tian was still racking his brain over how to unlock the stone coffin. Despite numerous attempts, he remained unable to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. Just as impatience began to set in, a powerful member of the Soul Clan suddenly exclaimed, Master, observe the runes surrounding the coffin. They appear to be flashing in a particular sequence. Hun Tian's interest piqued, and he began to scrutinize the runes closely. Indeed, He discerned a subtle correlation between the flashing frequency of the runes on the coffin and the patterns adorning the surrounding walls. Elation coursed through him as he began to hypothesize, attempting to touch the runes on the coffin in accordance with the sequence of the wall patterns. With each of Hun Tian's movements, the runes on the coffin glowed ever more brightly, and a potent force began to seep forth from within. Hun Tian's excitement mounted. He understood that the artifact was on the verge of manifesting. At the critical moment when the stone coffin was about to open, Xiaoyan arrived. He beheld Hun Tian and his cohorts gathered around the coffin, the runes pulsating with an enigmatic light, ready to activate at any moment. Alarm surged within Xiaoyan. Without hesitation, he swung the Xianzhong Qi and charged toward Hun Tian. Hun Tian, your scheming ends here, Xiaoyan roared. As the blazing azure flames of his fighting spirit enveloped the Xianzhong Qi, descending upon Hun Tian with cataclysmic force. The soul heaven sensed the impending attack from Xiaoyan, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyan could escape from the trap, and even more surprisingly, arrive at this critical moment. With no time to ponder further, soul heaven swiftly turned, gathering his fighting spirit to withstand Xiaoyan's onslaught. Boom! The Xianzhong Qi collided with soul heaven's fighting spirit, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that radiated outward from the two combatants. The surrounding Soul Clan experts were violently pushed back by this force, with some of lesser strength even spitting blood. Xiaoyan, you managed to escape, but this time, you shall have no more chances. Soul Heaven steadied himself, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. He waved his hand, and the surrounding Soul Clan warriors immediately encircled Xiaoyan once more, trapping him in their midst. Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings, fully aware of the perilous situation he was in. Yet, he felt no fear. His gaze remained unwavering as he locked eyes with Soul Heaven, declaring, Soul Heaven, I have sworn that I shall not allow you to succeed. Today marks your demise. With that, Xiaoyan summoned the fighting spirit within him, preparing to engage in a desperate struggle against Soul Heaven and the Soul Clan warriors. At that moment, the runes upon the stone coffin glowed with utmost brilliance, heralding the imminent emergence of the divine artifact. Thus, the final confrontation surrounding the artifact began to unfold.